vamos a dar la bienvenida con dos personas maravillosas que han hecho posible todo esto, pero vosotros imaginaos que ya es John Romero, o como si fuese una mezcla entre Zetangana y Rosalía. Aplauso a reventar. Le podéis decir crack, titán, como queráis. Que así presenta con más ganitas. Así que ahora ya lanzamos directo, que ya estamos aquí directo. Bienvenidos, porque para dar la bienvenida con todos ustedes está el excelentísimo señor Enrique Arriaga Álvarez, vicepresidente primero, consejero insular del área de carretera, movilidad, innovación y cultura. Un aplauso fuerte para él. Y Antonio Cabrera, CEO de HD Gaming, que han hecho posible todo esto. Gracias por estar aquí y gracias por hacer esto posible.
Buenos días a todos, muchísimas gracias a todos por estar aquí. La verdad que es un orgullo ver esta sala tan llena y sobre todo de amantes del mundo del videojuego, del mundo del gaming. Este encuentro, Gamelab, realmente tenía dos objetivos muy claros. Primero, traer aquí a Tenerife a los grandes referentes del sector, creadores, desarrolladores, inversores, comercializadores, y lo hemos conseguido gracias a Antonio y gracias a Iván, que debe estar por ahí, Iván Lobo, que luego hablarán por aquí. Y hemos conseguido que viniesen aquí y sobre todo que trabajaran, que pensaran entre ellos, se reunieran y sacaran las líneas maestras de hacia dónde va el sector del videojuego en Europa. Pero también por otro lado hemos conseguido que se enamoren de Tenerife, que se enamoren de nuestra isla, que piensen en Tenerife para poder venir aquí y desarrollar su trabajo, porque tenemos muchísimas cosas. Se habla mucho de la fiscalidad, de las infraestructuras, pero también hay otra cosa muy buena, que es nuestro clima, que lo han visto estos días además de primera mano, pero sobre todo, cada vez que hemos hablado con cada uno de ellos, lo primero que preguntan es, pero bueno, ¿hay talento en Tenerife? Porque si yo voy a traer mi empresa a Tenerife, necesito talento, necesito profesionales para trabajar. Y le hemos dicho, sí, hay talento y estamos trabajando en crear talento. ¿Por qué? Porque el objetivo del Cabildo en este caso es que estas empresas se implanten aquí o que también crezcan empresas aquí en Tenerife, y hoy veremos ejemplos de empresas que han ido creciendo, pero lo que queremos es que ustedes puedan desarrollar su carrera profesional aquí en Tenerife, en estas grandes empresas, desarrollando desde nuestra casa, desde nuestro hogar, ese trabajo que nos gusta, porque todos los que están aquí seguro que les encanta este mundo, y que sobre todo nosotros, nuestra obligación desde la Administración es preparar toda esa formación para que ustedes lleguen al nivel que estas empresas necesitan. Por tanto, estamos muy contentos de que estén aquí y sobre todo de que escuchen a los grandes profesionales, que después le comentará Antonio, y a los grandes referentes del mundo que tenemos hoy aquí, que los hemos traído para que ustedes se empapen de esos grandes genios que hay aquí. Y repito, espero que todo esto que hemos empezado hoy, que van a seguir los siguientes años, se convierta en que crezca aquí en nuestra isla el sector de videojuegos y verlos a la gran mayoría de ustedes trabajando en esa industria que seguro que les gustará muchísimo y disfrutarán trabajando y ganando dinero en ella. Así que gracias por estar aquí y disfruten de esta jornada.
Bueno, hola a todos, ¿qué tal? Buenos días. Mi nombre es Antonio Cabrera, trabajo para Hiperdino, para el grupo Dinosol. Antes que nada, darles la bienvenida y pedirles disculpas por la voz. Ha sido un fin de semana realmente duro en el que hemos estado trabajando mucho para... Veo alguna risa por ahí que sabe lo que hemos estado haciendo y es verdad que hemos estado trabajando mucho con mucha gente de la industria para Tenerife, ¿vale? Además de eso, les digo que estas son mis últimas palabras en castellano. I'm going to try to give this talk in English because we have to face it. English is the language of video games, and most of our speakers today are going to be English spoken, and we just need to get used to this, guys. We need to. I know it's much different than in my times. I'm going to speak about that, and I know that you guys are prepared to hear a talk in English. Okay, so listen, I was born in Tenerife, in La Laguna, in 1990, okay? So I'm 42 years old now, and by most of your standards, most of the crowd here, which I'm addressing to, I'm an old guy, okay? I try not to stand it, but I'm an old guy, okay? I see a lot of faces here also that were born in my time, and I can say that we were part of the first generation of gamers, first generation of people that really could have access to games in a commercial way, that could go to a shop and and buy some video games, okay? Actually, some of the people from my time can remember that it wasn't so easy. Most of the time, we would have to go for import. We have to wait months when we asked for a game console. They weren't available. And well, anyway, we loved games. We started playing them. Doom wasn't even commercially launched in Spain, John, by the way. John Romero is here, but people, please give an applause to him. But he's listening. But Doom wasn't even launched commercially in Spain. We had to wait for the second version and a relaunch that they did. But well, we enjoyed games. We just played them, okay? And it never occurred to me that I could have been a game developer until I had the luck that to go and live for a year at the United States when I was in high school, okay? And then I went there. By the time, all these guys that we're having here today, some of them were already rock stars. It was impossible to get them. It was the great John Romero, but it was the great Ian Livingstone. It was the great, you see, people that were already like these great movie directors compared, to me, they were compared to Steven Spielberg, to whoever, you know. But there was already a sensation that young people could get themselves into the game industry and create, okay? I was there for a year. I was excited to be in the gaming industry, and when I came back to Canary Islands, everything just came down on me again, okay? I came back, and there was pretty much nothing. I went there, we already had internet in the high schools, we had computers available for everyone, we had programming lessons. There was nothing here. There weren't computers in high school, there wasn't internet, almost anybody had the internet, and it was going to be tough to get there. I tried. I got into the engineer career, and it didn't change too much. I mean, not even there, I could learn to develop video games or anything about the industry. There wasn't anybody there. So we had two options: to surrender and get into other stuff and go away. Actually, there was a really sad joke at the time in the faculty that an engineer in Canarias had two exits, all right, by air or by sea, but you had to go out. So we wanted to change that. Some of them went out. They are actually video game developers right now and are working for very important gaming studios overseas. But you guys know, or at least some of you guys know, that it's amazing to live in the Canary Islands, and that, well, some of us just wanted to live here and develop things here. So most of us, like, I see Jesus, the director of the Master of Video Game Development in the university. Jesus was one of the guys that also stood here. Most of you, well, there's a lot of people here that stood and tried to create something for the next guys and girls, of course, to be able to get there, okay? And through the years, we've done it. Through the years, with the collaboration of the institutions, with the collaboration of some companies. We've even got the biggest company in the Canary Islands involved. Iperdino is here. Please, please give a big applause to Iperdino, because these guys, I mean, these guys, their business wasn't this, okay? They sell our food. It's amazing, the best supermarkets in the islands, of course, but they sell our food. They have other businesses, but they just understood that there's a lot of people in the Canary Islands interested in working in the digital industry, and they wanted to do something about it, okay? So they got into gaming too. So now we have infrastructure. We have a lot of academies. There's a lot of education available. The university is working really hard on it. You're going to have pleasant surprises today about academies that are establishing here in the Canary Islands. You have a lot of options to have help for us, our generation, to help you, okay? To help you grow and become professionals in the gaming industry, okay? John is probably thinking that I'm whining right now, okay? John Romero had it much more tougher than I did, and he became a genius. But there's only one John Romero. There's only one Ian Livingstone. Those guys are amazing, what they did and how they got here. But what we want is that most of you guys become part of this industry. And we are here to help and to have opportunities available to you. So in the final, or in the next step, we've brought these guys that were absolutely unavailable to me. These geniuses that have defined a whole industry that we all enjoy, that is our passion. They are here today to speak to you, to share it to you. So now, pretty much depends on you. And that's one of the things that I'm going to request. Earn it. You have to earn it. Because we've really done a lot of work. There's a lot of people that's done a lot of work. So you guys have an awesome opportunity in the islands to become part of the industry. And what we all pretty much want to see is that when we retire, we can play some AAA games, candidates to Game of the Year that are developed in the Canary Islands. We want to be proud of you. We want to be proud of your creativity, of your capacity to create games, to create industry, to create challenges, and to show the talent that we have here. So just welcome to Gamelab, enjoy, get the most out of it, and earn this. Okay? That's what we are going to demand the next years from you. Now there's no excuse. Okay? Please enjoy the rest of the day, have fun, and now we're going to have one of the biggest stars in the gaming history speaking to you. Please say hi to everyone.
Thank you, Antonio, thank you, Enrique. It's a great pleasure to me invite to the stage the great John Romero. Great ovation for him.
All right.
Hey, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, John. They say you can play Doom everywhere but here at Gamelab Tenerife. It's the only place where you can meet its creator, the man himself, John Romero.
All right.
Thanks again. I think the right way to start this conversation is going back 30 years in the past and you know, remembering when we were used to play side-scrollers and top-down shooters, and then you came up with this idea, go first person. How did it work? How did it come up?
We'd played some first-person games like Battlezone and just really old, games that were kind of step-based through 90-degree mazes, 90-degree wall mazes. Lots of games like Ultima's, Dungeons, or Bard's Tale, or Might and Magic. There were a lot of games where you just like move forward and turn, and it's simulated 3D. It looks like 3D, but it's a lot of pre-rendered art. Yep. So yeah, we played that forever. Dungeon Master, you name it. Like we played everything, and there was a game in 1982 that was the only time I had seen really smooth 3D. Even though it was in a maze like everyone had seen, you could move very smoothly and turn and rotate. It was called Way Out, and it was on the Apple II. So I knew it could be done, from 1982. And in 1991, John Carmack he wanted to program something in 3D, and so he thought that he could get a 3D engine. Like a 3D game working within 2 months, because back in 1991 we were actually delivering games every 2 months. So for his very first 3D game, he's going to try and make it fit, and he did. He worked all the hours that there were in that 2 months, and we came up with a very much a game. It was called Hover Tank 1, and it was very much a Battlezone type game, except it was solid filled polygons. There were people to rescue and all that, but you're still a tank and you're shooting. So it wasn't as compelling as later games, but it was our first taste of getting in 3D, finally. So that was what we consider our first FPS.
Did it work from the beginning? Because I remember people playing and saying, no, I get fussy, I don't understand this way of, being in the eyes of the main character.
Yeah, I mean, we knew, we played plenty of games where you're in first person before, so we knew that this would be more fun because you can move very smoothly, and we finished it in 2 months and shipped it, and and then worked on a bunch of other, Commander Keen games and other projects.
When did you realize, okay, we would just not made a great game, but we changed history and we create a genre?
Oh, well, that was probably with Wolfenstein. You know, Wolfenstein was our third shooter, and the second one was called Catacomb 3D, and that was basically you're like a wizard with shooting fireballs, so your hand is on the screen shooting fireballs. And the environment was pretty cool. You know, we had like disappearing walls and unlockable doors and stuff. And it used hover tank and kind of advanced the engine more. It was still in 16-color EGA, which is actually a lot more complex to program than VGA was. But it was texture mapped walls, so we went from hover tank solid fill polygon walls. In 6 months later, we basically have texture mapped walls, you know, in EGA, and it looked really good. But the gameplay was like, it's okay, you know, it's not amazing, but it seems all right. It's like it's a new thing. So when we had Christmas in 1991, everybody went away, and we came back and we started working on side-scrollers again. We said we're going to make another trilogy of Commander King games, and we spent about 2 weeks making a VGA parallaxing side-scroller, and it looked good, you know. I mean, it looked better than the one that we had just shipped in the month before. So this is January of '91, but we had also just shipped Catacomb 3D, and if you're wondering how many games we shipped in 1991, we shipped 13 games. We made 2 at a time usually, and we were going like all hours pretty much all year. So in January of 1992, we were working on that. You know, we just got done with that VGA demo, and we're about to like start on the game. And then, you know, this happens all the time with id Software. It's like it's you know, 1 in the morning or whatever, everybody's working, and then I'll just go, I don't want to make this game. And then just tell everybody, we just made a 3D game with texture mapping. Why aren't we doing that again? Why are we making a side-scroller? This doesn't make any sense. You know, like this is where the future is. And John Carmack and Adrian are just like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm into it. So we basically spent just a few minutes. Tom was there, and he's our creative director. He's the one who comes up with our ideas at that time. And so he's like, okay, what if we made a game that was blah, 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 blah. And it was kind of like Hover Tank, you know, a little bit more advanced. And I was just like, that's boring. Nobody wants to play that game. How about we remake Castle Wolfenstein in 3D? And immediately, Tom and John were just like, oh my God, yeah. Immediately, they knew that that's what we should do. So that's exactly what we did. We basically said, all right, we're going to do it. And while we were making the game, we put a lot of stuff into it, in the game that was like the original Castle Wolfenstein, which actually was like the first stealth game. You could hold up soldiers and change in their uniforms and go around trying not to get the other guards interested in you. You're just trying to escape the castle. And so there was a lot of, in the original Castle Wolfenstein, there was opening up chests, and there was getting badges off dead guards and that kind of thing. And we put that in. Wolfenstein 3D, and as we were making it, it was like, this is stopping the real fun of the game, which is going as fast as possible, blasting everything, opening the doors, blasting everything, getting the keys, opening the doors. Really simple gameplay, but the inspecting the dead guards and taking stuff and dragging them so they don't get seen by other guards. It was a little too strategic for something that was turning into a pure action game, because even in 1992, the game was running at 70 frames a second. So we were all about making sure the game's speed was way more important to maintain the speed. And we basically just took all that stuff out. We're just like, this needs to be boiled down to the simplest thing possible and keep this game going fast and moving forward. So we took all that stuff out. So we programmed a lot of stuff into it, and we took a lot of stuff out of it. We were distributing the game as shareware, and the shareware model that we were using was to make a game that was in, say, 3 parts and give the first third away for free. And if people liked it, they could buy the other 2. And it works because there's 3 parts, not just 2 parts. So you have to have 3. And our publisher came up with the idea before we were done. He came up with the idea of us making 6 parts, and we give away one of them. And it was like, this is going to take longer. But he wanted to get the shareware version of the game out as soon as it was done, and then have us work on the other parts, so he could start selling it as fast as possible. So from the concept, from that night saying, let's do this game instead, to shipping, it took us 4 months to get that game made. And that's with, there's just 4 of us in the company. So we got the game out, and then we spent the next month and a half making 50 more levels and a hint book to go with it. And we shipped the game in under 6 months.
You mentioned there was a point where you realized, okay, this is the future, we are going to make games in 3D. But you were not the only ones, because after the release of Wolfenstein and Doom, there were lots of games like that. And
yeah.
Actually, they did this genre called Doom clone games.
Exactly, yeah.
And I was wondering, did you play any of them, and what were your favorites?
Yeah. We knew while making Wolfenstein that, like, this is what we're doing now. As soon as we got the digital audio in the game and the chain gun sound was in there, it was just like, this is the coolest. I've never played a game this cool, and so we pretty much knew that was it. And then after Wolfenstein, in 1991, a year before Wolfenstein, like a full year, we had done the first engine license for games in history. So we licensed out the Commander Keen 4 engine, and we licensed it to Apogee for a side-scroller. And so our model was going to be, we finish a game, we license our engine, we start working on the next tech. So as soon as we finished Wolfenstein, we started licensing that tech for, like, Corridor 7 was one game, Rise of the Triad was another game. And we were starting to do research on what the next game would be, like what the engine would be like. And it turned out that the technology of Wolfenstein being extended was not interesting enough for the next leap that we were trying to make. So John was working on this, John Carmack was working on that engine, and he reached a point where it's like, it's got sloping floors, it's got fog, it's got higher ceilings, it has some lighting, but it just wasn't fast enough because the data structure and everything just wasn't streamlined as much. It was like added to this previous data structure. So we decided to license that out to Raven Software, and they made a game called Shadowcaster out of that engine. In the meantime, completely redesigned the whole thing and made the engine for Doom.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You mentioned the way you used to work, making your own game engine. Right now, you are working on a new game, which still don't know many things about, but you are working with Unreal Engine 5, a new game engine. And I was wondering what's the advantages and disadvantages to have your own engine to work in a game? Or right now in 2022, it's it has no sense to make your own game engine, because out there you have a wide range of good opportunities to take and use.
Yeah, I mean, we wrote our own engine back then because we had to. There was no such thing as an engine. And in fact, with Commander Keen, the very first Keen, when we wrote the letter to Scott Miller telling him about the project, we called it a game engine. And that was the very first printed use of the word engine as well. And so we kind of created the concept of that and kind of made games and architected our code and data such that there was an engine that we just used different code to make multiple games, or multiple different data to make multiple games. And nowadays, just because of the amount of work that it takes to make a really big game engine, a lot of people definitely, they want to focus on the game itself and not so much on the technology part. So they use a game engine, and if you use Unreal, for games, it's super fast and it has everything that you need in it, and it's a really great dev environment. I can't imagine making an engine with something that's like that already, just like waiting. Like, why wouldn't you? Especially with the business model around it, anyone can use it for free. Just start making a game with it. It's like it's a really smart business model, and there are a lot of engines out there, but for speed and something that's cross-platform, Unreal 5 is really amazing, and it's got a lot of next-gen technologies in it that you can throw billions of polygons at the thing. But like starting a game now, you usually choose to do that unless you are really interested in engine programming, and then you're going to probably use SDL, or you're going to use some low-level API to put your game, to make your game from, just because those are cross-platform APIs. You can publish on mobile and console and desktop. But it is still, if people are writing an engine nowadays, it's because they're going to make something that only supports the game that they're making, not this fully featured thing like Unreal or Unity, which is huge and supports, Unreal supports open world streaming of your planet that you're creating. So it does handle, pretty much everything. But if you're not making that kind of a game, some people want to get into engine development, and so they'll write an engine for a little game, and those people end up working on big companies' engines, like Snowdrop or Frostbite or whatever.
Before we advance in the future, I want to go back to Classic Doom, and I'd like to know if you still play that game, and I want you to brag about how good you are.
Yes, I feel like I am that game, like I am Doom, because I did so much of the work on that game, not just the design of it, but the programming of it. I wrote the tools to build the levels, I made levels, I made everything that happens in the levels programmatically. It's like I want the floor to be lava, so hey, Adrian, get me a texture that animates that looks like lava, and then I'll program that into the engine, and then I'll program it into the editor so we can actually make a level, that has a lava pool in it, or line triggers to make, stairs build or platforms go up and down. Like everything that you see in that game with strobing lights and doorways and switches and everything, I programmed all of that stuff. And that was just like, that's a byproduct of just making the levels and needing something, and then going in and coding it into the game, coding it into the editor so the other level designer can use the same stuff and put those in their levels. So I've since I built all of it, I've played the hell out of that game and tweaked it and balanced the whole thing. And I've played it since then. I actually get paid to play deathmatch tournaments in Doom. So I go around and pretty much destroy everybody. There's like one person who actually beat me in Brno one time when I was leaving a conference, and I could tell he was really good. If I had my own mouse and everything, it would have been pretty close, but I was on someone else's computer, it was a laptop, and it was someone else's mouse. I'm left-handed, but I could tell that the person was really, really good, and it would be like, let's play in person, on even ground. This would be really fun. But I do play a lot. I play Doom tournaments, at least 4 times a year, all over the place.
Well, I'd like to know about your favorite weapon and your favorite beast.
Double barrel shotgun. And I love the Cacodemon, even though he's not a Doom 2 character. He's just cute.
Okay. How was going back to the original and make Sigil for the 25th anniversary?
I decided when it was, what was it, 2018 was the 25th anniversary of Doom's publishing, and I figured, I thought during 2018, I was like, oh, it's going to be the 25th anniversary of the original Doom. What can I do for that? Because usually, on the birthdays of games, I'll tweet out some kind of information, or maybe here's a graphic that was never used, or something like that. And in this case, I was like, why don't I just make a whole nother episode for the game and just put it out there? And so I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, that would be pretty cool. It's only 9 levels. So I had to investigate and go, well, Doom Builder 2 is the, you know, the best tool to use. It's really, really nice. So I use a Mac, and Doom Builder 2 is on PC. So I installed a VM with Windows in it to run on my Mac. So Sigil was totally designed on a Mac, but inside of a Windows VM. And it ran at 60 frames a second even inside the VM. You know, it's like really good VMs nowadays. And so I made those levels, decided, you know, like I'm going to use all the original stuff that was in the game at release, nothing extra coded in it. I'm going to make it so it works with every source port, which means there's no custom programming anywhere. So it works with everything. And I wanted to make sure it would work with Vanilla Doom, which is with all the whatever bugs and stuff that are in it. Except for one thing, I needed to make sure that I could make a limitless amount of line segments. That's like, they're called limit removing source ports. So they remove that limitation on memory. And because I want to make a bigger, you know, bigger levels than we had in the original game. So I basically did that for months and put together an episode that had some cool design stuff in it that I hadn't seen before in Doom levels. In Deathmatch, I did a lot of really cool new stuff where if you're playing, say, you know, one of the levels in Sigil, if you play it in Deathmatch, it's completely different. It's a whole different place that you're playing in. And if you play it in single player or co-op, you're in the normal part of the game. And if you're in Deathmatch, I also make it so you can hook together while you're playing the game. You can connect the Deathmatch and single player areas together, so you can go back and forth between them. And this is all stuff that was functionality that was in the game when we released it in 1993. So anyway, put it out there. I worked with Buckethead, who's a really amazing guitarist, and he really wanted to make some music for the game. And he has so much good music. I already chose all the songs, but he really wanted to make something new. So I told him, go ahead, you know. And he made the song that was like, that's the first level, you know, like that's so intense and crazy. So the game starts out crazy because of the song, and so Buckethead's there's a whole Buckethead soundtrack, and so I wanted to make sure that was I was putting together the collector's boxes. Like there's a really big called the Beast Box, and then there's the standard big box, and the Beast Box has like my head on a stake and, you know, pewter, and it has like the Book of Sigil. The size of it is exactly the id anthology size with the Book of Id size, and everything kind of replicated, so they mirror each other. Even the cover is, you know, the cover of the id anthology is like this big Baphomet, and then the cover of Sigil is like the most evil version of Baphomet on the front. So it looks really cool. And so people can just download it. It has brand new MIDI music in it. If you, I think, just go to si6il.com, it goes to the site, or you just Google it. It's just a free download, and if people want the music, they can get it for like €6.66. Download it, and that's all the Buckethead music. So if you want to hear it with actual, like, real MP3 music, it's in there. And then if you want to buy boxes, that's all on our site as well. But I put it out there, and people really liked it. You know, it's really fun, and some people just listen to the soundtrack all the time.
Were you surprised by that success? Because we gamers have short memories. We tend to forget the game we played last month, and we are waiting for next release. But still, Doom, after 25 years, it's working.
Yeah, I wasn't really surprised because there's a huge Doom community. And if you go to doomworld.com, you'll see there's levels coming out every single day all over the world. They have yearly awards, you know, and there's people that just blow me away in level design. They're so good. But yeah, it's a huge community that keeps on going with the recent releases of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. It just keeps on going, you know, and a lot of those people discover the original Doom 1 and 2. And with the release of the ports on all of the different platforms, even Switch, they've also released Sigil on it too. So id Software licensed Sigil so they could have it everywhere as well. So everybody can play Sigil on whatever.
After the success of Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake, then you started developing Daikatana, which was a very ambitious game, but it was not as successful. What did you learn from working on Daikatana?
When I was starting to build that team, I was hiring people who were modders, and they had basically shown that they could do some really good work in level design, or they could do some really good work in like mod programming, programming bots and that kind of stuff. And so the team was hired from the community, basically, around Quake and Doom. And so the problem was just like they had never made a game before, and making a level is really different than making a game. And there's a very long process, and it is a lot of work on a daily basis. Usually when people make levels, they're inspired, and they make one whenever they feel like it, but like when you're making a game, you have to work on it every day. You need to be inspired on a daily basis. So it was a lot of work to, me being the only person on this, probably about 40 people on the team, being the only person who'd ever made a game before, was a lot of work kind of teaching people how to make a game and what it's like and what you have to do. And so hiring people who had not made games before and expecting them to make something that was going to be better than Quake was not realistic. But we did start with the Quake engine, and we did work really hard, and we made something that people still play Daikatana today, and I get a lot of really good, really nice email about it, but it wasn't a huge success back then. Because there was a lot of really good competition, and it was like a training game for a lot of people.
So years after that, how did you create Romero Games, your actual studio, and what's the workflow inside the company?
Jeez. We started, my wife and I started a company called Loot Drop in 2010 when the social gaming bubble was starting to blow up. And that was my 8th company, I think. So id was my 4th game company. Loot Drop was like my 8th game company. And we had it we ran the company for about 5 years, and then we decided that we're going to move to Ireland. So we shut the company down, moved to Ireland, started a new company, and decided that we're going to call it Romero Games, not Loot Drop, because we're going to just do core games, not social games. And so we started that in 2015, and it's been, like about 7.5 years, and so we've had a company together for like 12.5 years, and have been making games the whole time, and it's been really great being in Ireland, being in Europe, has been really nice, yeah, it's, I've been transitioning from like being COO to being the game director of my game. So we hire a COO, and I have to just like move all of the business stuff over to that person, and then be, and also like direct this brand new shooter that I'm working on. But it's been really great. We're moving into a bigger office space, and the team's getting bigger.
Can you give us some hints on this new shooter you're working on?
Not really. We're basically making a new shooter with a major publisher, and it's on Unreal 5. But I can't talk about how long it's going to take or any of that stuff. It hasn't been announced yet. I don't know when it's going to be announced. I'm fine being stealth with it. Just keep on working on the game, no problem.
That's not your only project, because in 2023, a book named
Doom Guy, yeah.
Doom Guy is coming out, written by you. There's also another book about Doom's history called Masters of Doom.
Right.
I was wondering, is this your point of view, another side of your story? You want to tell, about your life, and you don't mind what others told about you?
Yeah, well, Masters of Doom was written by David Kushner, and he's a writer from New York, and he came down to Dallas in the late 90s and spent about 3 years researching, what he was going to actually write a totally different book about the first-person shooter scene around Quake, but then he found out that it really should be a book just about me and John and how shooters kind of started. So Masters of Doom starts when I'm 12, and it basically goes up through, the end of Iron Storm and Doom 3 and all that stuff. it goes up to probably with the reprintings and stuff, I think up to 2005. And with Doom Guy, it's like actually me writing the book, and you know, connection with my wife, and we've got a publisher, and you know, we basically have a lot of people making sure that we're covering all the right stuff. But it does start from when I was born up to now, and covers all kinds of stuff that's in there. It covers Black Room. It covers, you know, before age 12, a lot of stuff happened with me. So like nobody knows any of that stuff. So it'll be in the book, and it's also written really, really well too. So I think it'll be a really good book to read if people are interested.
Okay, Doom Guy is coming out in 2023. I don't know if we have time for questions from the audience. If anybody wants to ask anything, the man, John Romero. And, well, if not, yeah, I think we've got one question there and over there also. This has to be fast because we have like 5 minutes left. There you go.
Hi. Oops. Hi. Okay, nice. So I'm curious about, it's more about a question about the past, but I'm curious how engines were, like, you were the first, one of the first person who sold game engines, let's say something like that, okay? But like, I have the feeling that in the past, it was really hard to differentiate the game from the game engine, you know, because like game engines were made for that game, or at least that kind of game. So I'm curious, like, there were companies that sold the games and say, okay, I just want to make a game that's exactly this genre, so I'm like exactly this kind of game. So I'm just going to buy all their code, and I just wanted their documentation and whatever, or like there was some sort of like what did you remove from the code you had from those games to only ship the engine, you know? Because like right now, it's not the same as like Unreal or Unity that are engines that are created to make everything. So I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so the games were all the gameplay code and all of the code to do rendering and input and output, which is a lot of what the engine does, was always like commingled. It was always like written all in each other. So there's no separation of how the code works on data that's separate. There's not a, you know, if it's not architected at the beginning with the concept of having a separate set of code operate on data that can totally change and make the whole thing, you know, the experience look totally different, you don't have an engine architecture. So a lot of games would be, you know, you would take a game and then you would just like copy it and give it to someone, and they would change all the things that were in there that were the game parts to what the new game should be, but it's not, there's not a separation where there's like, this engine just does all this stuff. It renders stuff to the screen, it takes input, it does, you know, it can read level files that are made with a separate editor, and all of the ecosystem of an engine isn't there normally when people were making a game where it's just like all entwined with each other. A lot of times games didn't even have level editors. People would use text editors, and they would have characters stand for certain tiles, and because it's a lot of work to write a real like level editor with graphics and create your own file formats and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of people didn't do that back in the day. It was all hand-created stuff. Sometimes just numbers in assembly language. You know, you would create like 1 is this tile and 2 is this tile, and you would just like see it in your data, in your assembly language files or your C files. So yeah, everything used to be really intertwined, and when we needed to make these Commander Keen games in 1990, and we needed to do it really fast, we decided that we're going to separate the functional code that makes the game run from the data of what the game is, so we could easily swap that data out and not have to do too much work on the actual engine part. So it was like us trying to be as efficient as possible in getting 3 games made in 2.5 months. And so that engine architecture design is what got us there that fast, other than just working all the time. Anyone else?
Yeah, this is the last question, I think.
I was going to ask, what's your favorite Doom game, and what's the Doom game you like the least? And also, if you could give a quick explanation why, and if you could give a shout out to a friend of mine called Zeus.
Favorite Doom game? Geez, 2016 is really great. I really like the reinvention of Doom for today. But I really like Doom 2 a lot. The double barrel shotgun's awesome. The level design's really fun. It's super, super fast. That's kind of one of the things that was the definition of Doom, was just how fast that game was. It's faster than everything. Even Quake 1 was really slow compared to Doom, and each Quake got successively slower. So yeah, I'd say probably Doom 2 was my favorite, even after playing Doom Eternal and 2016, because I can just keep on playing Doom 2. I can get new levels and play those, and there's tons of mods that make the game look nothing like Doom. Even if I want to play Sonic the Hedgehog in 3D, like that's in there. So yeah, I think still I really like Doom 2 a lot. And what Doom do I not like that much? Well, everyone's seen Doom 3, right? Writing on the cover of Doom 3, having to sign it. I'm actually, I think I'm going to put up on eBay this whole set of Doom 3. There's a whole Doom 3 set with all the CDs and stuff where I wrote all kinds of stuff on, like, I made no data on this game, on this disc, is none of my stuff. And signed all of it, and everybody thinks it's hilarious when I hate on Doom 3. It was such a different game, it was like a survival horror, but like a reboot of Doom 1, and you can either use a flashlight or a gun, and that makes it really difficult. And so I just played the game. I didn't even get to hell in the game. I just got to a certain point, and I was like, it's mostly the level design just being very 90-degree walls, and turns everywhere. That just kind of turned me off from it. So anyway, yeah, so Doom 3 would be the one I like least.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much, John. Remember, we love you, but our parents don't.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for being there. And
thanks, everybody.
please.
Cool. All right. See ya.
Por favor, recuerden que habrá un meet and greet de John Romero de 3 a 4:30 horas. Ahora presentamos a Isidro Quintana, CEO de O Games, y su charla de Heroes Path.
telonero y y gracias a los. Thank you very much for the ones that are staying. I know that everyone was eager to see John Romero, and of course I understand that. Let's start. If I can switch right now, I don't know. It's not working. It's not working the presentation. So, hello. Technical issues. Okay, so today I'm going to speak, well, that's not the first. Probably because I just switched it or something. Thank you very much. So I have only 30 minutes to talk about 1 hour speak, that normally I do. So basically, I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship inside games as well. So I'm going to tell you some ultimate life cheat codes. So how is it? So first of all, who am I and why I'm here? Of course, I'm from Tenerife, from Canary Island. I know my face and my accent is not from La Laguna, but I'm from a very poor neighborhood in La Laguna. But I study in, I think, two of the biggest universities in the world. One is Stanford, where I study conflict resolution, and also in Oxford University, where I present my first use case on gaming, on blockchain. And since then, it was 4 years ago, the university was follow the project, and they decided to hire me as a teacher. So actually, I'm a teacher at Oxford University teaching blockchain technology. So I've worked with many big companies, entertainment companies like Disney, Warner, Marvel, Mattel, Activision, DC, and many others. And also, I don't have the power. So I was awarded many times in different fields. So I got a Goya. This is a movie award, Spanish movie award. And also I was awarded in PAX East. We were showcased one of the best indie games in 2015 in Boston PAX East. And also we were worldwide featured by Apple. And also we were awarded many times as best startups. This is not my first startup. It's my second one in gaming. So I've worked in Ilio Animation Studios when it started to come out in this movie, Planet 51. Then I jumped into games. I started my first video company here that I sold in 2017. With that company, we make not only games, but also development of technology. So we made things for ER, for example. And then I had the exit, so I sold it in 2017. Now I'm involved in 4 projects at the same time. So I really wanted to teach you how I can manage to do all this, because it's really tough just to create a game. As you can imagine, it's pretty hard. And I have 4 projects. One of it is Triple O Games. Triple O Games are creating a mobile game that includes blockchain and AI technology on it, trying to improve free-to-play. And also, all the projects have blockchain involved. So I'm also creating a movie. It's called Metaverse of Gaia, where I'm not only the producer manager, but also the actor of it. So I'm learning a lot. I'm teaching at Oxford University, as I told you, and also found an investment fund, a decentralized investment fund called Mojo Mix DAO. Could you please put the video of the Battery trailer? This is the game that we are doing right now. So as you can see, it's like any mobile game that can compete with top 100 games on iOS and Android devices. But our challenge is how we can include recent technology to improve what is out there already. So we are putting blockchain technology, AI in many fields. So that's the actual state of it. And also, I'm working on Metaverse of Gaia. It's a project, a movie project. It's involved many experience, but it will be like a sci-fi kind of movie where I myself have to do actor, so I have physical transformation of it. I have to be a superhero, so there's a lot of pressure in all the fields that I'm working on. So as you can see, this is like, well, this is super successful guy. It's there, it's from La Laguna, but he have accomplished a lot of things. But it's what you are seeing right now, it's 0.1%. What it's the most important thing, well, an overnight success takes 10 years of the making, right? This is what nobody sees. It's 99.9% of the things. And those are the things that you are going to learn of. It's failure, fear, betrayal, sacrifice, rejection, suffering, uncertainty, doubts, criticism. So if you want to really be an entrepreneur, a game developer entrepreneur, sorry, but you have to suffer all this in some manner, some degree, and you have to be ready. So a lot of people is teaching you how to make games, some techniques, how to design games, but nobody is telling you how to deal with the daily basis personal skills. And that's what I'm trying to bring into the table to teach another people to manage this, because it's really tough. And I call it the hero path. I just reduce a 1 hour masterclass in 15 minutes, basically to tell you some keynotes about the hero's path, what I call the hero's path. So there's 9 skills that will make you unstoppable, or a Jedi, let's call it. And one of the questions that you have to make yourself, it's why I'm doing this, why I'm on video games. Because it's my purpose, it makes me happy, it's aligned with my purpose of life. So if what you are doing is aligned with your purpose of life, you will be more engaged to reinforce and be in front of any problem that may have, okay? And there's also a pride of evolving your standard, like I want to be better. So there's basically 2 feelings that move everything. One would be the spark emotion that I call, like is desire. And desire help you to increase and improve some of the skills that I am teaching you. One is resilience, endurance, discipline, determination. So I want to make you a question. What would you do if you were the main character of the video game? If the life itself were a video game, where you can do a lot of stuff, like flight, like die and restart again, what would you do? A lot of things, right? So it's about that. There's a feeling that we are having, it's something that we have, like the break emotion is the fear. When we have fear, there's a lot of doubt, insecurity, discomfort. We don't have that in games. If you are your main character in games, you don't have it. So how you can become a hero, a video game main character in your own life? So this mindset, and I call it like the alchemy and the transmutation, it's inside, consists not in what we see, but how we see it. Stop there and think about it, because everything in life, it's mindset, okay? There's 3 basically mindset. I'm not going to be like long on it, but there's the green one that we will talk about, the creative and the warrior mindset. But those 9 skills, the most important ones that I discovered the last 20 years as an entrepreneur, are those. Of course, I talk about them like separately, and every one of it, you are evolving it the whole life. You never stop developing. But if you really want to succeed in whatever you are doing, even if it's a video game, you have to print out this and tell you, what am I doing to improve these kind of skills? Because if I'm improving these skills, I'm going to overcome whatever challenge that may I have. Like discipline, that's the most important one. If you are disciplined, it's the key to the success. Determination, perseverance, optimism, courage, responsibility, consistency. People get confused with consistency and perseverance. It's not the same. Consistency, it's go again and again at the same time, same day, same hour. Resiliency, patience. I don't have too much time, so when you basically combine and transmutate those kind of skills, you can evolve, and it's when you become a hero. It's when you pass the game. So don't forget, if you want to have success, there's no way to avoid this kind of stuff, this kind of feelings, this kind of words that I'm saying here. Don't forget about it. It's part of the process. So if you have a bad day because you have fear or someone betrayed you, it's part of the process of the success. And how you manage it with the 9 skills that I taught you. And that's how you become basically successful. So thank you very much. And I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you. No sé si en español o en inglés, lo que quieran. Si alguno tiene alguna pregunta, ¿por aquí? Ahí, por ahí va el micro.
Hola. Vale.
Hola.
Bueno, ya que estoy, lo hago en español, que es más fácil, quizás. Sí. Tengo una duda importante, me ha gustado la charla y tal, pero me interesaba la parte del inicio, de lo que te dedicas tú a las partes de la blockchain.
Sí.
A día de hoy, con la bajada del Bitcoin y tal, ¿crees que está en auge? Porque yo estuve un tiempo con los juegos de blockchain, pero actualmente, ¿cómo lo ves?
Pues mira, yo desarrollo en blockchain y hago juegos blockchain y puedo decirte que el 99,9% son scams, son estafas.
Sí, lo sé.
Entonces, hay mucho hype. La tecnología está ahí y realmente aporta valor a lo que ya hay, pero ahora mismo la credibilidad de los juegos blockchain está destruida porque los que han hecho juegos blockchain la han destruido. Han sido puros especuladores que querían simplemente levantar capital o hacer dinero rápido. O la gente que se metía a jugar era como que se metía a casino. Yo voy a jugar porque voy a ganar dinero. Y nosotros no jugamos a videojuegos para ganar dinero. Nosotros jugamos a videojuegos para divertirnos. Entonces, esto de ganar dinero es un feature. ¿Sabes? Es como una característica más dentro del juego. Es como conseguir un badge o conseguir pasar al nivel 10. Es una motivación extrínseca más y la gente lo ha sobredimensionado de una manera totalmente fuera de lugar. Por eso no funcionan los juegos. Cuando haya alguien que cree un sistema sostenible dentro de las economías, como se hizo con el free to play, por ejemplo, pues entonces veremos juegos tener éxito y sobre todo juegos que su base sea que sean juegos divertidos, porque otra cosa, la mayoría de los juegos, por no decir el 100%, son bastante malos, por no decirlo de otra manera.
No sé si... Mi pregunta iba porque... Perdón. Porque sí, yo noto que siempre el enfoque del juego es como a sacar dinero y tal, pero
claro.
no he visto nunca un juego que se enfoque en la diversión del juego,
claro.
Del jugador, y meter la blockchain como, yo qué sé, en un MMORPG, meter elementos...
Fíjate, lo que estás diciendo, nosotros el enfoque lo hemos cambiado completamente, ya me queda nada de tiempo, es simplemente decir al jugador lo que le interesa. El jugador no quiere saber ni qué hay blockchain ni qué hay NFT, sino lo que te aporta. ¿Y qué es lo que te aporta? Pues que cuando tú tienes un elemento de juego digital, puede ser una espada o un escudo, que tú lo puedas comercializar y que además tú lo puedas vender y que lo vendas en euros. Si detrás hay blockchain o una base de datos, a ti te da igual como jugador. Tú lo que quieres es la característica que te desbloquea. ¿Qué es la característica? Pues que puedas vender, puedas transaccionar, pues que hay una serie de premios económicos, que puedas sacar parte del dinero. Antiguamente, pues tú metías todo el dinero dentro del juego, tenías la experiencia, te gastabas la experiencia y ya está. Ahora con el blockchain lo que estamos diciendo es que hay una posibilidad que ese dinero no solamente se lo lleve el desarrollador, sino que se reparta también entre los jugadores. ¿Cómo se haga? Es lo que estamos haciendo. Entonces, ahí estamos en esa batalla. Queda un largo camino, no te voy a mentir, porque hay mucho trabajo que hacer, tanto de reguladores como de empresas que todavía no permiten abrir esto, precisamente por los scams. Pero la tecnología, evidentemente, es maravillosa y mejora muchísimo, sobre todo aspectos de seguridad, sobre todo de seguridad, diríamos. Blockchain lo que hace es que algo sea seguro y a nivel financiero, transacciones y demás, es muy potente. Pues nada, muchísimas gracias. Creo que se me acabó el tiempo. No sé si se me permite hacer alguna pregunta más, si alguien tiene alguna pregunta más. Creo que no. Ah, sí, por aquí. Cuando me digáis, ¿eh? Yo... Sí, vale.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Quería preguntar sobre cuando tú haces un juego con tus amigos o tú solo por primera vez.
Sí.
¿Cómo es afrontar que ese juego no lo juegue mucha gente o lo critiquen de mala manera?
Mira, justamente estábamos en el Gamelab hablando, todos los ponentes que vinieron, entre ellos Javier Romero, y hablando del problema del descubrimiento. ¿Cómo hacemos que tu juego, que mola un montón, se vea y se descubra, ¿no? El tema de la campaña de marketing. Es durísimo. Es durísimo. Porque al final, como desarrolladores, nosotros amamos hacer juegos y es a lo que nos enfocamos. No somos vendedores, somos creadores. Entonces, vas con toda tu ilusión, has creado un juego maravilloso y quieres enseñarlo al mercado y es como, nadie me ve, ¿sabes? Es como, yo siempre lo explico como si fueras al mercado, ¿no? Y estuvieras te has tenido unas frutas maravillosas, una naranja maravillosa y estás aquí detrás. Hola, tengo la naranja maravillosa y nadie te ve. Y el que tiene la naranja, que no es tan maravillosa, pero tiene la posición que está aquí, donde todo el mundo lo ve, es el que triunfa. Y el mundo es así. El mundo es así y tenemos que buscar maneras de poder mostrarnos. Las hay y ahora se está cambiando. Hay un cambio muy drástico en el tema de cómo se muestran las cosas, cómo se muestran los anunciantes, por ejemplo. Y es un mundo, sobre todo en móvil, es súper complicado. Nosotros en consola, por ejemplo, ni en PC somos muy expertos, pero lo que es en móvil es súper complicado. Y al final, si tienes un competidor muy grande con mucho capital, pues está encima tuya, ¿no? Y es una pregunta súper complicada porque nosotros mismos nos afrontamos a ella. ¿Cómo hacemos que nos vean, ¿no? y que disfruten del juego, ¿no? Simplemente para recibir feedback. A lo mejor tenemos que mejorar, pero cuesta muchísimo, cuesta mucho, mucho, mucho. Entonces, yo uno de los consejos que les doy también es que recuerden que el juego no solamente es hacerlo, sino hay que venderlo. Entonces, el marketing es súper importante. Lo hacemos también hincapié en algunas universidades, es decir, no solamente enseñan desarrollo de videojuegos, sino enseñan cómo venderlos, porque hacer un juego y meterlo en el cajón, ¿sabes? Pues, y es una pena, porque hay juegos maravillosos que nunca se llegan a descubrir, porque no tienen campaña de marketing, no tienen recursos, se han gastado todos los recursos en desarrollo, y definitivamente, si quieres vivir de esto, pues tienes que venderlo. Entonces, es duro, ¿eh? Nosotros llevamos mucho tiempo también y lo sufrimos. O sea, ahora nosotros tenemos que competir, no sé, con Supercell, que gastan no sé ni cuántos millones de euros en publicidad. Pues, o eres o sea, tu juego es la leche o no compites.
¿Y las críticas malas, cómo las afrontáis? Si el juego consigue la visibilidad que queréis.
Pues nosotros con móvil lo que hacemos es, primero hacemos lo que se llaman soft launch, que son lanzamientos cortos en países pequeños. Vemos cómo la gente empieza a recibir feedback y luego tenemos una comunidad aparte también que nos va dando feedback para ir viendo cuando hagamos el lanzamiento global que haya la menos críticas posible. Nosotros no lanzaremos el juego hasta que el juego realmente guste al público, si no, no tiene sentido lanzarlo. Entonces lo que hacemos son como micro lanzamientos, por lo menos en móvil. En PC y demás no sé cómo se hace, pero en móvil por lo menos.
Okay, bueno, ya está, muchas gracias.
Gracias. ¿Por ahí otra pregunta? Sí.
¿Qué consejo le darías a alguien que quiere introducirse en la industria del videojuego para empezar?
Lo que estaba diciendo, sigue tu pasión. Si tu pasión es desarrollar, desarrolla. Si tu pasión es vender, vende. Pero sobre todo esa ilusión que se despierte y que, sobre todo cuando estás iniciando, es lo que va a hacer que te arrastre, ¿sabes? Porque dificultades nos vamos a encontrar todos y Podemos estar en una situación macroeconómica general, global, difícil o buena, da igual. O sea, lo que te va a hacer empujar hacia adelante es que lo que tú estás haciendo sea como tu hobby. O sea, que lo hicieras. Hay una frase por ahí de Alan Watts que dice, ¿qué harías si el dinero no tuviera valor? Pues lo que estás haciendo como desarrollador de videojuegos, ¿lo harías en tu tiempo libre porque te apetece y porque lo haces sin un objetivo económico? Ese es el punto, es mi consejo como para empezar, ¿sabes? Seguir tu pasión.
Entiendo. Muchas gracias.
Nada. Ya está. Vale. Gracias, chicos.
Que se salga la gente y ya. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Mi nombre es Raquel Cervantes, me dedico a la prensa de videojuegos y hoy tengo el placer de estar con Pere Rius, productor ejecutivo de Lince Works, para hablar de algo que a mí... ¿Se escucha bien, por cierto? ¿Todo bien? Vale. Es que me hace como eco, entonces me idiotizo un poco. Como decía, estamos aquí para hablar con Pere Rius, que es productor ejecutivo de Lince Works, para hablar de algo que a mí me gusta mucho, que es justamente la industria española, conocer un poquito cómo es crecer dentro de este mercado, la experiencia tanto suya a nivel personal como lo que es la empresa. Entonces, vamos a hablar un poquito sobre ello y luego os animo a hacer una ronda de preguntas, porque pues, también veo por aquí gente joven que a lo mejor le interesa lo que es el sector y tal, y así que estamos hablando un poquito. Entonces, Pere, muchas gracias por estar aquí y yo ya te abordo pues un poco me gustaría que hablemos de los inicios de lo que es Lince Works, de cómo os habéis abierto paso y así pues ya empezamos a hablar, que seguro que no paramos.
Vale, vamos. Pues bueno, buenos días, gracias a todos y todas. Gracias, Raquel. Pues la verdad es que Lince nace en 2014 y nace un poco casi de casualidad, por así decirlo. Es decir, mis tres socios, David, Álvaro y Edu, estaban desarrollando el máster de videojuegos en la Pompeu Fabra, en Barcelona. Y la verdad es que cuando acabaron el proyecto de final de máster lo publicaron, empezó a tener un poco de seguimiento. En aquel entonces se llamaba The Path of Shadows y la verdad es que decidieron pues intentar hacer una versión comercial, montar una empresa y hacer una versión comercial del juego. Y así fue. En ese momento ellos tres tenían un background de, digamos, híbrido, diseño, programación, necesitaban artistas, entramos cuatro artistas en ese momento y empezamos a desarrollar el juego. Y bueno, la verdad es que fue una aventura, además, fue una aventura que no estaba como muy planificada, ¿no? Todo lo que se dice, ostras, pensar bien, planificar, montar un poco un plan de producción, todo esto al inicio no fue en absoluto la realidad. O sea, al inicio fue un poco idea feliz, este juego mola, venga, hagámoslo más grande, ¿no? Y bueno, la verdad es que tuvimos la suerte de entrar en una aceleradora, la GameBCN, en la primera edición, y allí un poco nos ayudaron a bueno, a cubrir un poco las áreas que no teníamos por la mano en absoluto. En ese momento no teníamos ni productor, no sabíamos prácticamente que existiera la figura del productor, y fue cuando yo un poco di el paso desde arte a producción, porque vi que realmente me gustaba, y realmente los tres fundadores, digamos, de Lince estaban a tope con el diseño y la programación del juego, y pensé que podía ayudar, y fue ahí donde empezamos a planificar un poco el juego. Y bueno, la verdad es que fuimos tirando millas un poco o sea, digamos, no es que no tuviéramos un plan per se, pero sí que es verdad que teníamos una única meta, que era acabar el juego y publicarlo. Es decir, sí que teníamos todos los sentidos puestos allí, y no montamos, digamos, Lince Works pensando, vale, vamos a montar un estudio con esta visión de estudio, con este roadmap en los próximos 5 o 10 años. No, fue realmente acabemos el proyecto, el juego, lancémoslo al mercado y ya vemos qué. Y así fue. La verdad es que fue así al inicio, y luego nos hemos ido adaptando un poco.
Una de las cosas que me parece muy interesante y que se han tratado aquí justamente es el impulsar el apoyo para la gente que está estudiando, darles las herramientas disponibles para poder acceder a esas empresas que requieren de cierto talento, ¿no? Entonces, me parece muy interesante siempre cuando hablamos de los inicios, pues no solo contar la historia, sino también un poco con qué desafíos a lo mejor os pudisteis encontrar, porque creo que me parece muy interesante, que lo que decía, que aquí hay mucha gente joven, que tengan un poco claro qué aspectos deberían abordar, sobre todo en los inicios, que siempre es más complicado, no solo cuando ya entras a una empresa que está formada, ¿no?, que pasas a trabajar, sino también la gente que tiene sus propios proyectos y realmente quiere emprender y quiere dar ese paso, ¿no? Entonces, me parece muy interesante que es lo que nos puedas contar de esos inicios, de esos retos, ¿no?
Sí, yo creo que es muy importante, y es algo que se da mucho. Es decir, bueno, yo que estoy de docente en un centro universitario en Barcelona, al final acabas viendo que, digamos, una mitad de los alumnos y alumnas quieren entrar en empresas grandes, y luego está la otra mitad que quiere, pues, empezar una aventura, montar una empresa y tal. Claro, son dos perfiles muy diferentes, ¿no? Y seguramente las skills que se necesitan en una parte y en otra son muy distintas. Claro, para aquellos y aquellas que quieran montar una empresa, pues ahora mismo no sé cómo está a nivel de docencia, más allá de lo que yo sé. Pero en ese momento lo que nos pasaba es que temas de empresa y dirección de equipo, recursos humanos, trabajar con personas, con sentimientos, emociones, todo esto, nada de esto se trataba, ¿no? Entonces, claro, lo lógico o lo habitual era, yo tengo una idea de juego súper guay, trabajo muy bien, o también como puedo, el diseño y la programación y el arte y todo, pero todo lo que tiene que ver con empresa no se enseña, ¿no? Entonces, claro, nosotros fuimos aprendiendo todo lo que tiene que ver con relaciones humanas, todo lo que tiene que ver con relacionarse con las instituciones, todo lo que tiene que ver con salir a buscar socios de negocio, digamos, porque nosotros teníamos un juego que tenía un scope que de alguna manera nosotros solos no podíamos llevar a cabo. Es decir, entre digamos, dinero personal más ayudas autonómicas, gubernamentales de Barcelona, de Madrid y tal, no teníamos suficiente como para llevarlo a cabo. Entonces teníamos que salir a buscar a alguien. Y tuvimos la suerte de que Sony Europe nos ayudó con financiación. Pero claro, nadie te enseña ni cómo tienes que pitchar un juego. Bueno, no te enseñan, no te enseñaban, o no había tanta formación en ese momento. Y por mucha formación que hayan, hasta que no vives tú el estar con publishers o inversores, presentarles el juego, inversores, todo este aprendizaje es muy difícil de encontrar hasta que no estás, digamos, en el campo de batalla, digamos.
Comentabas que eres docente, mejor dicho. Entonces, me parece muy curioso, entonces, ya que estamos con mucha gente joven y tal como estaba diciendo, ¿Cómo percibes tú a tus estudiantes? O, por ejemplo, tú que ya tienes un recorrido, ¿no? Que dices, mira, antes no había esta formación, ahora sí. Desde esa perspectiva, que me parece muy interesante, ¿cómo has visto que ha evolucionado todo lo que tiene que ver con la enseñanza de videojuegos en España?
Claro, yo es que no recibí, digamos, formación específica en videojuegos, porque yo vengo de la parte de comunicación audiovisual, que tiene algo que ver, pero es tangencial, digamos. Entonces, yo lo que sí que veo es que a nivel de formación se está dando un acelerón muy bestia. En la zona de Barcelona, sin duda, me consta que en muchas zonas de España es igual, por lo que es una genial noticia. Es verdad que suele haber el dilema de hasta qué nivel de especialización enseñamos o no enseñamos, porque, claro, como al final, si tienes, digamos, 30 alumnos en una clase, pues algunos querrán ser muy específicos, programadores de IA, de no sé qué, pero otro querrá ser diseñador de niveles. Entonces, es difícil a veces poder ofrecer mucha especialización. Yo una cosa que veo que me parece que es muy interesante es que en las diferentes universidades con las que de alguna manera tengo algún contacto, organizan siempre asignaturas muy enfocadas como proyectos, ¿no? Más allá de ser bueno en aquello que exige el propio temario, hacer muchos proyectos y entrar ya enseguida en dinámicas de trabajo colectivo, porque al final es verdad que en una empresa, más allá de cuán talento se tenga, lo que para mí es súper clave es la capacidad de trabajar en equipo. Que esto se dice mucho y suena como una idea muy abstracta, pero en realidad es el saber dar feedback constructivo, recibirlo, remar positivamente. Bueno, hay muchos elementos que tienen que ver con el trabajo en equipo y esto, que ya en las universidades se dé, aunque sea en formato de grupos pequeños y tal, para mí es importante.
Una de las cosas que se ha hablado, tanto en la charla previa como que estaba escuchando yo durante toda la Gamelab, era la cuestión de talento. Se hablaba mucho del talento. Esta pregunta a lo mejor te busca las cosquillas, ¿no? Pero ¿qué consideras tu talento? ¿Qué es para ti el talento de tus estudiantes? Es decir, mira, esta persona destaca o esta persona tiene potencial, esta persona es comprometida.
Claro, para mí bueno, al final tendríamos un poco las llamadas hard skills y las soft skills, ¿no? Entonces, al final supongo el talento aplica en ambos casos, ¿no? En toda la parte de hard skills, pues al final será pues todo lo bueno que sea uno pues, programando según qué campo o la capacidad que tengas para generar un arte espectacular. Luego, claro, está toda la parte de soft skills, que es lo que digo que es para mí es imprescindible. Y nosotros, por ejemplo, en las clases vemos gente que pasa absolutamente desapercibida y luego hay gente que realmente, ostras, pues tiene cierta presencia, ¿no? Hay gente que realmente ves que pone una actitud muy proactiva en todo momento, tanto cuando las cosas funcionan bien en el propio desarrollo del proyecto, como cuando no salen bien. Y ves gente que es capaz de entenderse con los miembros del equipo para solventar estas situaciones, ¿no? Y se ve mucho, la verdad es que se ve mucho gente que está muy metida y gente que de alguna manera se ve, entre comillas, como perdida de alguna manera, ¿no? Que como si no estuvieran del todo motivados o no les vieras realmente disfrutar o tener una pasión por aquello que están haciendo. Se ve una diferencia muy grande.
Y, por ejemplo, para terminar un poco con este aspecto y volvemos al Lince, de forma muy rápida, ¿qué consejos podrías dar a la gente que está estudiando videojuegos o que querría estudiar videojuegos?
Claro, primero supongo que de alguna manera decidan o piensen si prefieren tirar por el camino de quiero entrar en una empresa o por el camino de quiero ser emprendedor y montar una empresa, porque creo que son dos campos muy diferentes. Pero en ambos casos creo que es imprescindible el mostrarle a tanta gente como puedas, qué es quién eres, qué es lo que tienes, qué es lo que puedes aportar en positivo. No quiero decir que tengamos que estar todo el rato vendiéndonos como si fuéramos un champú, pero sí que me refiero a que al final hay mucha gente con mucho talento, con muchas aptitudes, y si no se dan a conocer de alguna manera, es como muy imposible, ¿no? Algo maravilloso que tiene esta industria a nivel español es que somos muy comunicativos, colaborativos, estamos siempre encantados de ayudarnos entre nosotros, conocernos. Esto es una virtud espectacular que tenemos como industria, y al final, aunque seas estudiante de primer curso, ya puedes empezar a dar pasos en este sentido. Ya puedes ir al Indie Dev Day, ya puedes venir al Gamelab, puedes dar tantas vueltas como puedas y conocer gente. Esto para mí es súper importante, porque al final es lo que seguro que abrirá puertas.
Bueno, y volviendo un poco a lo que es Lince, la primera pregunta en este sentido que te quiero hacer es ¿qué supone para ti o para la empresa participar en un evento como es Gamelab, del cual ya se ha dicho que pues, bueno, la intención que tienes es promover un poco los videojuegos aquí en la isla, en Tenerife, pero no solo aquí, también en el mercado nacional, etcétera? ¿Qué supone para ti la celebración de este evento?
Bueno, para mí personalmente, a mí me parece que es cuantos más eventos se hagan, mejor. Gamelab fue una referencia muy importante en Barcelona durante muchos años. Es un placer que se vuelva a hacer, y más aquí en Tenerife. Y la verdad es que a nosotros como empresa nos da la oportunidad de darnos a conocer un poco más, conocer a gente encantadora de todos los ámbitos posibles. Y también un poco pues, dar este mensaje como de colaborar, ¿no? Y que al final cualquier persona que pueda tener preguntas o dudas o que nos quiera dar inputs del tipo que sea, pues nosotros estamos encantados de contestar, de ayudar en lo que podamos, porque nosotros cuando necesitamos ayuda también la pedimos. Entonces, estar aquí es una ocasión más y en un sitio maravilloso para poder hacerlo. O sea, que es genial.
Y, por ejemplo, tú que estás en la industria en diferentes áreas, como puede ser la educación, como estabas comentando, ya como parte de Lince, como productor, comentabas lo de artista. ¿Tú cómo has visto la evolución de la industria desde que tú empezaste, por ejemplo, a día de hoy?
Claro, yo tengo la sensación de que cada vez hay, digamos, más y mejor. A veces que haya más o tanto más puede ser un problema, porque a veces es difícil enfocar, pero al final cuanta más gente haya, cuanto más, o sea, mayor sea esta industria, yo creo que mejor para todos. Yo creo que a nivel de escenario, desde 2014 que empezamos hasta hoy, la zona de Barcelona específicamente está creciendo muchísimo y esto es genial. Están viniendo muchas empresas grandes, hay empresas grandes invirtiendo en estudios indie, empresas grandes adquiriendo estudios indie, empresas grandes abriendo estudios, realmente es genial. Y luego también, claro, cada vez hay más formación y mejor formación, por lo que la gente sale más gente y mejor preparada. El tejido indie está creciendo mucho y creo que cada vez se hace mejor. Es decir, creo que seguramente los indies ahora, quizá hay una serie de errores que se cometían hace años que ya no se cometen porque ya se ha aprendido. Y esto creo que es una evolución muy guay que está teniendo la industria. Yo hablo mucho a nivel de Barcelona porque es lo que conozco más, pero ves grandes referentes en todo el territorio español y la verdad es que es una suerte ver que esto va en esta dirección.
Pero, por ejemplo, mira, hablabas de los juegos indie y yo creo que generalmente o de forma colectiva, no la gente que sabemos mucho, que estamos muy metidos, los juegos indie se tiene una concepción que a día de hoy yo creo que está el debate de que es un juego indie ya a día de hoy, ¿no? En plan, esto se considera indie, esto no se considera indie. Y eso es muy interesante porque justamente quería hablar de Aragami, o sea, creo que es una parada obligatoria dentro del Lince, y ya que además no es un único juego, sino que hay más. Ostras, desde que nace la idea de Aragami, de decir, venga, vamos a hacer este juego y demás, a lo que hoy en día ya es, ahí hay un proceso y me gustaría que nos contaras algo.
Sí, la verdad es que fue una aventura, bueno, está siendo una aventura brutal. Es cierto que seguramente Aragami no es el tipo de juego indie que más se ve. Digamos que es poco habitual por el tipo de juego que es. Al final es un juego de tercera persona, acción, sigilo, pero que tiene unas complejidades a nivel técnicas que creo honestamente que subestimamos tanto en Aragami 1 como en Aragami 2. Entonces, es verdad que cuando digamos, como docente, hablamos con gente que quiere abrir una empresa indie, siempre hablamos de que controlen muy bien el scope del proyecto, que vayan a hacer cosas que realmente son factibles con el equipo que se tiene y tal. Y la verdad es que es un poco gracioso escucharme a mí mismo decir esto, porque creo que Aragami 1 y también Aragami 2 se sale un poco de esto. Es decir, creo que estábamos en ese fino limbo entre ambición y temeridad. Estábamos ahí, yo creo. Entonces, es verdad que sufrimos bastante, tanto en Aragami 1 como en Aragami 2. A nivel de desarrollo, por ejemplo, Aragami 2, que quizás porque es el más reciente, pero el final del proyecto fue arduo, la verdad. Tuvimos que alargar 6 meses, o sea, posponer 6 meses el lanzamiento, que esto es como muy habitual. Pero más allá de que sea habitual o no, al final se hizo porque no llegábamos. Y el no llegar quiere decir que había gente en el equipo bueno, que estaba siendo muy impactada por este scope, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, supongo que acabamos Aragami 1, que también fue un desarrollo complejo, pero acabamos, funcionó, nos emocionamos todos mucho y dijimos, venga, va, pues para el 2, más y más grande y mejor y tal. Y creo que nos pasamos de frenada. Y esto, quieras o no, si no haces una buena primera fase de concept, preproducción y tal, donde asientas bien las bases, luego en producción lo sufres mucho. Y esto nos pasó a nosotros.
Mira, has dicho muchas cosas interesantes, pero una de ellas era el tema del retraso, ¿no? El retraso en el juego. Muchas veces, y sabemos que los retrasos en los videojuegos no son por la propia empresa, sino también incluso el lanzamiento, la fecha, etcétera, depende de cosas que son externas y que la empresa muchas veces se tiene que amoldar a ello. Y eso me lleva hasta la autopublicación, que es un aspecto que me parece muy interesante de abordar, que ciertamente escucho muy poco, porque sí que se escuchan estudios de, bueno, a mí me gustaría autopublicar, pero siempre es como una idea futura, me gustaría autopublicar, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo ves todo el tema de la autopublicación?
Yo creo que es una decisión que hay que tomar con mucha cabeza, porque creo que son dos vías muy diferentes. Es decir, hacer videojuegos es un arte, venderlos es otro arte distinto, y los dos son muy importantes. Entonces, nosotros, honestamente, no autopublicamos por placer, autopublicamos porque los publishers no hicieron match con nosotros, por así decirlo. Y al final tuvimos la gran suerte de que en el caso de Aragami 1, Sony sí que nos aportó bueno, financiación para acabar el desarrollo, pero no marketing ni nada relacionado con la venta del juego. Y en Aragami 2 tuvimos la suerte de contar con GameSir, que son unos inversores a proyecto, que también aportaron financiación, pero no hicieron toda la parte de publishing y tal. Entonces, claro, al final hay un arte en vender los juegos, hay un arte y hay un networking, una red de contactos. Al final hay publishers que son expertos en vender juegos y tienen equipos dedicados a ventas, a relación con las plataformas, community management, todo. Y tienen mucha experiencia y mucho conocimiento. Normalmente, por lo general, un estudio indie es muy bueno, es muy creativo, es muy capaz de hacer juegos cojonudos, pero difícilmente tienen experiencia o están en la mejor situación posible para venderlos, ¿no? Es verdad que ahora es muy fácil autopublicar en comparación a como era en los tiempos de Doom, por ejemplo, pero aún así el saber hacerlo bien es complicado. Y nosotros para ello, pues al final lo que hicimos fue, cuando ya pensamos en el presupuesto del juego, ya incluimos una parte destacable para marketing, mucho mayor que la de Argami 1, que no había. Y entonces, con este dinero lo que hicimos fue rodearnos de los mejores que pudimos. Por ejemplo, fuimos a trabajar con una especie de, digamos, director de marketing externo que nos guiaba. Luego incorporamos a Gina, que es nuestro hacha en toda la parte de negocio, ventas, comunicación en el equipo interno. Y ellos dos se encargaron de rodearse de agencias de PR creativas, de publicidad, de influencers. Todo este trabajo, capitaneado por Tegans y por Gina, pero rodeados de estos expertos, ¿no? Es una vía muy diferente, la verdad.
Estás tocando muchas cosas que me gustaría preguntarte, pero se nos va a acabar el tiempo. Así que te voy a preguntar una que creo que es una pregunta pues, que puede ser útil para gente que nos esté escuchando, que es, ¿crees que la gente, las personas que quieren entrar en el mundo de los videojuegos, en el desarrollo, es interesante que tengan nociones de marketing?
Perdona, ¿que tengan qué?
Nociones de marketing.
Claro, depende. Es decir, si yo soy un, digamos, aspirante a programador de gráficos y nunca voy a querer montar una empresa y realmente quiero tirar millas, es un conocimiento que no me irá mal, evidentemente. O sea, tener un conocimiento más global de cómo funciona todo siempre es positivo. Pero estar en una situación muy diferente a si yo realmente soy un diseñador que quiero juntarme con 4 o 5 y montar una empresa. En este caso sí. Y de hecho creo que así como la formación de videojuegos ha mejorado muchísimo desde hace mucho tiempo, toda aquella formación relacionada con la parte de negocio creo que aún falta. No sé si es porque falta, no hay mucho público que vaya a querer o necesitar estas formaciones, pero es verdad que todo lo que tiene que ver con producción, community management, ventas, legal, todo esto suele darse un poco de manera tangencial en los grados de diseño de videojuegos, pero no hay másters o carreras específicas de negocio. Las escuelas de negocio no ofrecen negocios específicos para videojuegos. Y quizás sería algo interesante de cara a un futuro.
Pues nos vamos a quedar con esa reflexión hacia el futuro, porque vamos a pasar a la ronda de preguntas, porque nos podríamos estar aquí un buen rato, pero no es el caso. Así que, chicos, ¿alguien tiene alguna pregunta respecto a lo que hemos hablado o respecto a otras cosas? Mira, por allí hay una, que te pasen el micro.
Buenas. Antes comentabas que Lince tuvo la suerte de que una empresa como Sony se fijara en vosotros y tuviera la financiación, entonces, os diera la financiación, perdón. ¿Qué consejo nos darías a la gente como yo que estoy desarrollando, estoy estudiando todavía la carrera, pero estoy desarrollando por mi cuenta también? ¿Algún consejo para que tengamos también esa suerte de que a lo mejor una empresa no tiene por qué ser Sony, pero alguna empresa se fije y pueda financiar una ayuda para el proyecto? No sé si podría dar un consejo.
Sí, y yo te diría, de alguna manera que seas muy pesado. No pesado en plan malo, sino en plan bueno. Es decir, que aproveches cualquier oportunidad para hablar. Es decir, hoy, si quieres, hablamos un rato y compartimos un poco experiencias y tal. Yo es algo que siempre digo y siempre hago. Es decir, en Barcelona yo voy siempre a pedir consejos a gente, ¿no? Entonces, yo de cara a ir a publishers o inversores, primero que entiendas bien qué escenario es, o sea, qué diferencias hay entre ir a un inversor a proyecto, a un publisher, porque al final hay muchas opciones. Y luego te diría que intentes entender qué es lo que esta gente busca o necesita, ¿no? Entonces, que de alguna manera cuando tú hables con esta gente ya hables de alguna manera en su idioma, ¿no? Y después también que pienses bien en qué estado tienes el proyecto que sea que tengas y si es el momento de ir a hablar con esta gente, o aún no, porque necesitarás una serie de elementos que van a hacer que esta primera impresión con esta gente sea mejor. Entonces, bueno, a veces es importante pensar, vale, solo tengo un pitch, pero quizá aparte de pitch necesito algo de concept, o a lo mejor realmente necesito tener una vertical slice, o a lo mejor no puedo financiar una vertical slice. Hay muchos elementos que entran en juego y es importante darle vueltas antes de salir al campo a jugar, digamos.
Vale, muchas gracias.
A ti.
¿Más preguntas? Me da igual, aquí o aquí, me da igual, o las dos. Primero una, luego
a la vez.
Las dos a la vez.
Hola, buenas. Me gustaría saber si podrías definirnos, porque en el estudio en el que yo trabajo no existe el rol de productor ejecutivo, porque además, antes de entrar en la industria, era un poco el rol que yo tenía en mente aspirar a largo plazo y sigo teniéndolo en mente. Yo tengo background de marketing y formación de producción, entonces quería saber cómo es el rol en Lince de productor ejecutivo y si tú crees que también aplica a otros estudios. Gracias.
Es muy importante cómo es en Lince. O sea, esta parte para mí es clave, porque al final yo la verdad es que Lince es mi única experiencia en el sector de videojuegos. Ya son 9 años, pero antes estaba en otros sectores, no en videojuegos. Entonces, yo sé lo que hago yo, digamos. No quiero decir, un productor ejecutivo hace 2 puntos. No. En Lince la verdad es que al final mi rol, o sea, yo soy productor, o sea, estoy en la parte de producción, de planificación, de gestión de tareas, de equipos y tal, pero también estoy en la parte de negocio, de relación con inversores, con plataformas, con lo que sea. Entonces, la parte o sea, el llamarle de alguna manera producción ejecutiva es porque también estoy presente en toda la parte de estrategia del estudio, en la parte de cómo organizar los siguientes proyectos, toda esta parte más a nivel big picture, digamos, y luego también estoy en la parte de producción del día a día, porque no hay nadie más en producción en Lince. Pero sí, en el futuro la idea es tener más productores en Lince que estén más en la planificación y el trabajo del día a día, semana a semana, mes a mes. Sí, sí.
Este chico quería hacer pregunta.
Bueno,
esta es la última pregunta, ¿vale? Porque es que si no...
Vale.
Gracias.
Ahora buscando más sobre el tema de Lince Works, que no conocía la empresa ni nada, me encontré con un juego, Aragami, y también me encontré que habían vendido 1 millón de copias. Y quería saber más sobre cómo fue ese momento y cómo lo llevaron y demás.
De hecho, fue gracioso el momento, porque fue casi de casualidad que nos dimos cuenta que habíamos llegado al 1 millón, porque al final uno de los socios, Álvaro, que es el que se encarga de toda la parte de más finanzas, más temas de pagos y todo esto, él lleva un tracking de todo. Y luego yo, como estoy más en la parte de un poco puente con Gina, la parte de marketing, ventas, todo esto, pues yo estuve calculando, hostia, ya hemos llegado al 1 millón. Álvaro, ¿hemos llegado al 1 millón? Yo creo que no. Bueno, hubo como un debate al principio sobre hemos llegado o no hemos llegado. Pero sí, al final resultó que sí. Y bueno, la verdad es que muy contentos. Es verdad que el 1 millón de copias vendidas llegó cuando el juego ya tenía 5 años o más, y además estábamos justo después de lanzar el Aragami 2, ¿no? De hecho, creo confusión, porque la gente dijo, hostia, ¿ya habéis vendido 1 millón de copias de Aragami 2? No, ojalá, pero es del 1. Entonces, digamos que se celebró, pero es verdad que había pasado tanto tiempo del 1 y estábamos aún lamiéndonos las heridas del lanzamiento del 2, que fue una celebración un poco a medio gas, digamos.
Pues nada, chicos, muchísimas gracias por haber estado en esta charla. Nosotros nos despedimos. Pere, un placer enorme. Y no sé si ahora hay más charlas, pero bueno, ahora os lo dirán. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
A continuación, Javier Jurado, jefe de estudios del Centro de Formación Oficial Unreal UT Hub.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días a todos. Pues como han dicho, yo soy Javier Jurado, soy director de formación de UTHub. Vamos a ver si ponemos el directorio. Vale, pues vamos allá. Pues como decía, yo soy director de formación de UTHub. Somos un centro de formación certificado Premier por Epic Games, ¿vale? Somos uno de los 3 únicos centros de formación en el mundo con ese certificado. Somos el único de habla hispana. Y bueno, justamente aquí antes se ha hablado muchísimo de la búsqueda del talento en Canarias, de que lo hay, que a lo mejor puede faltar un poco de esa formación. Y bueno, pues nosotros, gracias también a los apoyos que estamos recibiendo de parte de Cabildo y de parte del Gobierno de Canarias, pues estamos apostando por justamente crear el centro de formación aquí en la isla para llevar los conocimientos en lo que es el motor de Unreal Engine a todos vosotros, ¿vale? Nosotros, la escuela nace a raíz de precisamente de unas necesidades que se descubren en la productora de desarrollo de Magic Fitness, que es nuestra empresa, digamos, padre. Nosotros en Magic Fitness lo que hacemos es producción de todo tipo de proyectos, como pueden ser producción virtual cinematográfica, representación visual para cine, para anuncios, para infoarquitectura, para cualquier sector del audiovisual. También hacemos videojuegos, como no, y justamente nuestro motor principal es Unreal Engine, como os comentaba, y a medida que esos proyectos han ido creciendo, pues nosotros hemos ido precisamente notando esa falta de profesionalización hasta niveles, digamos, altos para esos chavales o estas personas para cubrir esos puestos de trabajo que precisamos nosotros. A raíz de ello nos pusimos en contacto pues, con Epic Games a ver si era algo global para atraer justamente talento desde fuera de España y poder incorporarlo. Y nos comentaron, vimos de que la preocupación era común. En Epic Games también tenían ese tipo de preocupación, en el cual pues estaban justamente, bueno, no sé yo si vosotros sois los últimos avances del nuevo motor, la nueva versión, ahora hablaremos si queréis un poco sobre ello. Pues justamente Epic Games estaban creciendo muchísimo en la parte de cinematografía, de producción virtual, con todas las series que estaban llevando a cabo, todas las empresas que se estaban centrando en la utilización del motor, pero que se encontraba justamente con esa falta de profesionalismo dentro de lo que es el sector del desarrollo de videojuegos, ¿no? A raíz de ello, pues nació esa colaboración, es unas acciones conjuntas que llevamos a cabo. Y por ello, pues en Magic Fitness ya saco lo que es la marca UTHub, lo que es el centro de formación UTHub. Es un centro de formación que es el 90% de todo su programa formativo es con Unreal Engine. Tenemos, por supuesto, otras vías. También somos escuela certificada de Autodesk para la creación, generación de assets, modelado, arte, etc. Y bueno, pues a raíz de aquello, nosotros justamente con lo que es el motor, lo que es el apoyo de Epic Games y lo que es la infraestructura, ¿no? de todo ese lanzamiento, todo ese soporte que tenemos detrás con una empresa como Epic, pues empezamos a formar a los chavales que tenemos nosotros en la escuela ahora mismo. Nuestra formación se está basando sobre todo en grados. Tenemos grados de arte, grados de programación. Son 3 años de duración de cada grado. En esos grados, pues nosotros justamente en la rama de arte lo que hacemos es enfocar a todos los artistas a que puedan utilizar o puedan desarrollar todo lo que ellos crean, todo lo que ellos representen a la hora de modelar, a la hora de crear, para lo que es la ingesta y el abastecer de contenido a esos proyectos. Y en el grado de programación justamente lo que enfocamos es atacar el motor desde cero. Hay muchísima formación que lo que hace es, pues se queda en el tema del blueprint, en el tema del Unreal Engine. Nosotros lo que atacamos es desde C++ para que cualquier persona que se quiera meter a desarrollar con Unreal Engine pueda hacerlo de un modo profesional y sacando el máximo rendimiento a lo que sería el motor, ¿vale? Actualmente, como decía, tenemos nuestra empresa padre está afincada en Zaragoza. En Zaragoza tenemos 2 centros formativos, uno está en el World Trade Center de allí de Zaragoza. Hay otro que sería el espacio joven de Ibercaja, es un espacio que también pues, muchísimas empresas, tenemos colaboraciones pues, con institutos, con universidades precisamente, y allí pues, van a ese espacio precisamente para lo que sería pues, toda la formación oficial que ellos llevan. Luego también estamos en Málaga, en el polo de contenidos digitales, tenemos una sucursal allí porque precisamente allí hay una cantera también muy importante en una de las que creemos también que es más importante aquí en Canarias, que es la cantera de cinematografía, ¿vale? Y luego también tenemos un plató de realidad virtual en Elenco, en Madrid, en el cual pues, hacemos que... a ver, de vosotros, ¿quién conoce la serie de Mandalorian? ¿A mano alzada? ¿Vale? Matrix Reloaded. Bueno, ¿sabíais que se había hecho con Unreal Engine? ¿Todo? ¿Todo? Vale. Pues ese sistema de traqueo de cámaras, de MUSIs, etcétera, son los que nosotros, en una de las vertientes en las que queremos empezar a enseñar aquí, en Canarias, ¿vale? Creemos que en Canarias precisamente es una de las cunas más importantes, o hay un nicho bastante importante en el tema audiovisual. Hay bastantes empresas que ya están aquí en Canarias afincadas. Y no solamente eso, queremos justamente el potenciar a esos profesionales, a vosotros, para poder nutrir a esas empresas que no tengan que ir al exterior a traer, en ciertos casos, esos profesionales, porque podemos hacerlo aquí. Y no solamente eso, lo que queremos basarnos es en crear un ecosistema aquí que seamos capaces también de nutrir al mundo de ese talento que hay aquí en Canarias, ¿vale? Entonces, es un poco la idea de lo que sería la implantación de UTHub aquí en la isla. Como decía, para conseguir eso nosotros vamos de la mano de Epic Games, o sea, UTHub es llevar el sello de Epic Games con todos nosotros. Tenemos formación que va certificada por ellos, podemos emitir certificados de lo que sería el motor, ¿vale? Además de Epic Games, como veis, también somos de Autodesk, tenemos también algunos partners muy importantes que también apuestan por nosotros y a su vez, pues, esos mismos partners pues, los pondríamos a disposición de todos nuestros alumnos, como puede ser Asus, Elgato, HP, etcétera, etcétera. Nosotros, como escuela y como colaboradores de Epic Games, como estáis viendo, también participamos en las formaciones que hacen Epic directamente. Es decir, ellos tienen algunos programas formativos precisamente porque necesitan de abastecerse de esos profesionales de los que estábamos hablando. Y nosotros tenemos bastante número de profesores que participan activamente directamente con ellos. Participamos en el Fellowship de Unreal, no sé si lo conocéis, ¿sabéis lo que es? Es un programa de formación que va dirigida a profesionales del sector de la cinematografía, en el cual pues, se les enseña en un breve, o sea, son máximo 5 semanas, es súper intenso, se enseña a crear un escenario, a hacerlo vivo, darle funcionalidad, darle acabados, es decir, crear un escenario desde cero para producción virtual, para lo que luego se van a cargar en esos paneles LEDs que hay en los sets de rodaje, ¿vale? Ese programa, el Fellowship, es un programa que está cerrado. Ese programa solamente se puede acceder a entrar a él a través de una invitación específica de Epic Games. Nosotros, como partner premier, precisamente, sí que nos dan acceso a poder realizar y desarrollar paralelamente ese programa para todo el mundo, ¿vale? No sería cerrado, sino que podría acceder a cualquiera de vosotros a poder hacerlo. Y ese es el primer programa que queremos lanzar aquí en la isla. Es un programa que se va a abrir matrícula ya, ¿vale? En el cual podéis perfectamente opositar, podéis buscar información en la web. De hecho, ahora al final os diré un pequeño hashtag en el cual si lo ponéis, hacéis alguna publicación y lo ponéis, tendréis un porcentaje importante a la hora de la matrícula, ¿vale? Además de esos grados de formación que os comentaba, de esos 3 años, tal y como se ha comentado antes también, el tema del profesional o hasta qué nivel más o menos queremos formarnos. Muchas veces cuando empezamos a meternos en este mundo, en el sector del videojuego, lo hacemos sin saber realmente a dónde nos queremos enfocar, ¿vale? Hoy en día el sector del videojuego sobre todo es muy amplio y cualquier pequeño rinconcito al que te quieras dedicar es un mundo enorme que tienes que explorar y tienes que formarte para llegar a un nivel top en él. Bueno, pues precisamente nosotros el tema de la formación intentamos de que se cubra de forma que empecemos desde una base y luego escaladamente y en vertical, pues cada uno intentar de conoceros a vosotros para que lleguéis al nivel máximo en la parte donde de verdad os interese, ¿vale? Para eso tenemos, además de los grados de formación en videojuegos, tenemos los másteres, como comentaba, de fundamentos de Unreal Engine para conocer la herramienta, tenemos el máster de visualización profesional, el de technical y este que os comento de Connectors, que sería el programa de Virtual Production, ¿de acuerdo? Este sería el hashtag que os comentaba, el de UT Hub Canarias. Si lo ponéis en cualquier publicación que hagáis, ya os digo, por haber estado aquí, tendréis un porcentaje importante de descuento. Y en principio, pues nada, muchísimas gracias por la atención. Casi me he quedado bien, 3 minutos. Si tenéis alguna duda, queréis preguntar algo. Sí. Por ahí.
Buenas. Yo estoy bastante interesado en el tema de la realidad virtual y todo eso. Entonces, los másteres o las formaciones que ofrecéis, ¿qué parte enfocarían realmente? En plan, ¿tocarían programación o realizar entornos o cómo sería enfocado?
Pues mira, de los másteres que vamos a tocar justamente van a salir varias vertientes. El primero es para el de programador. Y como te decía, el de programador, parte técnica, va a ir muy enfocado a atacar el motor desde la base, desde la CUP, o sea, desde el capó. Vamos a hacer C++, que es el lenguaje de programación que utiliza Unreal, y de ahí vamos a ir escalando pues, en toda la capa de abstracción que tiene Unreal para lo que es la integración de C++ dentro del motor. Vamos a hacer inteligencia artificial, todo desde la base. Y luego también vamos a sacar unos másteres específicos no vamos a sacar, ya tenemos unos másteres específicos que son enfocados para artistas, que van más bien, están diseñados para la utilización de creación de niveles, de implementación de ingesta de assets que tú puedas crear pues de modelado o incluso de sonidos, pues, ¿vale? Y que puedas implementarlo utilizando blueprints, que sería lo que es el modo de programación que tiene Unreal a alto nivel, ¿vale?
Pero mi duda es, yo ya estoy haciendo una formación realmente de videojuegos, pero quiero enfocarme 100% o me gustaría terminar enfocándome o masterizando la parte de realidad virtual.
La parte de VR.
Entonces, ¿vosotros contáis con alguna formación no tan de 3 años? Porque me gustaría no abarcar mucho en el tiempo. ¿Tenéis así una más?
Sí, estamos preparando, de hecho, eso saldrá seguramente para mediados de año, también lo ofreceremos aquí, el máster de realidad virtual para metaverso, para formar a personas que tienen esa inquietud de desarrollar todo lo que sería su proyecto pues, para visualización en las gafas, en los distintos dispositivos, tanto Quest o en
y eso sería más tirando a programación, entiendo.
También se van a sacar las dos vertientes. Es decir, cuando tú hablas de un máster en Unreal no puedes hablar solo de programación y solo porque te vas a quedar siempre... Es lo que siempre comento en Unreal. Unreal, su curva de aprendizaje, todo el mundo dice que es empinada. Yo digo que no es empinada. O sea, tú necesitas muchísimo recorrido para llegar a un nivel alto. O sea, la curva es más o menos planita.
Claro, yo ahora mismo solo controlo, bueno, tampoco diría controlo la parte de blueprint, pero sí es verdad que...
¿La parte de, perdón?
De los blueprints.
De blueprint.
Entiendo que para llegar a un punto alto, sobre todo VR, el C++ es importante.
Si tu idea es hacer VR profesional con conexión interdispositivo y con conexiones también en multiplataforma, te tienes que meter por debajo del capó, tienes que meterte en C++. Si después además quieres hacer tu proyecto en VR para PlayStation VR, por ejemplo, lo mismo, te tienes que meter en C++ porque lo que es el kit de desarrollo para Play te requiere de que lo implementes en C++.
Vale, muchas gracias.
Nada. ¿Alguna preguntilla más? Sí. Ahí.
Buenas.
Hola,
¿La
buenas.
implementación de los cursos en Canarias sería de forma presencial u online?
A ver, lo vamos a hacer híbrido. La formación será en híbrida. Tendremos la posibilidad de que se haga físicamente y presencialmente aquí, que yo os invito y os recomiendo que la utilicéis si tenéis la posibilidad, pero si no, porque estéis en otra isla o estéis en cualquier otro lugar, pues optar por la opción online. ¿Por qué te recomiendo siempre que estés en la opción presencial? Primero porque te llega la información, la formación te llega de otro modo, te llega bastante más directa. Segundo, cuando lo haces presencial, estás ya dentro de lo que es un ecosistema de gente que está haciendo lo mismo que tú. Y nosotros también nos intentamos de enfocar muchísimo en crear grupos de desarrollo y de trabajo intentando simular una producción real. Antes se comentaba de que esa parte es importante, que las escuelas antiguamente no hacían. Nosotros precisamente eso también lo habíamos notado y invertimos muchísimo esfuerzo en conseguir esa similitud o esa simulación de enseñaros a producir el proyecto, actuar como project manager, cómo te tienes que comunicar con otros compañeros, cómo hacerle un feedback, cómo recibirlo, intentar de hablar bien con él, intentar incluso de saber qué pedir. O sea, cuando te hacen o te llega algo que tú consideras que está mal, el que le puedas explicar al compañero, oye, esto está mal, porque, pues, no sé, pues a lo mejor que el coche me has hecho el punto de pivote, me lo has hecho rotado, cuando lo meto en el motor me sale el coche para arriba. ¿Vale? Entonces, ese tipo de cosas.
Es que, por ejemplo, yo estoy estudiando desarrollo de aplicaciones multiplataforma, pero ahí en Gran Canaria. Y me gustaría meterme en lo de UTHub y tal, pero por parte de programación también. La cosa es que si solo lo van a hacer en Tenerife, sería eso.
Presencial sí, presencial será ahora mismo Tenerife. ¿Vale? Estamos expandiendo, quién sabe, ojalá dentro de muy poquito haya tanta demanda en Gran Canaria, presencialmente hablando, porque ya te digo, hombre, si seguir el curso lo puedes seguir sin ningún tipo de problema de forma remota. En remoto, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Pues es eso, que no tienes ese conjunto con todos tus compañeros. También hacemos, aunque estés en remoto o aunque se esté trabajando cada uno en casa, ese project manager, ese hacer un símil como si fuese un proyecto real, intentamos de llevarlo también a hacernos los equipos en remoto. O sea, en remoto se hacen también equipos de trabajo y se conducen. Lo que pasa que eso, que no tienes ese contacto diario donde muchas veces pues algo siempre se pierde.
Gracias.
¿Vale? Pero de formación no vas a perder, la calidad de formación vas a recibirla seguro. ¿Alguien más? Pues listo. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Les invitamos a disfrutar de la siguiente charla con Sitara Shefta, directora del estudio Games.
very much for coming today. We have here a wonderful woman, Sitara Shefta, head of No Break Studio. She's been a producer from Electronic Arts, and she's been in projects like Need for Speed. But No Breaks Games is a studio based in Tenerife, which proves that indie games can be powerful as well. Human Fall Flat has been such a success thanks to YouTubers who have played it and enjoyed it, and thanks for their innovative gameplay. So, Sitara Shefta, thank you very much for coming with us. And I would like to ask you about Tenerife. Tenerife is a lovely place. And why did you choose Tenerife as the home of No Break Studios? And how Tenerife helps to create a healthy environment?
Appreciate you having me here today as well. It's really nice to be speaking with you all. So we set up the No Breaks Game Studio about 4 years ago now. We're coming up to about 4 years, I think it is. And I originally met Thomas, the original creator of Human Fall Flat, and he was interested in opening up a studio. Yeah, after I met him, I decided to move out here because I kind of fell in love with the place. You know, it's amazing. It's a lovely, beautiful island to be on. So we set up the studio about 4 years ago, and the thing that was really important to us was to make sure that we have somewhere that it is an attractive and is a healthy environment to recruit people to, because I remember Thomas was originally considering opening a studio in Lithuania or in Tenerife, because he's originally from Lithuania. And in the end, we decided to go for Tenerife because this is a great place to attract talent. This is a great place to live. It's really good work-life balance, it's really good for your well-being, and who doesn't want to make games during the day and then go to the beach in the evening, right? And the weather's obviously fantastic all the year round with the wonderful climate. So it was kind of a no-brainer that we'd open a studio here in Tenerife, and now I think we have about 23 people in the team, which is really incredible, and we've managed to attract local talent, so we have a few people from Canarias and also from mainland Spain, and then we've also got lots of people who moved over and relocated to be here because they were equally as attracted to the climate that you have here and the quality of life that you can enjoy here as well. We also now do have a second studio in Lithuania as well, with about 7 people there as well. So in the end, we've got both, but it's been a brilliant adventure.
Yeah, Tenerife is a promising place for indie developers and so on. But Human Fall Flat has become viral thanks to YouTubers, content creators that play and enjoy the game. Which is the secret of Human Flat to become viral and to be so beautiful to watch and enjoyable to watch on YouTube and Twitch?
So I think it's an interesting one because it wasn't necessarily designed that way. The game wasn't originally designed that way. I guess for those of you that have played Human Fall Flat, you know that when you go into that game, it's quite a somber experience. It's quite melancholy. You know, the environments around you are quite mellow. You have this very somber, calming almost music. And that's a complete contrast or a complete juxtaposition to the chaos and the comedy that you create on screen. And that's all down to the players, because the way the levels are designed, we try to give opportunities for player expression. So ultimately, I think that's why it went viral, because players found comedy in different ways. People complete levels in different ways. So every time you're watching a stream, you're watching something a little bit different. Somebody's playing it or solving a puzzle in a different way. And originally, the game was released as a single-player title as well. And I think once multiplayer was introduced, that really helps to take it off, because now you don't just have this one little human, this one little guy running around on the screen on his own. You have 8 people causing carnage, and that's completely unpredictable. And I think that's really what led to the virality. And it's all down to the players at the end of the day.
Yeah. Also, Human Fall Flat has such an innovative gameplay. I would like to ask you about how No Breaks Games has their level design process, and how do you implement these innovative mechanics into your games?
Thank you. Okay, so level design is obviously a really fundamental step in our process. And the way we make levels now, we go through kind of 4 or 5 stages. And the first stage we call motifing. So that's where we come up with like an idea or a little mechanic that maybe we want to prototype. And we just come up with the idea and we test it in game. We build it in the engine and go, does this feel fun? If it does, great, we take it to the next stage. And the next stage for us is almost moving that mechanic or that idea into what we call a room or an area. So this is like a contained space of gameplay where we use that mechanic and go, okay, well, how do we turn this into a cool puzzle now? Or how do we make this a really cool traversal or gameplay moment? And we experiment and we build like a little room. And again, we playtest, playtesting, lots of playtesting. And then after that, we kind of take all the rooms we've got, we have a look at what we think is going to be fun after playtesting, and we do what's called a smash together, where we literally get every room and just go boom, 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 stick them in an order that we think is like going to be the sequential progression order that players are going to probably enjoy for moving through the level. And then we playtest it again and see how the pacing feels, see what's working well, see where players are having difficulty, and then we iterate on it and we cut things that aren't working. And then we move to the layout stage. So that's when we really focus on things like composition and vistas and try to give the space a real context. What is this place that we're playing in? What should it look like? What makes you wander into the level and go, ooh, I want to have a look around?
Gamelab is the meeting point between veteran developers from the video games industry, AAA video games, and indie video games. I would like to ask you the typical question, AAA versus indie games. What can learn from each other?
So I've worked in AAA and I've worked in indie. I spent the best part of the beginning of my career in AAA development, and I worked on some, I was very lucky to work on some really great titles. But indie's where my heart is at, and I think there are things we can learn from each other, and I think there's things that we can improve. For example, one of the reasons I love indie development is because you don't have so much of the red tape and so much of the corporate politics that you can naturally get in a studio when there's 200, 300 people. And I think, it's nice in indie studios as well when everybody's able to contribute, because often we're smaller sized teams, and really everybody can bring their ideas to the table and really have that impact on the game, where they can actually look at the products and go, oh, I made that, that's really cool. And I think that's a very exciting prospect. It gives you a different dynamic for working in a team. But equally, I think as indie developers, we should also look at the AAA industry and see what we can learn and take from there. What are the most innovative new techniques they're doing? How are they reaching those really high quality bars? And then see how that applies for us in indie developers and what we want to change to kind of hit that as well.
That's some interesting insight about the discussion between the AAA and indie games. Also, Gamelab is a place where you can discuss the difficulties in design, in production, about video games. And let's talk about a controversial topic that has been pointed out in the last few years. Crunch. Crunch is not just a chocolate, a very popular chocolate. Crunch is a disease within the production of gaming industry. No Bricks Games is very well known because they reject crunch and they have a policy, non-crunch policy and a health environment. I would like to ask you about the production processes that you have implemented in your team to avoid crunch, to encourage a healthy process, and which processes have worked well with your team, and which other processes don't work so well.
Okay, I guess the first thing that I'd want to address is that crunch sucks. I mean, I'm sure everybody here knows that, right? And having done it myself as well, all you do is you get burnt out. I don't think it adds a lot of value to the games that you're making. I think ultimately you end up with tired teams who, when you're tired, you're not at your best. And then you get more bugs in the game, and things just, I've never seen value added from crunch in my experience before. And that was one of the reasons why we'd kind of decided from the offset that no, we're not going to be one of those studios, because I don't believe you have to crunch in order to make great games. I believe that's a very old school philosophy, and we need to we need to modernize and adapt to and learn from other industries that, you know, are very, very successful too, but also don't crunch and, you know, allow people to have a work-life balance. And I'm a big believer in the fact that when you look after people and people are at their best, that's when you get the best out of them. And that's when we come together as a team and make the best games. So we, in terms of processes, production processes, when we first started, we were using like agile methodologies and sprints. So I guess for anyone that doesn't know what a sprint is, for instance, it's a small time, like period of time, maybe a week or 2 weeks, and the team comes together and goes, oh, I'm going to do this, 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 and this based on a priority list. And actually, that kind of sucked. That's what I'd been doing for, you know, over 10 years as well, because that was the known thing. That was what I'd done in AAA, and hey, that was even what I'd done at some former indie studios that I'd worked at. But that's kind of the standard across games. And the reason it sucked, I mean, even if I think back to my kind of old studios and teams that I've worked with, everybody used to find them frustrating, but we didn't do anything to change it because that's the norm. Why do you change the norm? And for us, it was really quite, sometimes a little bit demoralizing, where you'd set yourself a goal based on this 2-week time period, and then you wouldn't hit it because, you know, you don't know what things come up in development. Sometimes you're just in investigation stages, sometimes you're just in prototyping stages, and you know what? Not everything fits into a 2-week box. So we scrapped that with a lot of hesitancy from my side, I have to say, because, you know, it's pretty brave, and also there was a lot of fear surrounding doing something completely different that isn't very well known in games. And we moved to kind of a lean methodology, so that's something that's quite well known in the IT industry, and that's kind of where you work on a feature until the feature is done. You don't move on to the next thing. Time doesn't matter. It is just quality focused. And that, again, had pros and cons, but we kind of found that because you had somebody over here who was working on this feature maybe for 6 weeks, and somebody working on a feature here for 2 weeks, and somebody over here for 8 weeks, the game never felt like it was pulling together. The different components, how do you look at that as an overall package? And also, how do we still maintain being a team? So we should all still be driving to one goal, not to 6 separate things. So we've kind of come up with our own hybrid methodology where we think we've taken the best of both. And, you know, it seems to at least work really well for our studio, whereby we don't use sprints, we don't use lean. We go, okay, these are the priorities, these are things that we know we want to tackle because these are the most important things for the player experience, and these are going to help us to make a great game. And then we take that to our team and go, you tell us how much time you need. And, you know, they'll come back and go 6 weeks or 8 weeks, but it's not always the same. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, as a team, we're all going to focus on making this one thing really, really awesome and drive towards that and hit one milestone. So we've ended up on this hybrid approach, I'd almost say, where we don't quite use sprints, we don't quite use lean. And interestingly, that taught me to challenge industry practices and challenge the norm, because you don't have to always do the prescribed thing. Do what works for you and your team.
Getting to know your team, implementing the opt-in process to create good games. Also, I think the key is happy, healthy people create good, great games.
Exactly.
While exploited people create baggy games, actually.
Yeah.
So keep your people happy and healthy to have awesome works.
Yeah, I think just treat people as you want to be treated, right? That's kind of the main thing it comes down to.
Treat people like humans, not like tools, actually.
Exactly,
That's
exactly.
the key. Also, I think the pandemic, COVID, has changed the game, literally, within the gaming industry, and has made quite an impact on production and how you create a game, on all the creative process. How COVID impacted No Breaks games?
So COVID was a bummer for everyone, right?
Yeah, I know it's a mandatory topic nowadays, but I like to see how the creative process has evolved since the COVID.
Yeah, I guess when we first were hit by the pandemic, we were semi-set up for it because, you know, for instance, everyone on our team has laptops because we've recruited quite a lot of people, you know, who have come over to Tenerife from international places. So we've always wanted to give people the opportunity to work from home when they needed to. So it wasn't a huge shift for us. I remember the day that we closed the studio, it was kind of like, okay, here we go off with our laptops and let's see what happens. And I think one thing that applies to games, but probably also to just human life around that time when I think about it, was Zoom calls. You know, we transferred everything to Zoom calls. We'd have our daily stand-ups, we'd have our reviews, we'd have our meetings, and oh boy, there's a lot of meetings over Zoom, and that becomes super exhausting. And I think that taught us how to streamline. You know, we're not a studio that like to spend time doing meetings. We like to make games. You know, and that's what our focus is, actually building things in engine. And I think it taught us how to streamline and be more efficient. So, you know, questioning ourselves with, hey, do we actually need a half an hour sit down to discuss this? Or do we know what we're doing? We can just go. And that was quite nice. I think it also taught us other things like how to streamline processes. For instance, now we do feature team reviews on a weekly basis, and that's been really healthy and really productive to help us see how we take the game forward. And then coming back from that, you know, post-pandemic, I guess, it's allowed us to adapt to remote working as well. So it's great to have people here at the studio who want to be here. That's awesome. You know, we love being in our villa, but we also love having all of our remote team as well. It's given us a lot more accessibility that now we've been able to move all of our processes pretty much online. So we've got people working from the UK, from France, from Germany, and it's no longer, you know, a challenge or an issue, because everything we develop as a process, we now try to develop it with both being physically present and being remote, so that there's always an inclusivity. And I think it's just taught us to work smarter, to be honest. That's the main thing.
I totally agree. Also, having such an international environment, you have your base here in Tenerife, but you have people from Germany and so on. How does it help to create an universal game?
Well, okay, I guess the game's played universally, right? So having all these different perspectives and ideas is always an awesome thing. You know, we've tried quite hard to build a diverse team from the ground up, because, you know, so many different people play games, and our team should be representative of that. You know, so I'm pleased, you know, to have so many different nationalities amongst the team, to have, you know, so many women on the team as well, and that's awesome. And I think really it just adds to what we're creating, because as humans, we all think differently, you know, and I think that if you bring in somebody from a different nationality, or you bring in somebody from a different race or ethnicity or gender, you then have that extra perspective that you didn't have before, and you come up with different creative ideas, and you come up with different ways of building processes, or whether it's building the game, and even some of the design ideas and the artistic look of what we're building is definitely, you know, a factor of all the different team members we've got, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, the awareness about inclusion has been a discussed topic in the last few years as well. And No Breaks Games is a studio also known for its diversity. Also, Sitara Shefta has been awarded with Women in Games Award. I would like to ask you, as the head of No Breaks Studio, how can you make the gaming industry, more welcoming for women? This is not a typical question, how do you feel as being a woman in the gaming industry, you know? But we've been discussing before the Gamelab. I see in the audience many men, but years ago, you didn't see so many women in the gaming industry. And now I see that more and more women are joining the gaming industry. And I would like to ask you, what can we do in the gaming industry to make women more comfortable and more welcome here?
So I think there's a few things. First of all, stop inviting women for Women in Games panels. We are developers. We have skills and expertise that we can talk about, and that's really exciting. And I think that's the first thing. You put role models in front of people, you know, so that other girls and other women want to join the industry and feel like it's a safe space. For me, this is awesome. It's awesome to be sat here with an interviewer who is also a female, you know, because this wouldn't have happened, you know, even 5 or 10 years ago. But I also think that when we are like having important discussions and important meetings to kind of figure out how we progress forward as an industry, stop inviting the same group of people. Like, let's have more women present. Let's have more people of color present. Let's have all these different groups present, because they're ultimately the people we want to include. So let's invite them to these places, and let's let them demonstrate their skills and their expertise and showcase those, instead of just asking us to come and talk about being a woman in games, you know? I think that's the really important thing. Put role models in front of people, and involve those people in discussions about how we make the industry more progressive. You know, there's some other studios have put in some great initiatives as well recently, you know, just from really basic things for thinking about kind of what women need and how we support women differently to men in the industry. You know, and I think that we as a whole could be doing a hell of a lot more of that.
Yeah, I do agree as well. I think, I don't know if you share this view, but more women and minorities. I don't like calling women minority because we are 55% of the population.
Exactly.
But they are feeling more welcoming, and that creates more creative, more diverse games, new mechanics, new storytelling, and that makes the industry richer.
Exactly, exactly. It makes it a more welcoming space. It makes it a safer space as well, so that, you know, people don't look at the industry and go, oh no, I'm going to be the odd one out. Because no, they're not going to be the odd one out. They're going to be welcome into this space, which is clearly, you know, if there are women there and you're making those women at the forefront of what you're kind of trying to show off to inspire people, then ultimately that's helping to create a safer space because you're showing them actually this is entirely possible and you can be here and be involved in this and we want you here. And I think that's the really important message, that we want you here. You know, it shouldn't always be just kind of a secluded, closed group of people.
Yeah, I totally agree. And which policies have you implemented in No Bricks Games so more people are interested in joining your studio, attracted to your environment and philosophy?
So I think the thing is, it's probably started from the fact that obviously being a woman myself, it was very obvious there's just certain things you should do. So for instance, you know, when it comes down to the kind of physicality side of it, all of our bathrooms are gender neutral. It shouldn't matter whether you're a guy or a girl. We have things in place that women prefer. We have things in place that men prefer. And you know, we're not judgmental. If you need to take a sick day off for health reasons because you're a woman, that's totally fine and it's totally normal. And it's 2022, guys. Like, why are we still talking about this, right?
We were supposed to have flying cars, and yet we have to fight the same issues
exactly.
as in the Middle Ages.
And I think the other thing we've really strived to do is put women in leadership positions. You know, put more women in leadership positions. Put more people from, you know, more diverse backgrounds in leadership positions as well, because ultimately we can help them to drive the change because we are those people who are in leadership and who can take those changes forward and take those steps and listen to what the people around you are saying. You know, pay attention. If somebody seems like they're struggling, you know, perhaps they don't feel like this is a welcome space, be the person to question why. Don't ask them. Figure out what's wrong and change it.
Yeah, just listen to women, listen to everybody, so we can create a safer space.
Exactly.
And about listening, now that we have the chance to have Sitara Shefta here, I think we are running out of time, and I would like to ask the audience if you have some questions for Sitara. We can take them right now. Yeah, I see a person here. Somebody should bring you a mic, I think. Yeah. Let me see. I see another person. Yeah.
Hi.
Hola.
First of all, I haven't finished my studies yet, but I already want to apply to No Break Games. Second of all, what advertisement will you give to a person that wants to start developing indie games?
So the first thing I would advise you to do is to try and specialize. Like, what do you really love? What do you enjoy? As a bit of a tip, I guess, a lot of applications that we get often from students, for example, are quite generalist. You show me that you can do a little bit of code and a little bit of design and a little bit of art, and that's great. And sometimes we have those generalist positions, but often within the games industry as well, we're looking for those specialists, so people that really love art and, you know, are really focused on creating awesome art assets and build a portfolio around that. Or, you know, if your passion is level design and if you want to apply to No Breaks Games, show me like your best puzzle ideas. You know, maybe go into the Steam workshop and build a couple of things and send us a link to that, because that's the stuff that gets us really excited. And we want more people like that who, you know, are able and want to contribute and have a passion for building these things. So, you know, make things in your spare time. Don't burn yourself out by doing that, but you can, you know, have fun, make things, and put your best work into your portfolio. Don't show us like 6 things which are okay. Show us 1 or 2 things that are just excellent, and that's all we're ever looking for.
We have another person here. Let's keep it optimal.
Hi. First of all, I want to say that I really like your game, Human Flat. It's a funny game.
Gracias.
So my question is, how is the process to create a, in my opinion, a strange game, and new in the industry of video games?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question fully.
How is the process to create a game like Human Flat that, in my opinion, is a strange and new game that never seen on the video game industry?
So I can tell you a little bit about when Thomas originally created the game, actually. It started out as a physics experiment for him. You know, he was just kind of toying around to see what kind of cool stuff you could do with physics, and he made this, I think it was the carburetor and the controller, and ultimately that then developed into a product because it seemed quite fun and people were enjoying it. And I think that's what I would say to you. Build what you want to play, you know, or build what excites you. Is there something you want to experiment with and prototype with, and playtest it? Like, playtesting doesn't have to be this group of 100 people if you don't have access to that. It can be your family and it can be your friends. Get them to play the game and see what feels fun. And if that feels fun, go with it. And actually, if it's boring or people are finding it too difficult or it doesn't make sense in the context of what you're doing, don't be afraid to cut it. Like, we cut all the time. You know, it's something you should never be precious about your work, is something I would say to you. But build what you want to play, build what would excite you, and make that product. Because I think ultimately when you put your passion into something, that's what then drives it forward. And hopefully if you see that other people are enjoying it, that's what's going to make it a success.
Okay, thank you.
We have a person here. I think we have time for 2 last quick questions.
Hello. Okay. The thing I wanted to ask was like, what advice would you give to a fellow producer that is already working on the industry, but it's trying to enter the video game industry? Because my experience so far has been like, maybe my profile is good for the companies I have applied for, but they have asked me for having experience on the game industry rather than on the animation industry. So I wanted to check on you, what did you do to get on the game industry?
That's really interesting, because I've certainly worked with producers who have come from outside of the games industry, so it's definitely possible. I think the thing is, the more aware you are going into it, that maybe this is going to be a learning experience for you as well, and the more honest you are about that is going to be a great thing, because you have a lot of skills that you can bring to the table from outside the games industry, and that gives us a whole different perspective. So I think that's a very exciting thing in itself, and you being able to talk about and express what you do and how you believe that's adaptable and translates would be great. One tip I give to people who are aspiring to be producers, in games specifically, is I always advise you to take the game of the company you're applying to and figure out what makes that really great. What are the core pillars of that game? What made it successful? How do you think they built it? And when it comes to applying, talk about that stuff. show that you've kind of put the research in and that you have an understanding of that, because if you demonstrate an understanding of that, there's no reason we wouldn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, but the thing is that maybe not the opportunity is given. It's more like they pigeonhole you, like, hey, you have been working on the animation industry, this is video games, this is a totally different workflow, rather than expecting the applicant to develop or explain further. So.
Okay, well, the other tip I could give you is mentorships. There's loads of great mentorship schemes right out there right now, and there's loads of producers. In fact, I'm a mentor, and I have some mentees as well that I work with, and work with them to ask them the questions and fill in the knowledge gaps that you don't have. Find yourself a mentor who is in the industry that is doing what you want to do, and learn from them, work together with them, and you can do that outside of your current job as well. That would be a really big stepping stone, I think, because then ultimately those gaps that they're concerned about wouldn't exist anymore.
Thank you so much.
So we don't have time for more questions, but thank you very much for coming. Actually, we are going to share the rest of the Gamelab. We have a networking area and so on. They can find you around here to ask you about production, about no bricks games, no fall flat, and so. And thank you very much for coming. May you enjoy Gamelab, and thank you very much, Sitara, for this awesome interview. Welcome here. Let me hear for her.
Les pedimos que por favor se queden porque tenemos un anuncio muy especial sobre Tenerife GG con Antonio Cabrera, director de HDG.
A ver, ¿se me oye? Vale, bueno, me van a disculpar, pero ya no tengo voz. Llevo mucho tiempo, así que gracias a todos por estar aquí. Simplemente vamos a meter un pequeño vídeo y yo creo que prácticamente va a decir todo. Diré alguna cosita más cuando acabe. Por favor, dentro del vídeo y ya está, ¿vale? La otra parte de este sector es lo que nos gusta hacer, es una semana de disfrutar de todo. Volvemos en 2023, ¿vale? Del 11 al 16 de julio. Esta vez anunciamos las fechas con mucho más tiempo para que se vayan preparando, pues, para más de lo mismo y muchísimas novedades al mismo tiempo. Pueden volver a contar, por supuesto, con una enorme LAN Party, van a volver a contar con zona profesional, por supuesto, Hobby DG, dedicado a todas las tendencias que tanto nos gustan. Numerosos influencers, bueno, se pueden imaginar todo, ¿vale? Este año además les puedo, como muy sutilmente les dejaré caer que el evento va a tener un calado internacional, ¿vale? Vamos a tener un calado internacional, va a ser mucho más potente, se va a disfrutar mucho más desde fuera. Y nada, pronto anunciaremos cuándo vamos a presentar del todo el evento y esperamos verlos a todos allí. De momento, cuando salgan, tienen todos ustedes un detallito de Tenerife GG para que vayan ya metiéndose en el rollo, que quedan 6-7 meses para eso, ¿vale? Muchas gracias a todos. El Gamelab continúa durante toda la tarde. Ahora tenemos un pequeño receso para almorzar. Después viene el Indie Challenge y ya volvemos con sesiones toda la tarde, con unas charlas impresionantes por gente como Ian Livingstone, Simay Dinc. De verdad que es espectacular. Les animo a quedarse, ¿vale? Muchas gracias, de verdad.
Fuera encontrarán regalitos de Tenerife y allí, así que les invitamos a pasarse por la mesa a recoger su goodie. Muchas gracias.
about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
ella es fundadora de Recontact Games y va a dar una charla sobre su experiencia en el estudio. Now coming, Simay Dinc, she's the founder of Recontact Games, and she'll be talking about her experience in the studio.
Thank you. Hola, hola jugadores españoles, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? I'm so happy to be back to España. I live in Barcelona like 15 years ago when I was a student, so it's amazing to be back here, as you can see. I'm Simay Dinc. I'm the co-founder of the Recontact Games, and also I'm the founder of Women in Games Turkey to empower more women in the industry. And I also have an art gallery in Abandoned Village to empower young kids in the gaming industry, but I'm not going to share all of in 15 minutes. I will highlight the Recontact Games journey with you, and I would like to share my experiences. Hopefully, you will get inspired from our journey. And let's start. But before I start that, how I came up here. So when I entered the university, when I was 17, 18, I said, what is that? I wasn't so happy about my department, so I started to travel the world. From 18 to 28, I traveled the world and I visited almost 40 countries. So if you are not happy in your university right now, you can start to travel the world for yourself and by yourself. So my wow moment, it was in New York, so I had the opportunity to visit Museum of Modern Arts. And in that time, they just, share one floor just for the video games exhibition. And they said video games is an art form. So it was my wow moment, and I just realized that video games is an art form, is a culture, is $1 billion industry. And I came back to Turkey, and I established the Recontact Games with my brother, Javier Jurado. But when I came back to Turkey, I listened to the creator of that video game exhibition, who is Paola Antonelli. She's Italian creator. And, the art critics wasn't happy about they shared the art forms with Picasso and Pac-Man. And Paola answered this question as, Picasso is in the 3rd floor, like Pac-Man is the 5th floor. It's like a different centuries art form. So it's kind of a thing that, please, after this presentation, thinks that it's not just all about coding. It's a culture, it's the art, it's the technology, it's the science, and it's a multidisciplinary art form. So you can create an amazing platform for that. So here's my brother. So my brother is a film director, and we would like to, because in the gaming genres, you can see like millions of copies, right? Same genres. So you need, when you come with a new idea, new genres, it's too risky. But if you take this risk, it's beautiful things can happen. So I just, I need to pass this, so I don't have time to talk about that. Just 1 second. So when we enter the gaming industry, Recontact, our motto is making playable arts. So we combine cinema and video games into a new art form through pioneering technologies. First game, we launched it in 2015 on just App Store, and we were just 3 people. 1 coder, 1 game producer, and 1 game designer. But it's the first game which is combined video art and into the mobile game. And it took attention worldwide. Apple chose us the best mobile game of us, and they featured us in 153 countries, and we reached millions of gamers. Imagine that it's your first step, and you got the awards from the Apple, so it's an amazing way to start the gaming industry. After all that, so after these awards and feedbacks, we designed the world's first cinematographic mobile game. And we use virtual reality into it. So inside the cinematographic structure, you can see different casual games. And is there anyone who played Recontact series? No? Maybe after this presentation? So it's freemium. You can download on App Store and Google Play. You can join. And also, after all the global success of Recontact, Sky, we take a another step to go more global, and we created Recontact London. In Recontact London, when you play, you can see one of the actors from Game of Thrones. We closed the British Museum for filming. We work with one of the orchestra from Moscow. And we work with the amazing fashion tech designers. We combine different art disciplines and we create a new art form, new genre. So it's super risky, but we were passionate about it. So when we launched Recontact Istanbul, the first one, we don't have any experience, but we got 100K download in the first month, which is amazing for a newcomer. So I'm just passing through this. So the thing is, we are indie developers, and we need to take attention, right? We need to take attention from, we would like to reach more gamers. But if you do clone games, if you do copycat games, you need to do the marketing. But if you come up with a new genre, new ideas, innovative ideas, it took attention in the digital era. So don't be scared about to come with the new ideas. It took attention worldwide. So yeah, it's very important to share, listen your gamers. It's all about creating the community and listen your community, what they need, how they happy about it. In Recontact London, one of the feedbacks are, because we are very, our forte is interactive cinema, and in this game, we would like to be added some casual games for the retention. But they didn't like it. They asked for us more interactive cinema content. So I also would like to share one of my very terrible experience for you. Hopefully you won't face it. So in Recontact London, we would like to do localize our game in 12 languages. We work with one of the company which is not very experienced, so it causes many troubles to us. If you don't have money to work with the localization company, just pick 2 languages. Don't go for 12 languages. It needs expertise, it needs experience to do that. If you're indie developer, I just recommend you just go for 2. So, as I told you, also we are indie developers. We don't have $1 million to producing and developing our games. So we are collaborating with the world, different parts of the world. For example, we work with one of the architecture company in Oxford to design photogrammetric AR together. When you are so excited about your project, when it's so new, so innovative, and the other companies also get excited and wants to work with you, wants to collaborate. And it creates an amazing value into your company. Also, maybe, is there any Game of Thrones fans in here? Maybe you know him. So we closed the British Museum for filming. It's so amazing. As we talked that gaming is an art form, and British Museum, there are 8 million art pieces. Now we created a new art piece as Recontact. So we work with the original soundtrack for the Moscow Symphony Orchestra. It's 60 amazing musicians perform our original music. As I told you that inside the cinematographic structure, we developed casual games to make it endless. But the gamers weren't happy. They asked for us more interactive content. So also inside the game, there is virtual installation with AR puzzle. If your phone or tablet don't let you play augmented reality, you have another option. So be careful about your augmented reality games, because every phone doesn't support augmented reality or virtual reality. If you want to do that, you need to be aware of cut your gamers, you will cut the half of it. Also, we created an innovational art exhibition into video games. Actually, it's just the beginning of the NFT gaming. but the App Store editors and Google Play editors didn't let us to do it. So, but we just fundamentally, it's the step by step, we created the art exhibition in our video game. So, could you please share the video right now then, because talking is not enough, maybe video just tells better about it. Is it ready? No? Okay, I can continue. Okay, perfect.
Hello, and welcome to my London home. Join me inside.
Miss Sabrina Wilson, I wonder how long you're going to use your right not to talk.
I hope these messages are reaching you. I hope you can hear me.
I'm sorry.
Just a little trailer of it. If you like it, please join our team. So when we launched it, and it took attention in Japan and Asian side because we were focusing in that particular part of the world, because the augmented reality, it took attention from the Asian gamers, and Asian gamers pay willing to pay into game, because it's very hard if it's in a premium game in the mobile game industry. It's very, because as you know that like 99% all the games are freemium concept in the mobile. But when you have like different elements in your game, it takes attention. So I don't have like too much time left, but we also created Recontact Meta World. In the near future, hopefully, the users can generate the game. Users can produce Recontact Tenerife, maybe Recontact Spain, Recontact New York in the time. And also, as Recontact games, we still continue to do our original and authentic games. We are super excited about it. But the thing is, it's very hard to talk with the VCs, talk with the investors, because they're willing to invest the same genres. I know it's very hard, but if you are so passionate about your work, it doesn't mean you can, you can just pass the challenges. So I think my time is just finished right now, but if you have any preguntas or vamos a la playa, this is my favorite phrase, right? Vamos a la playa. It's amazing. So do you have any questions? Or if you have any questions and you're shy, you can send me an email, simaydinc@oyundar.org, or you can reach me out from social media, LinkedIn or Instagram. So thank you for listening to me. Hopefully, looking forward to see you soon again. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
ustedes Ian Livingstone, cofundador de Partner Hero Capital y, bueno, una figura harto conocida en la industria de los videojuegos, escritor y una larga trayectoria detrás de sí. Esperemos que la disfruten.
Me?
Yeah, it's not your turn, Ian, sorry.
Thank you. Gracias por todo. Hola, ¿qué tal? Quiero una cerveza ahora, thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk about my life in games. We titled the session "Show Me the Money," but it's really about what I've learned through my 47 years in games and how I can pass my experience on to you guys who are looking to maybe think about a career in the games industry, which I must say has been an amazing experience. So these are some of the companies I've been associated through my whole life, and I'm going to talk a little bit about them all, from Games Workshop to writing interactive game books in the 80s to floating IDOS and launching Tomb Raider in the 90s, and then becoming bemused by the fact that the screen's gone. It's back. And then becoming an investor when I became too old to run stuff myself. Had some particularly good results in games like Playdemic's Golf Clash. Then became chairman of Sumo Group. We were exited to Tencent early this year. And how I set up a venture capital fund to help scale studios, because so often is the case that studios are not able to acquire enough funding and they have to sell their IP for project finance or sell their company too soon without realizing full value. So if you're thinking about starting a studio or already in a studio or looking to scale your studio, listen to some of the things I might have to say. It might help you avoid some of the mistakes I made myself. So a little bit about the games itself, why games are so popular, why they're growing so much. I mean, when we arrive in this world as babies, these are not my children, by the way. They're just, we interact, we learn through play. And as we get older, we enjoy solving puzzles. That's part of what appeals to us as human beings. And when you attach rules to puzzles, they become games. And, I joined the games industry not long after chess was invented. And I started a company in 1975 with two old school friends, Steve Jackson on the far side, John Peake in the middle, and the really handsome guy on this side. That was us. And we started a company called Games Workshop. We published this rather fantastic magazine called Owl and Weasel, and we sent it to everybody we knew in games. And one of the recipients of Owl and Weasel was this gentleman here, Gary Gygax, who lived in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And he, although we hadn't sent the magazine to him directly, he got a hold of a copy and he wrote to us and said, "Absolutely adore your magazine. Would you like to review this game?" And that game was Dungeons & Dragons, and this was in early 1975. And Dungeons & Dragons, as it was then, didn't look much. It was a very plain box with a very amateurish drawing on the front. But when you played the game, it opened your imagination like no game had ever done before, and I don't think any game ever will again. The effect and influence that Dungeons & Dragons had on so many role-playing games in the video games world today is absolutely enormous. We ordered 6 copies of Dungeons & Dragons. On the back of that order, we got an exclusive 3-year distribution agreement for the whole of Europe, because the industry wasn't really started back then, and we were able to get this extraordinary deal. So Steve and I decided to go full-time with Games Workshop. We went over to the States in 1976 to meet Gary Gygax. We signed up all the new companies that were springing up. This is Gary Gygax with the white and red shirt, and me looking a bit dodgy, holding the boxes, Steve Jackson, my business partner, at the front. We also got to meet Miss Wisconsin, 1976. I don't know what she's doing today, but I'm here in Tenerife, enjoying myself. We came back to the UK, and we had no money whatsoever. We didn't have a place to live, and we didn't have an office. And funding, as you'll see, is a really important part of operating, because you had nothing. We ended up renting a very small office at the back of an estate agent, but we had to live in Steve's van for 3 months because we couldn't afford rent and also a place to operate from. So you go to the bank manager full of enthusiasm because you've turned your hobby into a very small games business. So again, this wasn't exactly the bank manager, but he looked a bit like this. You say, I've got this great game. It's a role-playing game. You're a hero, and you kill monsters and find treasure and go, these fantastic journeys of mind. Can we have a bank loan, please? And he looked at us rather like a dog watches television and looks all kind of all over the place and bemused by what we're saying. And of course, he didn't give us the loan. So we thought our enthusiasm was enough to get finance. Clearly, in hindsight, we were not what we'd call investor ready. We hadn't done any business presentations, we hadn't done any cash flow projections, we didn't really have a business plan at all. We just thought our enthusiasm was enough. So he was quite correct in saying no. And often is the case with many game studios now that they're not investor ready. They do not know how to present to people to give them the confidence to invest in them. But we soldiered on, and this was us in 1976, and we opened our very first retail store in 1978. This was April 1978, the very first Games Workshop store. And we were so happy that so many people were standing outside looking to buy Dungeons & Dragons and White Dwarf magazine and Citadel miniatures. I was hoping one day to do a reunion shot, like an Abbey Road reunion shot, but at last that building is now the Bosnia and Herzegovina Community Advice Center, so that's impossible. But of course, Games Workshop is best known for Warhammer. How did Warhammer come about? Well, we had this 3-year distribution agreement for Dungeons & Dragons, at the end of which Gary Gygax wanted to merge our two companies, Games Workshop with his company TSR, and we said no to that merger operation. And we realized we were suddenly vulnerable. Even though we remained the biggest distributor of Dungeons & Dragons, we're no longer the exclusive distributor. So we had to find other products. So we started a range of board games like Talisman and Judge Dredd and Apocalypse. But it wasn't until Warhammer came around that we really had something that was worth an awful lot of money ultimately to Games Workshop. And Warhammer was designed by Rick Priestley, Richard Halliwell, and Brian Ansell. And of course now all the stores now are being rebranded as Warhammer. And that gives me the point to talk to you about intellectual property. You really must try and hang on to your IP if you have it. That's where the value is built inside of companies. The whole value of Games Workshop now is built on Warhammer. And the value of Games Workshop, which is floated on the London Stock Exchange, is now 3 billion euros. Such is the success of the company. Whilst Steve and I have not been in, we sold a company to a management buyout in 1991. Over the last 3 or 4 years, I've taken the trouble to write a history about the first 10 years of the struggles of setting up Games Workshop. And of course, this is a blatant plug. If you were interested in the book, that you can buy it on Amazon whenever you would feel motivated to. Another thing that came out of Games Workshop is we wanted to take role-playing to a much wider audience. And Steve and I came up with the interactive game book concept, replacing the Dungeon Master with a physical book, but allowing the reader to be the hero of the story. Normally books are a linear, passive experience, but with Fighting Fantasy game books, you, the reader, are the hero. It gives you agency of control, it gives you choice, and there are 400 paragraphs, and so it's a branching narrative with a combat system, rolling dice to fight the monsters. They were enormously successful. They got a whole generation of children reading. They were very, very popular in Spain in the 1980s. In fact, they were printed in over 35 languages. And they went on to sell over 20 million copies. And you'd think that would be a good thing. You know, children reading should be good, parents should be happy. But in fact, the media at the time, because it said Fighting Fantasy game book, that game element used to send the media into a kind of frenzy about children are wasting their time because it's a game book, not just a traditional book. So the Evangelical Alliance published an 8-page warning guide about the book saying because you're interacting with ghouls and demons, you're bound to get possessed by the devil, obviously. A worried housewife in deepest suburbia said, having read one of my books, her son levitated. She said that on local radio. So, of course, all the children thought, for £1.50, we can fly, really? That's fantastic, we'll have some of that. And the local vicar threatened to chain himself to the railings of Penguin Books until they were banned. There were magazine articles written about them saying the dangers of children using their imaginations too much, as though that was a negative. There were petitions sent in from worried parents. I have their addresses. One day I'll be back. So history has not been kind to games of any type. From in the 1850s, Scientific American talking about the dangers of people playing chess. And when it comes to video games, of course, the media has always been unkind and goes into a kind of frenzy about what might be happening when you're playing a game. And Grand Theft Auto 5, 18 rated, like films are rated, shouldn't be played by children. Incredible success story. Generated $1 billion in 3 days of sales, and yet it was largely criticized for its content rather than celebrated for its artistic and technical achievement. But when I talk to the press these days, I usually talk in the positive sense of games, how they're actually good for you. I mean, they're social, we play together, they're good for rehabilitation, they're great for problem solving. You cannot get through a game without problem solving. Games give you a continuous assessment. You're not punished for making a mistake. It's not like a moment in time, like an examination where some people are judged as able, some less able, that fear of failure coming into children's minds at an early age. Games encourage you to try again until everyone can become a winner. Games like Roller Coaster Tycoon, understanding the physics of building the rise, the pricing models, the staffing levels, effectively a management simulation, understanding how to build cities and even urban regeneration can be done in a much more pleasurable way playing SimCity. You can understand the effects of going to war inside games like Civilization. You can understand physics in games like Portal. You can even understand ethics in games like The Walking Dead. And in terms of creativity, Minecraft is an incredible tool, effectively digital Lego. A child can learn by applying the heat of a furnace to silica sand that they create glass and put the glass in their environments. And they won't forget that because that's effectively learning by doing. And of course, surgeons can operate without any dire consequences. And of course, flight simulations, where all our pilots learn to fly, are effectively a game without scoring. I got into the video games industry initially in 1985. Death Trap Dungeon was one of my books. It was #1 in the bestsellers chart, and a startup company called Domark approached me to write their launch product, Eureka. And I joined Domark when we sold out of Games Workshop and realized it was the worst time to be investing in game studios. It's when the 16-bit market was about to fall off the edge of a cliff. So we decided to put 4 companies together to create new company Eidos. And of course, Eidos, most famous for Lara Croft Tomb Raider. And in case you didn't know, Lara was designed by Toby Gard, a fantastic artist at Core Design, where the game was developed. And he saw an opportunity. He saw kind of the rise of girl power and then tank girl, independent women of the time, and suggested this female character for a game that would have a 3D character moving into a 3D world. And again, so the IP and intellectual property value, it started with a sketch and became a multi-billion-dollar franchise. So to sell your IP could be something you might regret in future years. And of course, it's not just the revenue you get from the game itself, it's the incremental revenue from licensing and merchandising. Lucozade, a fizzy drink, soft drink in the UK, sales were increased by 11%, and they even called the game the drink Larazade for a period of a month. So even though it's absolutely ancient now, here's a little bit of some of the campaigns.
Sélection. Cordoba Vario. Arosa.
Maintenant?
Non.
Sûr?
Oui. Alhambra. Montez, montez. J'ai peur toute seule. C'est hâte, vous êtes loin d'avoir tout vu.
So of course that was part of the brand building for the game itself, which is fantastic. And of course there was the 2 legendary films starring Angelina Jolie, which again helped build the brand on a global basis, going beyond the games industry itself. But talking about the game industry, of course, it's gone from a niche market to a mass market entertainment phenomenon now, driven by advances of technology, able to leverage content over different platforms over time. Obviously, Apple saw the opportunity, and with touchscreen technology, swiping your finger across the screen, anybody could become a gamer by playing casual games like Candy Crush and the like. And they also had a very convenient app store where everything you could consume in one convenient place. However, of course, it's so many games inside the app store, and for every Angry Birds, there's probably 10,000 dead birds sitting out there. But we've seen the enormous success of games now run as a service. Games like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans have now been operating for over 10 years. How the risk profile of the game industry has changed dramatically from when we published box products in the 90s, having to spend all the development monies up front, managing the distribution channel past the gatekeepers to ultimately get to a retail store to put your box on a shelf, which may or may not be enjoyed by the consumers. And if they didn't like it as much as you thought they did, it would come back by way of returns, which is a real problem for developers and publishers at the time. Fast forward to today, games are now a service, free at the point of delivery, upselling content, monetizing over time. The new challenges are retaining, acquiring, and monetizing and users over time. But successfully done, as I say, 10 years is great. And if you're thinking, of course, of launching again on the App Store, you've got to make sure that your icon has an open mouth, because without an open mouth, it's absolutely impossible. So, as I said earlier, games are a mass market phenomenon. Young people play them, young adults play them, old people like me still play them. We see everybody playing them. It's pervasive everywhere we go, which is great to see. We've seen how new technologies increases the opportunities from VR to the popularity of esports, best-in-class people being watched by their fans, those games being streamed to millions of people via Twitch and the like. And we've seen how the metaverse is, again, yet another opportunity for games to leverage their brilliance and be successful. And of course, people are talking about the metaverse today, but it's actually already been built by games companies, from persistent worlds like World of Warcraft to Fortnite, where you don't just play together, you hang out together, you go and see a Travis Scott concert together, and it's back. And the net result is we have a $200 billion year industry, 3 billion people playing games, 10 million new gamers every month. This is an extraordinary opportunity. We see how media giants and tech giants are coming into the space. They see the stickiness, how games resonate with Generation Z, and all these companies now are getting into the space. In the UK, there's some 2,000 game studios. Most of those are micro studios, but they're all trying to become the next big thing, and more power to them. And yet, there's always been a problem around scaling businesses, not having enough access to finance. And the two most important things for studios starting off today is access to talent and access to finance. Where we're going to find those games designers, artists, animators, software engineers, and how we're going to get funding. In the UK, there's good seed funding available, which is tax advantageous to investors, but it still remains a problem, access to finance. Now, wearing my independent angel hat, these are some of the studios I invested in. The ones on the far side that have been acquired, and so we've exited from them. But when I'm looking at a studio, I look at the entrepreneurs. What do they do that make me impressed? Well, I'll talk about that in a second. But as a games entrepreneur yourself, I would suggest these some of the things that you should think about. Do not be afraid of failure. Fail fast, move on. Failure is just success, work in progress. Retain ownership of your IP. I've said that many times today, but I absolutely do recommend that is your number one rule. Do what you're good at. Great teams have a great creative director sitting on equal terms with the managing director, and they enable each other to be successful. If the creative director wants to run the whole show, they'll end up doing the jobs they can't do or shouldn't do or do not enjoy doing. And similarly, if the managing director starts deciding what games you're going to make, they're going to make something that was popular last year rather than something what might be popular next year. So there are all these things that you have to consider. Do not ask for investment from people unless you've already invested yourself in not just time, but also money. People like that reassurance that you're invested as well as they are. And do not give up trying to be different. The creative designer is the key person in the studio, but it's all about the gameplay. Gameplay, gameplay, gameplay are the three things I always say are the most important thing about a game. Technology and graphics are vital, but they play a supporting role. So when I invest in studios, as I said, I talk about the team, the CEO and the creative person, their track record, what intellectual property they have, what technology do they own? Do they own any tech IP? What skin have they got in the game, as the Americans call it? How much commitment have they already given it to it before they've started asking for money? Are they investor ready? What is their business model? Do they understand the business of games, of the games industry? Are they able to scale? Do they have a technology stack that won't fall over as soon as a number of people start to use that stack? Are they aware of the importance of data to optimize their game over time, to improve the monetization and the retention is so key that they are data-driven once the game has been launched. What publishing model are they going to use? Are they going to try and publish themselves? If so, that's not easy. You need some experts in your team, or are you going to do a deal with a publishing company? Who is going to negotiating that publishing deal? Are you building a community around your game? At launch, have you already got tens of thousands of people on wish lists? Have you got an engaged community or helping you make the best the game can be? And then how are you going to get to market? So these are some of the things you really should be thinking about when you're asking for money and when you're setting up your own game studio. More recently, I've moved from an angel investor to a venture capital investor, which allows more scale-up funding. There's always been a dearth of capital for scale-up companies. So we typically invest between €500,000 and €7 million in studios, depending on their equipments and their stage in their life. And I started Hero Capital with my two co-founders, Luke Alvarez and Cherry Freeman. And a lot of people don't want investment in their companies. They want to own it all. But do you want to own 100% of this or 50% of that? We're on the same side. Your success is our success, and we can help build the company, not just with money, but all leveraging our, in my case, 47 years of games design and entrepreneurial experience, and the deep silos we have in the abilities of the people on our team, from free-to-play to blockchain to tech. We have all the bases covered in the supports that we can offer. So I think it's quite important to consider external finance, because it gives you the runway to deliver the game which you want to, rather than having to rush out early. It allows you to hire the best people to enable that to happen. So the games industry is an amazing thing. It's high tech, it's high skills, it creates intellectual property, it's export focused, it's regional. There's an awful lot to like about it. It's important that we all tell to the media and to local government and national government about the positives of the industry. But my heart has always been in development and creating content, and I still enjoy helping small studios. I'm going to give you, just to finish off, a couple of minutes on the game. I've been working with a team called Pixel Count over the last 3 years. They're a small team. in Guildford who previously worked with Peter Molyneux on Fable. So this game has kind of a Fable atmosphere around it, very quirky. And the game is called Kinseed. It's a sandbox RPG. It's an open world, but your character will age over time, so it's important that they find a relationship and they have children, because ultimately your characters will die, but your children will inherit all the abilities that you have. So there's crafting in the game. You can make potions. You can go on quests. You can do farming. You can trade with other people. You can run an apothecary. You can make potions. I think I said that already. And it's an enormous landscape, and it's in glorious pixel. And I'll just show a couple of screenshots. Here's the combats. The combat in itself should be a separate game, but the guys at Pixel Count have been so keen to include it as part of this game. So here's the potion scene, and here's some of the dialogues you can have with the non-player characters, and there's even weathers and also a night and day. So I'll just finish off by showing a very brief trailer from the game. So that's Kinseed. It's old school. It's a magical world, and once you go in, you'll never want to leave, but I hope you enjoy it. It's out on the 6th of December. So I'd just like to finish off by saying, if you're going into the game industry, you're making a fantastic decision. Hang on to your own IP, work with the people you get on with, be passionate about what you do, and if you don't enjoy games, really you need to do something else, because so many brilliant people do make games, and it's a glorious industry. I'm never going to retire. Work and play is the same for me, and thank you very much indeed.
Él es director creativo de Road 96, Valiant Hearts, en concreto del estudio DigixArt, y hoy estará hablando de su experiencia. Now introducing Joan Fanis. He's the creative director of Road 96, Valiant Hearts, and of course, DigixArt. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. I can speak French if you want, but so yeah, it's just after this amazing conference by Jan Livingstone. This one feels a lot smaller. It's mostly one example of one project of a very small size compared to AAA or the games. But maybe it's interesting for people who want to make an indie studio or wants to make a smaller game with less people. So maybe it's something that can help. And if we have time, feel free to ask a lot of questions at the end if we still have some time. So basically, maybe you know the game. I don't know if you played Road 96. It came out last year. And this is a small trailer. If you can put the sound, I don't know if you...
How far are you from the border? Be careful with the people that give you a ride. And don't travel with someone you don't know. We love you, honey.
Sorry, it was all messed up. But online, you can find the trailer. So it's just to have an overview of what's the game if you didn't play it. So this is our studio, DigixArt. We founded that studio 7 years ago, almost 8 now, after I spent many years at Ubisoft before, where I did Valiant Hearts, and then I decided to move, to have total freedom, like continue to make smaller games and not big AAA. And so this is part of the team at DigixArt. We were really happy on that photo because we just won a lot of awards. We are back from the ceremony. And this is our main, how you say, values. This is the values we set up quite early in the studio to help identify who we are and the type of people we want to recruit. And with those values, it's more easy when you have a candidate to see if it fits the value of the studio. And humility, I think, is one of the most important, because if you don't have humility, creativity will be troubled a lot. So it's very important. This is the end. So the game came out. It was wonderful. We had a lot of prize, a lot of stuff. Anne-Laure, who is there, she's in the room. And so it was the ending. But to get there, it was really, really complex. It was not an easy ride, as many productions are, in fact, in the indie world. So I tried to go back. This is the timeline of the studio. At the beginning, we started with a small mobile game in 2015, Lost in Harmony, very small game, 6 people, you know, typical first game you do for the App Store. 9 months of production, you really have no money, so you try to do whatever you can with that. And then after Lost in Harmony, we signed with Bandai Namco to make 1111. That was way bigger. It was a big step for us to go back to 3D, console game on many platforms, With a co-production, we were doing the gameplay, the story, a lot of things in DigixArt, and we were working with Artman, the famous animation studio in Bristol, to have the visual and the animation. But it was a big step and a short amount of time to make a big game like that. And it came out in 2018. And after that, we decided to go back smaller, but slower, take more time at the beginning to figure out what would be the next game we want to do, to prototype more, not being in a rush to prototype things, having like, okay, we need to do that now. But still, as you will see, the limit, there's always a limit, and the limit was the money this time, because we chose to not go with a publisher. So it was I would say the hard way to go. But we really wanted to be free. We really wanted to be back to just few people, free to do whatever we want. So that's why we have to be smaller and smarter, at least to try. So that was the idea of this project. So for example, this is an artwork we did with a very good artist. And in fact, we had no money, so we just did 2 artworks for 196. One of them is this one, and the other one is a diner. And from those 2 artworks, we really identified all the details, the shape, the strokes, everything, the texture that we wanted to bring into the game. So every time we had because we didn't have art director at the beginning of this game, so we are like, struggling, and just sticking to this artwork was a good thing. And this is the timeline of the game. So we took 5 months to do a conception with a lot of prototyping. We were just 5 people, basically. Then it took 10 months to really make what we call, now, a vertical slice. But this vertical slice was not really pretty because we had not much budget to do it. We didn't have an art director. So it was really like, you have one junior artist. Animation-wise, we had one intern. So it's really, the beginning, back to the beginning. And then for each step, like this, it feels pretty linear and fluid. But it was not like that, because for each step, we ran out of money. We were just like spending the money we had, and then, okay, I was trying to find out some budget for the next phase of the project. So it was really step by step. So it was not easy. And the important thing is that, in fact, we scaled the game to the size of the budget. So each step was, okay, now, how much money I could get from, you will see, from sponsor, from whatever horizon I could find. But with that amount of money, what can we do? How many bubbles, we call them bubbles, the sequence of row 96. How many bubbles can we do? How many bubbles the system needs to work? Because, it's a procedural game, so it needs a certain amount of bubbles to not just fill, A, B, C, D in a reverse order. So it was quite complex. And so it was a lot of up and downs, a lot. Like all the time it was, okay, we have some budget for the next 3 months for 10 people, okay, let's go. And we do that, we have to deliver this like a pre-alpha or whatever. So it was like this. And then, for example, after some months, so at the end of the pre-alpha, or even at the end of the alpha, we had some struggles because we found some budget with the orange part of this thing. It was a streaming platform that wanted to help, to have games for this streaming platform. And so they gave us some money for that, so it was really cool for us. So, okay, let's go. You have this kind of deal with also like first parties, that if you launch first on their platform, they will give you some money upfront so that they are sure that you go first on this platform day one. So this is the kind of deal that you can find. But this company, at a certain moment, they totally changed their strategy, and this happens a lot. And this time it was like, the typical call, like, we stop. They were stopping all the projects, all the small projects. So it was like, okay, what do we do? So it was this kind of roller coaster for the team. So yeah, and so we had to go back to find some money and find some stuff. And at the end, our saver, the ones who made the fact that the game is there was HP, was Omen, because I received a MP on Twitter from a guy from HP saying, we want to help developers. I was like, oh, are you? HP is a huge company. I don't know. And then we discussed a lot with those people, and they were really, really kind, and they really wanted to help smaller companies and different type of games, not violent games, not, and so, yeah, we managed to have the last blue part that was necessary to finish the game for sure. And the other two parts, you can see, it's two public systems we have in France. And I know in Spain there's a lot of system also, but we are really lucky in France to have both the tax credit, the gray part, and the other part is a mix of different subsidies from the region, Occitanie, we are in south of France, and then we also have the city. I mean, you can try to get, all the public funding you can. And also, but I don't think we had it for this project. We didn't apply for that, but you can also have the Creative Europe that you can apply, but it's very difficult, I think, to have the Creative Europe stuff. But so this is typically like the French stuff you can get. BPI is a French bank. It's a public kind of bank that can really give you a lot of money or loan. It's more like a loan. So you have this kind of thing. There's a mistake, sorry, it's past records. And yeah, this is the usual thing when you have to prepare public funding. Maybe it's the same in Spain, is that it requires a lot of time to make those things. It's quite heavy, it's a lot of things to fill. And you have to pretend that you know exactly what's going to happen to the whole project, how much it's going to cost, like per euro, as at that time you don't know exactly how much it's going to cost. So it's an exercise to imagine what it's going to be. And the big difficulty also is that usually you get the money after. So you still have to find some money before to pay the people, because they will refund at the end. So it's quite tricky. If you just rely on public funding, it doesn't work at all. Yeah, so that's something. And so this is some slides of the pitch, if it can help you, if you have a game pitch. Usually you have this slide what we call the game ID, what's the game basically in a bullet point type of, how many hours, And with this, a lot of people were thinking that we would fail, because they said, if you want to create 10 hours of 3D game with animation, with, human look-alike, with dialogues, they were thinking it was not feasible, honestly, in terms of animation, in terms of everything. And we knew it was very difficult, but we did a lot of games before, so we knew it's going to be tricky in the animation side especially. But then we really tried to be smart, and we did like this, for example, for all the dialogues, we used the iPhone, this one. We just buy an iPhone, and if it's an iPhone 10 or plus, you have this, the facial recognition that is in fact very, very good. It's a very good technology they have. They can really get the 3D of your face. And we used Unity for this game, and Unity, they already had this link that you can, if you need to code, but to have to get those information from the iPhone. So what we tried, it was to record the actor, put the iPhone just below the screen of the text, and record the animation facial at the same time. And so we were recording everything in Unity, even the sound. I was like, whoa. But we even recorded the sound in Unity. We also recorded in Pro Tools, but to be in sync with the animation, you have to have it together. So it was like this kind of thing that allowed us to have like those 9,000 lines of dialogue animated, and not just the wah-wah, typical wah-wah that doesn't bring any emotion. And this game is all about dialogues, discussing in a car and this kind of dialogues. If you don't have the facial expression, you will lose it. Like it will be boring. It will be okay. So it's really important to have those subtleties. And it works. You see, this is the blend shapes. If you are technical, this is 50 blend shapes mixed together. And this is part of the pitch of the game, so you have to try to simplify it to the maximum. So basically the pitch, because the game was very complex to explain, the procedural story thing was too complex to explain. I tried, but they were like, no, we don't get it, because it's not a branching, it's really like picking sequences and changing inside the sequences a lot of things, depending on what you did before, depending on the state of the game, the politic, all the things. So yeah, but basically it's quite still what it is at the end. It looks a bit like Firewatch. The system is a bit inspired by Reigns, and the creator of Reigns was there at the Gamelab, so it's really funny. And Life is Strange, I guess you know Life is Strange is a very good narrative games. So yeah, so that was the pitch. That was also, the pillars. It's important to have really big pillars when you do a game to make sure that you stick to your pillars, that you don't diverge. And the biggest one for us was procedural road trip. And each time we had to make a decision about the game, do we do that or that? And every time was like, okay, does it go on the procedural side, like we have many possibilities, or this decision will reduce the possibility, like for an artist, for example, he would say, this sequence has to happen in the sunlight, this place. And then we say, yeah, but if the player arrives at night, it does not work. Or if the player is supposed to be in the mountains, because in the game you go from the desert to the mountain, to the border, and then you say it does not fit if this is the desert back to desert landscape. So that's why each sequence in the game has 4 different modes. So you have the day, night, desert, forest. So you have all those combinations in the game. And it was, at the beginning, the artists, they are struggling. They say, wow, the same location 4 times. But then you say, it's funny, in fact, to do, because you keep the same playable area. This one is exactly the same. But everything that is outside of this playable area, they can do whatever they want. And it's very funny. So you have the same diner, for example, in the middle. And in the mountain, whoa, you have a big cliff on the side. You have a big mountain on the left, for example, with trees. As in the desert, you have the same diner, but it's very flat, very horizontal. So all this kind of thing is really funny to do, in fact, at the end. Well, it's a lot of work. It's 4 times the work for the backgrounds. But it was at the service of the procedural system. So that's why, when you know why you take a decision, even if this decision is really like, whoa, okay, it's going to be massive, but at least you know why you do it. So yeah, there was this. This is the standard pitch. It's not only serious subject in the game. We wanted to keep some funny moments. So basically, you go from funny sequences to very serious sequences. It's a big mix of this. And also, this is the communication timeline. So we did it self-published because we wanted to be free. But then you are free to do everything. So you have to do the marketing, and the marketing is absolutely important. And you cannot just say, oh, we just focus on the game and people will like it. No, they're not going to see it. So then we worked with an agency called Eco. It's a small agency in UK, a very, very good one. And this is, for example, a marketing plan we had for the game. Say, okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna reveal the game at the Game Awards. So same thing. It was good to have HP with us because HP, they were connected very well to the Game Awards. So we were able to have 55 seconds of trailer in the middle of the Game Awards, so at least people know the game exists. And at the end, I put a huge wish list now, a huge one. And the same moment, we put the Steam page live, and so we hope for a lot of people to wish list the game. And it happened very well. The Game Awards, it's very famous. So suddenly, we have a massive number of wish lists. So that was a good trigger for everything that happened after. But we did everything, the trailer in the studio, everything was done in the studio. So it's a lot of work. Be ready if you want to self-publish a game. Marketing will take the life of one person at least. If you know how to video edit, you have to have someone who's ready to do that, to capture the game. Another important thing is to have a good camera, a God mode. What we call the marketing camera is a mode where you cheat. And then suddenly you make it move smoothly. You can reduce the speed, reduce the rotation, everything, so that you can do the shots you want in the game. And then you record it. You record it many, many times, and then you edit it. So the trailer you saw is entirely made in the game. We didn't have time and money to make a CGI trailer for sure. So yeah, that was part of the timeline. And what else? And this is what at the end, we had this. So Game Awards was, well, you know, there's so many viewers in the Game Awards. So it was huge. Then we had Nintendo, because of the Game Awards, we had Nintendo who just called us and say, "Whoa, what is this game? We want to be part of this. We want this game to be on the Switch." It was not planned, so technically it was a big mess. But we say, okay, you cannot say no to Nintendo. So say, yes, we're going to make it work on the Switch. My programmers, they were really afraid. Because if you know Unity, we use the other Unity, the HDRP, the one who doesn't work on the Switch. So we have to have double pipeline, you know, all the texture, the lights, the materials has to be duplicated into projects. Boy, it was a big mess. But we did it. We had the game ready for Nintendo, and we were able to have the visibility of Nintendo. We had the Nindies video. You know, they have this kind of video every 4 months or every 6 months. And we were there. They put us at the beginning of the video. It was huge. Really, this video had more than 10 million views. So it was really, really cool. And the people who watch the Indies, they are the buyers of indie titles, very curious players. It's really the good target. So we're really happy about that. And then we launched on Switch and PC. We had a lot of views on the trailer and stuff, everything. We launched a book. I didn't know, Jan is not there anymore. We did You Are the Hero book at the same time with a writer. Because there was a writer who really wanted to expand the lore, the universe we were building. So it was nice also to make a book in parallel of the game. And when you do a game, honestly, it seems very easy to make a book. It's about writing, but there's not all the technical issues you have in a game. So it's a pleasure to make a book like that. And we did the OST or everything. And then at the end, we did the launch on Xbox, PlayStation, because they wanted the game also to be there. They were a bit like, what? The game is not on our platform. But as a small studio, you cannot do all the platform at the same time. It's a lot of work also. If you never made a game on console, don't underestimate, a console is totally different from PC. If you think that putting a game on Steam, it's nothing. You just put it, you have a small check of something like the achievement, whatever. But when you do it for the Switch or for Xbox or PlayStation, this is a massive, massive work of technical stuff, the TRC technical requirements. And it takes a lot of time, a lot. Really, it's really hard. So yeah, and at the end it was a happy ending because there was a lot of people watching the game on YouTube and Twitch, many people watched it. We had to be lucky that a lot of streamers, they started to stream the game, even though we didn't pay the streamers. It was just, they knew the game was existing and they started to stream. And the good thing is when you have one streamer starting to stream the game, then another streamer, then all the streamers are playing it. And it's, now it's massive when a streamer do it, you can really, really feel it. And this is kind of the metrics we have on the PC. The countries you see there, it's the PC metrics. So it's quite interesting. And the age for our game, it's pretty spread out, but it's mostly 16 years old. Starting to, the peak is at 30, 35, so it's mostly old player, I would say, like me. So it's more like this. So it's a game for, more the middle. And so that's it, I think. Voilà. It's okay. You have it? Oh, yeah. But we can watch the trailer in a smooth way, maybe.
Honey, is it you? How far are you from the border? Be careful with the people that give you a ride. And don't travel with someone you don't know. We love you, honey.
Yeah, you can see the wish list. I would be happy to answer. Yeah. If there's a mic. And also, I didn't mention, but when we launched the game after, we decided to join a group. In fact, because it was so tiring to do all of this alone, we decided to join Embracer, maybe you know this big group of a European group of studio. So now we are more stable in a big group.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk a bit about your past, because I love playing Valiant Hearts. And that game and Child of Light, that were both games developed in UV Art engine.
Yeah.
That was the first engine that made me want to enter the video game industry.
Wow.
And I want to ask, how was it to develop a game in that engine? And I would like that engine was released publicly, you know. I would have loved to develop something in that in that engine.
Yeah.
And how was to develop something in it?
In fact, it was not that easy to use this engine. You know, it was an in-house engine at Ubisoft Montpellier, and the tools were not that easy to use. And I think that it looks very well, the render, but at the same time there was you know, the Ori, the game made with Unity also, very nice 2D games. And in fact, we could have switched almost to Unity. I mean, if it's more simple for a small studio to use Unity for sure than this engine that was not ready to be used by players. I think that's why they didn't release it at the end, because if you just give the source, it's not like you open a software, you have a window, and you can start working. It was plenty of different tools. It was mostly LUA language, you know, and so you had to type a lot of code. So it was quite old in a way. Now it's not easy to use. and now visually you can get it in Unity. Honestly, yeah, I don't know.
Thanks.
Is there another question? Is there a lot of people who wants to maybe one day set up a studio or here in Tenerife? Are you all from Tenerife or mostly, I guess? Oh, I have a question for you. Is there a school for video game in Tenerife? There is? Okay. 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 That's good to know. And the gaming scenes, is there many studios here or here? That's cool. Let's talk after the.
There are a bunch of studios, and there are some master's degrees and a few schools, but I think it's not like a super developed, like if you compare it with Madrid or Barcelona, it's obviously not at that level. I think it's starting slowly. It has the chance to evolve right now, but it's kind of in the air right now, in my opinion. Like, that's the way I see it.
Okay, that's interesting. Cool. Maybe it's, do you have other questions? Or don't hesitate about anything, creation or production or.
Hi. I was wondering what did Omen ask in return for the funding to Road 96? Because we saw their logo at the beginning of the trailer. But did they ask for revenue share or something else?
Yeah. It's. I cannot say the details, but usually they give you an amount of money, and then they have to recoup that money back. So.
Okay, but they were just like any other investor.
No. After that, it was only our funding. But yeah, the good thing is it's like a publisher sometimes. You know, they give you money and then they recoup it. So it's good as long as you try to negotiate a day one that is not 100% recoup. The problem that you have usually is that after the game is launching, they take all the money until they recoup what they gave, but then you have zero money after the release, and then you have to lay off all the team. Like, this is usually the problem. So if you try, but it's very hard to negotiate, say, no, day one, let's split it. So it's going to take longer for them to recoup the money, but at least you don't have to go down to zero after that. So yeah, it's quite tricky to negotiate that, especially if you are a young studio. They will say, no, we just recoup first. So it's really hard there.
Thank you.
Non, c'est bon. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Merci.
A continuación, Richard Bartel con su conferencia Show Me the Money.
Yeah, don't need that. Show me the money.
Yep.
Right, okay. I see that in common with all the other talks, they've taken the worst photograph of me they could find on the internet and used it to illustrate. Now, I had wet hair. It was raining when that was taken. Right, so this is a different kind of talk. This isn't a talk of how successful people became successful. In Livingstone, I actually bought my first copy of Dungeons and Dragons from him. I should say Sir Ian Livingstone now. So this is the talk today. Cheap psychological tricks every game designer should know but not necessarily use. This is a 60-minute talk, but I've only got 30 minutes, so I'm going to be quick, I hope. Maybe a bit rushed. What I'll be doing is looking at some of the psychological tricks that are available to game designers. For some of these, it's so you don't use them, not so you do use them. Unless you're evil, of course, in which case you probably will anyway. I'll only be scratching the surface of each one because I don't have a lot of time and I do have a lot of tricks to talk about. But you can make a note of them and look them up, Wikipedia or wherever, afterwards. So game designers draw on many aspects of psychology. They've done it for ages. Fun is to do with psychology. But then this would be a 3-hour talk compressed into 30 minutes, so I'm not going into that today. I'm going to start off with some useful elements then that are generally going to help you just knowing about them. Some of them will be useful as actually to put into games, but others are just useful to know about because they're going to affect how your players are going to react. So first of all, take a look at this picture of Nathan Drake from Uncharted 4. Right, now, freeze your face. Some of you will have that smile, and I can see some of you have that smile. This is mirror neurons. So, mirror neurons were discovered in quite a tricky way. Basically, some Italian scientists had put probes into monkeys' brains and measured what happens when they gave them a banana. And then they noticed that when they gave bananas to other monkeys, the same things fired in the monkeys with the implants in their brains. That's probably illegal now, but from this we got mirror neurons. So by seeing something, that can fire the same neurons in your brain as if you do it yourself. So you see Nathan Drake smile, that fires the neurons, it ripples out, you smile. So it helps you to do things yourself, to model what you're doing, but it also helps you to model what other people are doing. Now, if you see expressions that trigger emotions in characters, that can trigger the emotions in the players, in you. And this is where empathy comes from. So everybody knows that yawns are catching. I won't yawn now because I'm excited. You can yawn at will because I know you're not. But these are where it comes from. You see things and it just triggers a reaction in you. So animation in a game isn't just about making the game look and feel a certain way. It's also about conveying triggers to people that they will pick up on and react because their mirror neurons are seeing something and it's triggering the same parts of their brain. Right, next up, this is Male Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. Whoa. Okay, so you've probably never heard of this one, the Uncanny Valley. Games are converging on graphics that are photorealistic, but as you get closer to photorealistic, something odd happens. Things that look human but aren't start to become unsettling. So avoid this unless you actually want to creep people out, because if you want to creep people out, this is a good way to do it. It's called the Uncanny Valley. It was first noted in Japan when they were making robots, and they said, let's make this look more realistic, and it creeped people out more. It got the name because of the graph. This is the graph. So the effect is more pronounced for moving images than for stationary images. But the closer you get to something looking human, suddenly it drops off and freaks people out. So zombies that have got extra joints where they shouldn't. It's not right. The healthy person up the top there, by the way, I generated that using Midjourney, so it isn't actually a real person, but it looks real. But the humanoid robot definitely does not. The thing about this Uncanny Valley is it's well known for pictures, for images, but it's not just that, it's across the board. Sounds can be strange. Animations can be strange. Behaviors can be strange. Something that acts almost normal but not quite. So if I start walking like this, when my arms are going at a different pace to my legs, that kind of looks a bit creepy, and you'd be thinking, if it was in a game, probably you should have paid more for the animators, but you'd be thinking, there's something wrong with that, and it might be notable. Self-perception. What players think of themselves. Now, people's behaviors change to match their attitudes. So as you get older, you'll vote Conservative. Well, the older you get, the more your opinions change. But the more experiences you have, the more your opinions change. But it's the other way around. If your opinions change, then you start doing things differently. If you suddenly think, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be quite that rude to women, then you'll stop being that rude to women, hopefully. Just to children. One of the things we found that have been found by psychologists is that people will change what they do based on how they're presented. So there was this survey done. What they did was they had a bunch of American footballers, not soccer players, footballers, gridiron, doing these actions, some of which were 50-50, was it a foul, wasn't it a foul? And they found, when they tested in front of a jury, that when they put them in a black uniform instead of a red uniform, more of these 50-50 fouls went against them, just because they were dressed in black. They also looked at actual teams playing, and the teams who played in black committed more fouls than the ones who didn't play in black. So just wearing black meant that people thought you were going to be playing dirty, and what's more, you probably were, just by that. So if you give someone a character, and their character's beautiful, good-looking, wearing white and shiny orange hair or something, they're probably going to behave differently than if you make them a goth without the makeup. And if a black strip can affect how you behave and how people behave towards you, what about avatars in things like MMOs? Because 40% of male players have got a female avatar. That's going to affect their play. I don't know if it changes their gender, but I wouldn't put it past them. Here's another example of the other way around, where you're playing as a character and it's changing your own opinions. So this is another experiment. This is where they put female subjects' own faces onto avatars. Deep fakes, but a few years ago. This is with permission, of course. And those are the 4 avatars they had. So they put each subject had their own face put onto the avatar. And then they had these avatars interact with a male avatar for 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Then they gave them a questionnaire. And it's a standard questionnaire that's used to assess attitudes. One of the questions that they were particularly interested in was whether subjects think that the majority of rape victims are promiscuous. So the most people who get raped, are they the ones who are dressing weirdly? Well, not weirdly, provocatively. And it turned out that the people who played the top avatars said yes more than the bottom avatars, which is kind of freaky. That's because they were dressed like that, and from being dressed like that got an opinion which, if they'd have tested it beforehand, probably wouldn't have said. So you can affect people's views by doing things like this. I don't know if it's important that they have their own face on there or not, but that's what the experiment had. Next up, theory of mind. This is actually related to mirror neurons a bit. People are very good at creating models of other people in their head. So you know how they will act. So if I go and slap you, I've got a pretty shrewd idea that I'm going to end up hurt as a result, because I've got a theory of mind. I can use my mind to model how you're going to act. So this is called theory of mind, and you put yourself in the position of someone else, figure out what they're going to do based on what you know of what they know. And that makes things more believable. In games, if you're playing against an opponent and you're thinking, oh yeah, I see, maybe it's a strategy game, they're building up their forces, they're thinking they're going to attack this city. But hold on, where are all the ships? The ships aren't there. Maybe this is a ruse, and they're doing it. So what you're doing is you're thinking as if they're thinking. If they are thinking completely randomly or using some kind of stats-based approach, like Monte Carlo tree search or something, you will be mistaken because they're not thinking like that, and then you'll be, oh, what the hell's going on here? So it adds believability if you can look into your opponent's mind or AI. Now, here's an example of this from psychology. This is called the Sally-Ann test, invented by Sacha Baron Cohen's cousin. So you've got 2 dolls, Sally on the left and there's Anne. Sally's got a basket and Anne's got a box. And Sally puts a marble, which is a glass ball, into her basket. Then she walks away. While she's away, Anne takes the marble out and puts it into the box. Now Sally comes back, she wants to play with the marble. Where does she look? Well, we know that she's going to look in the basket because that's where she thinks it is. Because she doesn't know that Anne has taken it out, unless she knows that Anne's just that kind of person who'd do that. Now, children under age of 4 say, look in the box, because that's where it is, that's where they know it is. They've got no theory of mind. Older people will get the right place. So theory of mind is useful for players to be able to model each other through looking at actions and thinking, what were they doing? So they're reading the actions and trying to figure out what's going on. So if you don't give them the feedback of the other players, they can't do that, and they don't know whether they're playing against a person or just a black box, a script. Now, This is related to it, parasocial relationships. Individuals form opinions of other people that they're playing with, whether they're real or artificial, and they form relationships. They think, oh, I like this person, I don't like this person. Now, these people don't have to exist in real life. I don't care, he's a character in a novel, I still want to marry him. They can form relationships with game characters too. If you make your game character relatable, then they can play with them. Now, how do you make a game character relatable? Now, the experiments that brought this about came from 1950s newsreaders in America. They wanted to know why people kept watching some news and not other news, even though it was the same news because it was all franchised, but with different presenters. And these are the things that they do. Address the viewer directly. See you next week. You won't be seeing them next week. There are 10 million people watching. You're going to see 800 people next week. You will not be seeing them next week, but see you next week. It gives a connection to people. They think you're talking to you. Another thing, use non-verbal communication like eye contact. As I'm talking, I'm looking around so that I can hunt down the people who aren't watching and then get them after it. But I'm looking around and making eye contact, and occasionally you get eye contacted. But on a TV, straight down the camera, talking away, it feels as though they're talking directly to you. I should look at that camera, shouldn't I? Have good-looking characters. This is why I'm giving the talk, obviously. Lots of people think that they're better looking than they really are. So if you've got somebody who's good looking, then hey, I talk to them. They're talking to me and pretty good looking. They must like me, so you like them. Also have relatable characters. So they might be good looking, but if they're sitting there with a false arrow sticking through their head or something, then okay, there's something creepy there. And every time they open their mouth, there's a squid inside it. I don't really like that. So things that aren't easy to relate to from the point of view of the viewer don't work. So you don't want people talking in very posh accents or regional accents that are almost impenetrable, because that makes them difficult to relate to. Now, I'm sorry, all this applies not just to newsreaders, but it applies to games. If you've got non-player characters and they're interacting with a character in the game, you can do those things. You can have them talk to the avatar directly. You can have them be good-looking if you want them to form a positive relationship, or at least to resent forming a negative relationship. Because the thing is that when you're playing a game, as we saw earlier, you are your character. You're immersed in the game, you are your character. Anything that happens to your character is going to be affecting you personally as a player. So all these things that happen to the characters, you can do them to the player character, and then it'll affect the player. Dunning-Kruger effect. This is one that's become quite common. It's not too important for games, but I thought I'd mention it. Two parts to it. Tendency of people who aren't very good at something to overestimate how good they are at it. So you think, well, how difficult can it be to run a game studio? You find out when you start. And then there's the tendency of people who are good at something to underestimate how good they are at it, because they're surrounded by other people who are good about it and think that everyone else is just like that, but in effect, they're surrounded by very good people. So you might have a game designer thinking, oh, I'm not a very good game designer, all these other people are very famous. Well, they may be very famous, but you still could be a very good game designer because all those people who aren't there are useless at game design. So this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. If you don't know how complex a task is, you're going to think it's easier. And if you do know how complex it is, you're going to criticize yourself for making mistakes that you wish you hadn't made. You'll think, oh, I'm not a very good pianist, I made 3 mistakes there. Other people will be saying, wow, I'm a fantastic pianist, I only made 25 mistakes there. Now in games, this mainly comes out in competitive play, where people have learned in a non-competitive environment, go into a competitive environment and find that everything they've learned doesn't work. So in player versus environment, you might think you're pretty good at the game, and you might very well be. But as soon as you step into a player versus player, you are beaten to a pulp, because things don't work the way that you thought they did. Things happen which you didn't even know were possible. So poor players will miscalibrate themselves, think they're better. Good players will miscalibrate others, thinking the other people are also better. If I can do this, surely everybody else can. Probably better than me. Next up, if this... 5-factor model. So this is coming to be, actually, this is something that's quite useful if you're designing characters. If you've got a game, you want to create a character, you can even proceduralize this to some extent. You need to know about the personalities of the characters. You need to know about the personalities of the players, but as a designer, it's good to be able to create personalities for characters quickly, from scratch. So there are many personality inventories out there, but there's only really one that's got a lot of research behind it that most of the psychologists accept, and that one's the 5-factor model. Those are the 5 factors. The initials spell ocean or canoe, at least in English. So these are what the factors are. Openness to experience. Are you inventive or curious, or are you more cautious but consistent? Do you take risks and they don't come off, or are you more methodical about things? Conscientiousness. Are you efficient and organized, or are you extravagant and careless? These are both ends of a line. They're not binary. It's a continuum. Extroversion. Are you outgoing and energetic, or are you solitary and reserved? Well, if you're a programmer, I know you're solitary and reserved, because they all are. But a lot of game designers are extroverts, for example. Agreeableness. Are you friendly and compassionate? Oh, the poor little puppy's fallen over. Or are you critical and rational? Looks like the puppy's going to die soon. I'll put it out of its misery. So, which way are you going to go? And some people are one, some people are another. Finally, there's neuroticism. See, all the other ones are kind of positive, but the last one's kind of negative. Are you sensitive or nervous, or resilient and confident? So, do you get anxious over things, or do you just shrug it off? So if you use that ocean model, that's really pretty good for designing characters, at least at the basic personality level. Right, next up. This is a slide which has got a line in the wrong place. Not psychologically, it just does. Self-determination theory. This is an explanation for why people have those different personality types. It says that you've got 3 essential psychological needs that you need to satisfy. Autonomy, freedom to act, to direct your life, to do what you want to do. So when you're a kid and you're being told what to do by your parents all the time, you don't have much autonomy. And when you're at work, you probably don't have much autonomy either. But when you retire, you do have autonomy, just all your bones don't work, so you can't do it anyway. Competence, the ability to control outcomes to achieve mastery. What can you do to change your future? And finally, relatedness, interacting with others, caring with others, for others, connecting with others. So those are the 3 aspects of self-determination theory. The first 2 are about equal strength, and the third one is about half the strength of the other 2. So this is useful again for designers because it focuses on intrinsic motivation. Why is it that people are doing something? They're doing it for some personal interior goal rather than being paid for it, some external goal. I'll mention those goals a bit later if I get that far. Now, the problem with trying to reward people for doing things that they like is that there's this thing called the over-justification effect. Now, if someone already finds an activity fun, just give them the activity. Don't give them a reward for the activity, because if you do, they start associating the reward with the activity, and the reward is external, and they lose interest in it. So if you start paying people to do something they really love, it can undermine their really loving it. You find this in professional sports. And the reason for that is because it reduces autonomy. So you don't want to make a big thing of loot in games. You can give loot to acknowledge to players that you did the right thing. This is good, congratulations. But you don't want to make it all about the loot. If you give unexpected praise for a task, that will increase it. So every so often, randomly, you say, hey, well done. They might believe that, but they're not going to believe it like when they're on the phone and somebody's saying, well done, you have filled in the form correctly. No, you liar. Because the reason for this is it gives you a sense of competence. Random praise, or praise after you've done something particularly well that you feel is deserved, will increase your sense of competence. But if you expect it after everything you do, so every time you do your homework, you get a bar of chocolate, well, that reduces it's all about the chocolate now, not what you've learnt in the homework. The Zeigarnik effect. Now we're getting into the areas of real cheap psychological tricks, things you can do to keep people playing your game when really they perhaps shouldn't be playing your game. Most designers want people to play games because the games are fun or because the games are saying something, but cheap psychological tricks are ways to keep people from playing when they really ought to stop. So the Zeigarnik effect is named after its discoverer, Bluma Zeigarnik. Her supervisor noticed that in restaurants, the waiters always remember your order, but as soon as they delivered it, they completely forget whatever it was. Why is that? Because if you've got a task that's outstanding, it'll keep nagging at you and you'll keep wanting to do it. So she showed that people remember and are nagged by tasks they've started, but they've not finished. So in games, quests are a good example of this. If you start a quest, you want to finish the quest. If the quest says, collect X objects of type Y, you're not going to stop at X minus 1. You're going to get that last one. And when you finally do get it, it is enjoyable, but only in the same sense that stopping hurting yourself is enjoyable. Yeah, the pain is over. And then immediately, you get another quest that you have to complete before you log off. And before you know it, you're doing that one as well. And in turn-based strategy games, this is the just one more turn. Oh, I really must remember to build an archer at that city. I'll just play one more turn and I'll build the archer. Phew, I've built the archer, but now I've got to remember that I'm supposed to be sending those horsemen over there. And before you know it, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Or 1 o'clock in my case last night. Next up, we've got, I'm running short of time here, loss aversion. This is the loss of items or progress. It's not the loss of the game, it's losing things that you've got in the game. Basically, people like losing stuff twice as much as they like gaining it. Sorry, they dislike losing stuff twice as much as they like gaining it. So, if someone took €1,000 from you, you would be upset. To get back to the level of happiness you had before they took it, you'd have to be given €2,000 because the loss is worth twice as much as the gain. And this is why, if you're in a game, we don't say, don't eat the food and suddenly you get a debuff. What we say is, if you eat the food, you get a buff. It's the same thing, technically. Works the same way. But if you say you gain something from this, then people like it. But if you take it away from them and then say you've got to eat the food to go feel better, they won't like that because they feel that they've been robbed. They've lost something. And loss aversion is why you're given things for free early on in a game, because you don't want to lose them and stop playing. I've got 2 minutes left and many more slides. Related to this, you've got the sunk cost fallacy. This is where you've paid for something, it's got no future effect in the game or anything, but you want to keep using it because if you don't, you've lost all that. So you treat things as if they did have an impact, which they don't have. It's one reason why people will keep playing MMOs, because, oh, but if I leave the game, then all the other characters will level up and my character won't be any good anymore. Yeah, but you've left the game, what do you care? Well, I do care because I made that character as good as they are and they should be better. It's why in mobile games they put killer levels in and make you pay to go past them, because you've got up to level 306. If you want to get to level 308, you're going to have to pay something or spend 15 days trying to get past level 307 because of that cost you've got to get there. Right, operant conditioning. This is the addiction one. I should maybe skip this, but essentially what this one says is if you give people rewards randomly, with a varying time between them, that can hook them. This is how gambling works. It's how slot machines work. You pull the thing and so on. So it has to be random in order to make people want it. Normally you pull this lever 10 times and you get €1, or 20 times you get €1. That is statistically the same as saying pull this 20 times, and each pull you've got a 5% chance of getting €1. So it's the same thing, but the second one will keep people pulling and pulling and pulling for much longer than the first one. I did have a graph here, but I took it out on advice that it was unreadable. But this is very much like gambling. Just because you've hooked somebody and they're playing your game doesn't mean it's fun. And it's quite immoral. Gamers can do this, but designers tend not to want to do it unless they're so desperate for money. We want people to play games for fun, not through mind control. Right, my time is up, so I'll just finish with this slide. I've just scratched the issue, the surface here. There are many other things to note, which you can look up afterwards. Uses and gratification theory, the Proteus effect, which is related to the people feeling as if they were their avatar, presence, flow, immersion, artificial scarcity, fairness, social comparison. These are all psychological effects which I could have talked about if I wanted to make a 3-hour talk down into this period. How psychologists see games is completely different to this, by the way. They don't pay any attention to that. If you read psychological literature about games, almost all of it, 95% of it, is going to be on addiction, aggression, or the effects it has on children. And whether that you believe any of that depends on the country you come from. In the US, they believe in a lot more than they do in the UK, but a lot less than they do in some other countries. Okay, if you do use psychology, do it wisely. As for wisely, well, that's down to your own morality, and morality is a different talk entirely. So there we finished. I'd say any questions, but it says time is up.
A continuación, Óscar Golontis, copropietario de Hellish Studios y, entre otras cosas, responsable de juegos como It Takes Two, que ganó el Juego del Año en 2021.
Yeah, they're coming back. Hello, everybody. Bienvenidos a todos. Okay, as you know, all these chats are in English. So not every day we have the opportunity to talk to the man, the Game of the Year award current winner, Oscar Bolontis. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Are you enjoying for Tenerife?
It's awesome. I'm coming from the Scandinavian hellscape of darkness and mush. So this is a very nice change of scenery, I'd say.
Yeah, it's indeed very nice. It's also my first time here, and yeah, I couldn't imagine what that was. So let's talk about you. Let's talk about your career. Let's talk about who you are. Because in your beginning, you weren't studio programmer, so you were a part-time journalist, a video game journalist, and also you worked in the Swedish military as many things. So how does it help you when you begin with this adventure of Hazelight in 2014?
Both those things are a very good combination. Games journalist, because you get to play a lot of games, and not only the games that you might necessarily enjoy, but just all of them pretty much. So you get a good grip on what's happening. So I've definitely laid a good groundwork in just being a gamer. And then I had a stint in the Swedish military as well, in the intelligence parts a little bit. And I guess that's just when you're doing operational work like I do at Hazelight. I guess, well, I'm not screaming to people, stand here, do that. I haven't brought that in here, but it's good for, just organizing yourself. The military is at least good at that, for sure.
I'm sure of that, totally. A lot of people know the CEOs. Yeah, the CEOs are well known. Joseph Fares in your case, I know Phil Spencer. But a COO is a very really important person in an organization. Is the person who talks to everybody, who organizes everything. How do you manage that? And which are your tasks in your work day by day? What do you do? And what is it important for a studio?
In our case, the role of COO came about quite naturally, because, as you mentioned, Joseph Fares is our founder, and he's our creative director. And that's what he's really good at. He sets the vision for what's the next game we're going to do, and then, of course, what's the creative path for the game that we have. But of course, making games is more than that, and especially having a studio is more than that. So I'd say everything else, apart from that, is just running the studio, making it work. We're making sure we have places to be, and we have money to pay people for, making sure that basically the whole studio as a company runs the way it should, so that someone like Joseph can focus all his time and energy on the creative part.
Yeah, it's very important to have somebody at your role. So let's talk about a little bit about Hazelight. First of all, you're part of EA Originals from the beginning, starting as an independent studio. And everything has changed in these years, and the success and appreciation of the players industry and press turned you into one of the big ships of EA, that's so sad. Can you still say openly that you remain as an independent studio?
Definitely. I would say more than ever, almost. We started out with EA in 2014. They gave us a little bit of money, and we made A Way Out, which we released in 2018. And in the beginning, there wasn't that much money. It was, I guess, Dice's coffee money or whatever kind of size of budget that we got to make A Way Out. That success that A Way Out had, that, we won a few awards there, and it sold fairly well, gave us the opportunity to make It Takes Two, and now they believe in us more, and give us even more, freedom. They stay back a bit, let us do our thing, because apparently we know how to deliver something. And It Takes Two chugged along fairly well. It was a good production, I would say, even though pandemic hit. We were lucky it hit in the final polish year of It Takes Two, so it was, work from home was easier. And then something happened. The game released. We knew ourselves that we thought it was a good game. We really enjoyed it. We hoped that everyone else would see that, and people really saw that more than we expected even. And then came the avalanche of awards last winter, and I would say we are as independent as can be right now, because now we have this under our belt. It's they might not like me for saying this, but now it's more that EA gets to work with us more than we get to work with them, which is a good position to be in.
So you have the pun.
Yes.
Are you feeling the pressure? Are you feeling the pressure at this time? Yeah, you are the current winner.
We're asking ourselves this internally a bit. People say no. I hope they're right. But in some way, of course, I mean, we know that people are going to hold up whatever we come up with next up until It Takes Two and say, it better be at least as good as that. And that is not something easy to follow, for sure. But I know the team also got a big boost themselves, because, as I said, we didn't expect it to be that big and be that successful. So now I think we got a boost from, because we didn't expect that. It was more like, okay, wow, we can do maybe more than we think we can. We're even better than we thought we were. And I think that boost also carries into it. Not only that we were planning on making the greatest thing and did it, and now we have to do it again. It was more like, oh, wow.
Yeah. You had it. And is this changing the development of the new game? Because, yes, I have to ask. I know you can tell us just a little thing. But, yeah, we have a photo from Joseph with two women. It takes three, says the community. So
three-way split screen is just the worst kind of way to divide a screen up.
So no, it's changing the development. Are you implementing discarded ideas that you had in past games, or introducing new mechanics that you had in mind before the award for this new game? Do you have more economic support from EA at this time?
Last question first. Yeah, sure. We have a bit more security and leeway in how in the budget for the game, for sure. So we can definitely do it the way we wanted to do it. But then as well, I think it's less that we use. There's not that many discarded ideas from It Takes Two that we need to get these ideas into this new thing, because it's not easy to maybe fit those in, because usually how we do things is that the ideas that we have usually fit into a specific setting, a specific narrative, and just taking that out and putting it into another context might be hard. So I think it's much more of we've gained a lot of experience in how to make a game like It Takes Two. So now it's figuring out, like, okay, can we keep cooking that secret sauce?
I hope so. I hope so. We all hope so. Because I'm still enjoying the game with my child, 6 years old, and yeah, it's fantastic. I have to say, the experience that you get us. So, but not everything in the world are video games, and we are in a global situation with new challenges. The war, the economic situation, the inflation, everything. There are new challenges for the developers that you have to take aside, to take a look at what is happening in the world, to develop your games, because art and enjoyment are the first thing that we move a little bit apart in necessity. How are you contemplating on working on this situation?
Right now it's a bit of a wait and see to see how things actually pan out. It feels like we're still kind of early in this economic downturn still. But I would say it's been said by others, and I've heard before, that the games industry is not recession-proof, but recession-resilient, at least. And as you say, people take away, entertainment and arts. But a bit of a feeling is that games is probably one of the things that's fairly lower down on that list of things to take away. I guess, maybe that expensive cinema ticket might be the first thing to go and stuff like that. But I think games is still something that gives you so much entertainment hours for your money. So let's bank on that, I guess. But then, of course, we have stuff that does happen that we see. Inflation rises, which means that the gaming industry is feeling very well. We're doing well economically, but that also means that there's a lot of expectations within the gaming industry that developers and teams, expect kind of studios to keep up with inflations and stuff like that. We shouldn't have it worse because we're still making good money, but that will, in the short and even longer term, of course, rise the cost of making games, because people are the most expensive thing in making games. So we'll see a bit how this pans out moving forward. And then this whole another topic, of course, that is just interesting. Sony has started doing it is because AAA games specifically has cost mostly the same for many years, $60, even though there's been inflation, that hasn't really changed. Sony is doing that more now, pushing for a $70 new price tag. And we'll see where we come out after this, if there needs to be other changes as well.
Finally, it's a difficult situation. And I have to ask you, because I didn't ask before, how has Hazelight grown in this last year? Did you get new people to the studio, increase your people working there? Are you more people?
Yeah, we've grown a little bit, but we actually have something that we are extremely adamant to keeping our size down. We've seen many other studios, even locally in Sweden, where we've gone from our size, we're about 70-ish, and they've gotten an influx of investments or money, and with that, an expectation of, well, let's go AAA and let's do it now. And they've grown from 70-ish to 150, 200 people in a short period of time, and that changes you a lot. Something happens then, and we don't want to go that route. We'd much rather try the challenge of how can we keep making cool games and hopefully outdo ourselves without just adding a lot of people to the mix and just being a much bigger team with all that comes with that. So yeah, we're growing, but I'm actually having a specific head count that I'm having the teams, adhere to. So it's like, do you want to hire someone? You only get one. That's it. So go find who you need, because you're not going to get any more, because we need to stay at this level, and then we need to. The team is working around this and finding ways to work smarter, not just harder or with more people. So it's a challenge we have, and we haven't cracked the code yet, but it's really important for us to keep our size down.
So are you remaining in, ancient shipping model, ancient distribution model, or are you looking for new possibilities as free-to-play? As you know, microtransactions in free-to-play is a model that is winning a big deal of the business. In mobile mostly, but also in video games as usual. So what do you think at the studio about this free-to-play mobile, or what can you profit about that?
Mostly to be honest, it's not for us. Joseph himself, he wants to do these adventures, he wants to tell a story and take you on a journey with a clear beginning and an end, and a sense of fulfillment and narrative evolvement during that time, and also with the co-op that we're doing, to make sure that we bring the players together and not have distractions outside of that. It's just this is the experience, and it's going to be the one that we intend for you to have. And that doesn't really fit too well with any current free-to-play models in how we want to design games. If we someday, Joseph wakes up and say, I have an awesome idea for how to make this into a free-to-play thing, sure, we'll probably do that at that point. But if we're not going to be chasing business models specifically, we'd much rather do the games that we want to make and which the team is passionate to make, not which will have the biggest return on investment potentially. There's a lot of risk with free-to-play as well. If you don't hit big, then you hit nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, sure. If you want the success is important in these games. So let's talk about the market. Let's talk about how the situation is. Because, Josh Sawyer, creator from Pentiment, has told a few days ago that Pentiment wasn't imaginable without Xbox Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass allows him to make a game different. Also, you are creators from very different games. They're not games for everybody, but, well, a gift for anyone who approached them, I so said, I have to say. So, as part of EA, you were in Game Pass after the launching. How helped that to you to reach more public and players?
I'm going to thread carefully now. I think in the example you have with Pentiment, that's example of a small developer who wants to find an audience and also the means to finish the game and launch it, have the funds. And I've seen Microsoft do a lot of good things there, where you go into a small studio, you give them the money to finish up the project, and then it becomes a Game Pass exclusive launch day one. That works fairly well. I would say, and I think Sony is good right now at reflecting where we stand on this as well, but they're kind of speaking for us, because they've been very hesitant towards the subscription model. They've even go out and say that our premium titles, The Last of Us and the Uncharted and the God of Wars, they will not be launching day one on subscription service because they sell 15-20 million actual units, $60 a pop instead at launch. So I can see why, and we're kind of in Sony's ballpark in this part of the field in this one. Because we're seeing the numbers actually that a game like us, it's something that you finish in about 10 to 12 hours and then you're done. There's not really a subscription model today that fits with that. So either you have the Pentiment or other kind of deals where you get a chunk of money up front, and hopefully that's a really good chunk of money and it's what you wanted, but you're not going to see much more after that, most likely, depending on what kind of title you are. Or you just bank that, hopefully this is mostly going to be the most of the profits we're going to see, is this thing, and we'll see what happens after that. But of all the models I've seen, if you just throw your game into a Game Pass, it's a game that has a beginning and an end and it's not that long. There's no payment model I've seen from any of the subscription services that treats that kind of game very well. It's usually, the games that get constant engagement all the time is the winners, usually, of this system. And then that's your, PvP shooters or your sports games that gets played a little bit every day. But a game that's, you play in a lot longer chunk and then finish is not very good. So Game Pass has been interesting for us, and I think we've reached a bigger audience. But we're still waiting on anyone out there to crack the code for how you can release games in the sense that we do, a narrative, complete story, premium game on a subscription service and make it work financially.
We're talking about Microsoft Game Pass. At this moment, we are seeing console war, so sad. I have to say it, sorry, is it what it is? We're seeing Sony and Microsoft struggling for Activision Blizzard and that agreement. In the last time, Embracer Group has about studios has the João Fanise studio. Sony has bought Bungie, Microsoft, ZeniMax. It's a polarization. So some people are worried about this polarization and who could that affect to mostly people that are here that are beginning their projects, that are small developers and couldn't have enough choices to show their talent to the rest of the community about this polarization. Which are the good points of this agreement? And for you, where are the dangers of this polarization?
I think the dangers, and as you kind of already alluded to a bit, is the creating these few monopolistic, massive constellations of a developer house, which you have to, if you're not in there, it's hard, and they have the muscles to kind of steamroll whatever they want. That's always the issue with consolidation, that you create a few very, very big players and they kind of own the space and dictates how it is for everyone else. That I'd say would be the bad thing. And to be honest, I think the most good thing, at least short term, would probably be for players mostly. And for example, I mean, as a gamer myself, and I do have a Game Pass subscription, of course it would be super nice to have all these Bethesda games and the Activision Blizzard games, for free on day one, well, for a subscription fee, that's fairly low. So I think for the players it's going to be good, at least in this short term, to get access to all these fantastic games for a very small price. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how that develops in the long run. What will these big, massive, almost monopolies what would they do with the industry, and also what kind of games are being made, and will genres or types of games fall to the wayside because there's no way to get them out there because you're getting outshone by this other big entity that just does its specific thing. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's a difficult answer because we don't know yet what's going to happen. But we can imagine some situations. And in this term, we are also seeing with the commissions and all the investigations, we are seeing how Sony says that, Microsoft says another thing. And all the public opinion is involved, and all the public opinion is seeing what they say about each other and another developers. In my opinion, I have to say, I think it is a little bit dangerous because sometimes it could be manipulating the public opinion. Do you think it's a good thing for people to know everything about what's going on in this agreement, or do you think it could be dangerous for the community?
Just as a spectator, I would say it's always fun to see when you get a bit more of a glimpse into what people or corporations actually think and feel. You usually get things so wrapped up in PR speak and PR messages all the time. But as you say, this time it feels like the gloves are a bit more off in how they're communicating. They're a bit more straightforward, like almost accusing each other of this or that in what's going to happen with this big merger. So I think it's nice to actually hear a bit more straight communication for everyone out there. But as you say, of course, you have to be wary that it is being put out there, and of course it's to sway opinions in some way. But I mean, it's not worse than we see in any election cycle on any kind of political, election. So I don't see that much of an issue on having this more direct approach in the communication that they have. I would say, to be honest, I don't think it's that bad that they're a bit more open and straightforward. But of course, you need to be wary that sometimes they paint a picture that might be a bit skewed, of course. But I'd say it's refreshing to rather have that than having something that's, you have to shift through a big press release to find the actual bits and pieces of useful information in there.
So just to finish this chat, our time is going up. So we have here people who is developing their games, they're starting their projects, some of them have experience. What could you say to them from indie to GOTY? Everything's possible, no? So what could you say to them? What advice could you give to them to develop their work and do what they really want to do?
Coming from us, I would say make sure you chase an idea rather than chasing expectations of you. It's so common that you have a game pitch which consists of this is this game plus this game, and that's the pitch pretty much. It's pretty common. It's an easy way to just quickly convey what it is you're doing. But I think if that's the only components of your pitch, I think you should stop and think. There should be some component in there that you have to explain in some way, because that makes it new, that makes it fresh, that makes it something that is not just something that people have seen so many times that they instantly know exactly what it is you're trying to make. I'd like to see more of that, because I think that's more chasing something that can be unique to you, rather than you throwing yourself out there on an arena that is clearly filled of massive, big, successful other games. Probably the two games that you suggested in your pitch are a combination of, you're going up against them most likely as well. So that's something. Make sure that and you're doing it not to chase, this kind of game seems to be selling a lot right now. Maybe we should do something in this genre. Because when you're done with your game, maybe the whole fad is out anyway.
I'm so tired about roguelite. Sorry, man, I have to say it. So many roguelite card games.
Yeah.
This idea around in so fresh.
Make sure you have your own spin on it, and then make sure your pitch includes something that you actually have to explain a bit, so someone can, not instantly know what you're meaning, because you're only just suggesting to other titles combined.
So, Oscar Volontis, that was all. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the island, you're enjoying your days here.
Absolutely, it's fantastic here.
And thank you, everybody. Please, a big applause for Oscar Volontis.
All right, thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming to this roundtable with, well, some of the biggest personalities in the video game industry. Today we are talking about how to strategically plan your game studio ahead of 2022, sorry. And today we are Eva Gaspar, CEO of Everlight Studios, Dino Pari, CEO of Coherence, Ram Ismail, independent developer, and Martin de Koning, Executive Vice President at DDM. So I'm starting with the first question. There is a lot of planning when embarking in game development, especially when creating a studio from the ground for the first time. So how would you first approach this task? Is there any specifics you could share with the audience, and what are the points you should be paying attention at first? A lot of questions, I know, sorry.
I think one of the first things you need to think out, of course, the vision and the prototype. The first scope of gameplay you want to show anybody, because I think whatever you make first is what you need, is what you use to either attract somebody. You know, if you're a graphic artist, you can start with some images, but like in the humbler beginnings, when you don't have that much resources, it's so important to get a small scope and get something out, and visually, many people do the lore, which I think doesn't cut it so much anymore, like just in written text. Mm-hmm. But yeah, generally the prototype, the first prototype.
Do you guys want to share something about this?
Well, I mean, I think it's all about a playable. I fully agree. It starts, I mean, if you have a game business, everything starts with having a playable, right? I mean, that showcases the team strength and whatnot. I mean, me being a video game agency, I would also, being a video game agent, sorry, I would argue that, you know, also have a business plan. I mean, it sounds dusty, but I think eventually, you know, when you go out with your playable, you're looking for partners, or maybe you're not looking for partners, you still want to have a business plan that I think, you know, highlights your mission statement, highlights what your key pillars are, what is the balance between work for hire and original IP, if it's original IP, what's your, I mean, do you have a franchise plan? I mean, this sounds all very corporate, but I think you really, from the get-go, you want to think outside of the box and plan for things instead of only having the playable. But it definitely starts with the playable. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You go.
Okay, I go. Yeah, I think, you know, if you're starting a studio, usually you don't have that many resources. You don't have a lot of information. You basically have nothing. You probably have a number of team members. And I think between the two answers, you kind of hear one sort of common theme, which is get to the things you need fast. I see a lot of studios who spend like a year, 2 years trying to like prove that they can make a prototype, or like if it needs to move fast, right? You're on your own money, you're on your own time. The faster you can get and move the risk away from you to a partner that's better equipped, or a funder or a publisher, the better it is. So I always hate seeing indies doing their first game and then they have like spent like, they come to me and they're like, yeah, we're a year and a half in, you know, the full art style was implemented, and you know, we're going to start pitching. And I'm like, you could have probably started on this like a year ago. You know, start with some mock-ups, like do some paint overs of your screenshots, get your business plan ready. People, you know, with business plans, you don't have to get it right instantly. Market research is really simple. If somebody funds you, it's a good business plan.
Yep.
If nobody funds you, it's a bad business plan. Fix it, right? So a lot of it is about iteration, and it's a word you'll hear over and over in the games industry, but it's true for your game, for your prototype, for your business plan, for your vertical slice, for your team, for the procedures that you have. So just get something on the ground and start rolling, and don't spend too much time trying to get it perfect before you start talking about it, or before you start doing it. Just start going.
And that was also one of the strengths you had with Flambert, right? Where you guys were churning out like great prototypes, you know, rapid prototyping, new playables, you know, testing things out. I think that was a strength of you guys, like really going fast, right?
Well, I would like to point on be careful who you choose as your partners. So I would go on the team. Setting up a company is normally setting up a partnership. I think it's a very serious commitment. And for me, it was the first biggest commitment of my life. I'm still married to that commitment. And that doesn't, it comes with a lot of issues and problems. And partnering with someone, it's definitely not 1 + 1 makes 2. That makes no sense. When you're partnering in a company to create value, to create wealth, it has to be 1 + 1 + whoever else times 3, 5, 6. Otherwise, don't do it. If it's going to be 1 + 1, 2, don't do it, because eventually it's going to be divide, because it's hard.
When you talk partnerships, do you mean the first people you kind of hire, or like the first people you...
No. Hire you,
the
co-founders.
Which, of course, you have a lot of experience with as well.
Yeah.
I think everyone here involved has
Yeah.
like a former business and a former partner.
Yeah.
It's challenging to find the right partner because you only know while you do it and go further.
But I also think the point that was making about the commitment is really important, because it is a big commitment, right? And I think treating it as a multiplier, like, you can't just be me and this other person means we're going to do work that is twice our normal output. No, it has to be bigger than that. You want to be filling each other's like weak spots, blind spots, and that's why diversity comes in as well for early partnership. But the other thing that I think jumps off of that point is, if you're going to start something, if you come out of a game jam or a school project or something, you tend to be like 4 people, 6 people. That's not a good founder structure, right? Starting a company with like 6 founders is going to kill the company, no matter what. Like, it's too much. It's
going to poison your cap table, and if you eventually want to find investment, right, and you have 6 or 8 founders, as you say, I mean, it's going to be a challenge.
But also just decision making becomes a problem. Like too many cooks in the kitchen, all of that. So if you're a game dev team that is coming out of a game jam and you're like 6 people, I hate to say this, but you probably should be less than 6 people to start.
So there is a say that's something like, the greatest partnership is, sorry, not pares, nones, so I don't have the word. So 1, 3, 5, 7, right? Odd numbers, thank you, sorry. So it has to be odd numbers and smaller than 3. So that's the best partnership idea, right? Obviously, I believe that you become better when you share, because there's complementary talents that you need in a company, and you need them to be committed. But be mindful that whoever comes into that partnership has to withstand the waves of sorrow, of desperation, of not meeting your deadlines, I don't know, of creative, hurdles.
Yeah.
It's tough. So
and I think that's important, the commitment, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're 7, you cannot really gauge if everybody is equally as committed when shit hits the fan. If you're 2, you can feel another person. Maybe also if you're 3. But yeah, above that, you really need to think about it.
Yeah. No, and I think decision-making structure, responsibility, I think is a really good one. Like when we're jumping off of the business plan, who is responsible for what is a really really important thing. At Vlaanderen, my old game studio, I was in charge of business. Actually, I was in charge of pretty much everything except for core game design. That was Jan-Willem. And it meant that if I had an idea for the game design, and Jan-Willem put it in, my co-founder at Vlaanderen put it in, and then it was a bad choice, it was still his fault. Because he was in charge of design, right? And that meant that no matter how the idea happened, no matter where it came from, he was where the responsibility stopped for game design, and I was where responsibility stopped for marketing and business and hiring and all of those things. And it made it very clear if something went wrong, what happened and where we should improve the process. And it wasn't like, haha, he fucked up. It wasn't like, that wasn't the point of it. But the point was that we sort of could iterate on the process and like figure out, okay, so this was a bad choice. Here's where it happened.
Yeah.
So you guys are basically replying all my questions in once. But I'm trying to, just maybe obtain something from what you said. You were talking about having a business plan, the
the recommended number of members in a company, the dangers of selling your company, etc. So, of course, one of the biggest challenges of when launching a studio is making it economically viable. What steps should we follow when budgeting? I know this is very, general, but maybe broadly speaking, we can talk about hiring, marketing, publishing. I know it's a lot, but just maybe basic steps.
Could I start with this one?
Of course.
It looks like you want to.
I want this one.
Sure, go ahead.
So there's a trick about business that you kind of need to know, which is that it works the other way than you think, right? If you've not been an entrepreneur, you've not been in business, the value of things you make is effectively speculative, which means that a thing that you make has no value until somebody gives it value by paying for it or by funding you, right? So a lot of indies I come across, when they're making a game, what they say is, okay, we have this amount of money, right? So this is the game we can make, it's with this amount of money. But when you look for funding, you're trying to sell the thing you're going to make at the end, and it doesn't have a value yet, right? So the way budgets work actually is, publishers, funders are trying to weigh two things, which is how much money you need, which is their risk, and how much money they think you'll make, which is their opportunity, right? They're trying to measure those things, and the less experienced you are, the more risky you are, right? If you've shipped a game, you're far less risky of an investment than if you've never shipped a game. If you've shipped 10 games, you're less risky. If you've shipped a game at a certain budget, and you're asked for the same budget again, you're less risky, right? But if you're starting out, you're basically super risky, right? So we're not going to be able to go too far with our budget. But you can go much further than you think. I come across indies who say, like, $180,000, is that a lot of money for a game? And I'm like, well, if Microsoft buys lunch for every person in their company and the lunch is $1, that's $180,000. It's not a lot of money, right? What is important is when you have a budget, that it is viable. It has to make sense, right? And the way investors, publishers look at investments is they're trying to double or triple the amount of money that they put into your company. So if you can make an argument, if you can prove by looking at other games that have released, or looking at the market, or looking at Steam reviews, and figure out how much money certain games make, you can actually make a really good sort of judgment for yourself. So don't think about budget when you're dreaming up your game, right? Dream up your game. Then look at the money you need, and be honest with yourself.
Yes.
None of this bullshit of like, oh, I'm not going to take salary, or I'll take less money. Because the biggest risk to a publisher is you don't ship, which if you don't pay yourself, that's a pretty high chance that you're not going to ship, right? So dream up the game, figure out the budget by being honest. You can hire additional people, that's okay, right? Like, just put that in the budget. And then you're going to do three things. You're going to look for a game that has made about 70% of your budget as revenue. That's your worst case scenario. You're going to look for a game that has made that amount of money, and the game you're promising the publisher or the investor has to be better than that 70% game. Clearly better, no question about it. Do it again for 130%. 130% because that's 100% plus 30% platform fee, so that's break even. You hit that 130%, your game needs to be as good as that 130% game. And I do it one more time with 300%. That game can be slightly better than yours, but I have to believe that your game can be that good, right? So you don't start with budget by going like, okay, we need this amount of money. You start with budget by looking at how much money can I promise you as investor that you can make. And then you work backwards from there, right? So budgeting is less about this is what we need and more about how much can I convince you that we will make. If I can convince one of you that I will make you $3,000 if you give me $1,000 and you have $1,000, then it would be a pretty good deal to give me $1,000 if I can convince you of that, right? That's effectively how publishers look at it, how funding looks at it.
And what you also raised, I think you need to be honest about your weaknesses. You pitch, you have a budget, as Rami mentioned, and you need to prove you can deliver a game, but also be very honest. Like, these are the aspects we're not good at as a developer, or I need to hire X amount of people, or we need to do co-dev or have another team doing the multiplayer mode, for example, if you're only doing single-player games. But be honest. I think that's always very important, to choose your strengths and double down on your strengths, but then also underlining what your weaknesses are.
On the line of the budget, I think it's also, I think quite rarely you get all the money you need. and you have to think about it as a multiple stage rocket. And this is something you probably, starting out, don't know anything about, but a lot of people can tell you a lot about the different possibilities. There's sometimes government stuff, there's sometimes angel funding, there's sometimes if you do a good demo publishers, but you have to realize that maybe the whole budget needs to be cut into those stages. So one stage is the maybe angel, takes you to the prototype of vertical slice. Then there's then you need the next step, which is maybe publisher. I personally hate publishers, as you probably know. They're the worst.
No, that's not true. That's just a personal opinion.
Yes,
Side note.
that is no. That's the absolute truth.
Strongly held personal opinion, but a personal opinion nevertheless.
But that is money you can take. But you have to think about that because there's a road ahead, and if you kind of get your studio to a stage where you get like two stages, you get an investment and you get a publisher, and then you still don't have enough money, then you're actually screwed because then but it's not so much you cannot get another publisher. Usually when you have gotten a publisher, investors, because publishers are evil, of course. They take, usually half of your earnings. You get less worth in the end. So you have to think about these stages and plan ahead and figure out either to cut your scope or how to fire the rocket in maybe 2 or maybe 3 stages.
I'm just wondering. If this is the outlook from Northern Europeans versus Southern Europeans, which is what's going on in my mind and my experience as an indie developer, because it seems like money flows so easily in the North. That it's so easy. I've even heard some developers
compared to the rest of the world, absolutely.
And
no
it's so shocking. I don't know how that translates and how long that will be like that, because it's been like 10 years of there's no issue in the video game industry, right? So eventually here we're having also developers that get funded by publishers, good and bad, and there are developers that get the resources. There are public institutions that actually finance, not for free. You have to give it back, but still is money available, and that's always good because it's true. You need to pay yourself too, if you want to, do something. But I'm not sure how that translates into the Spanish industry, which I think a lot of people maybe here are from. One of the weaknesses that we have in Spain is that the publishing side is not that well developed as the indie side or the dev side, and it is a challenge to get funding. And it is a reality. It's getting better. It's getting better because there are more developers that actually are doing well, and they also invest in the industry. That's a fact. We go into publishing. That's why not all of them are bad. But still, I notice a jump. There is a jump into the perspective of a Nordic developer versus a southern developer.
It's huge. Opportunity is very different up in Northwest Europe than it is in a lot of the rest of one thing I always tell people in Southern Europe, but also in Africa and South America and in Asia is a lot of people have this tendency to self-filter for publishers when they reach out. They go like, oh, Devolver Digital, Raw Fury, and then they email those two, and then they have to wait for 3 weeks to get a response, and then they, like one of the benefits that I think a lot of developers in the North have is just much easier networking connections, right? Lots of publishers up in the Nordic territories.
Different culture too.
Different culture as well. I think one of the biggest tips I give to developers in the south of Europe is there's this list online, and whether publishers are evil or not, like let's leave that in the middle. If they have money for you to make your first game, my first goal as an indie studio is ship a game. Ship a commercial game. I don't give a shit whether you make $0 in total, right? Whether you get 0% recoup, whatever. If you can be back at the exact same spot you are now, but you've shipped a game, and you're not in debt, fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
right?
that's a great
So,
success.
When you reach out to publishers or other things, there's this list made by an independent developer called Alan Dang. Alan Dang, right? It's a free list. It has every indie games publisher in games on it, with their email address, what platforms they're shipping on, with submission forms. It's free. Alan just upkeeps it for free. If you're going to pitch a game, if you're going to talk to publishers, you email every single. Sorry, can I curse?
No.
You email every single one.
No.
And here's the reason.
No, don't do that.
She won't be happy with that.
No.
But here's the thing.
I have a better tip for that.
Do not make a selection, right? We're going to disagree, and that's
Yeah.
okay.
No,
Do
you
not
don't
make
go
a
wide,
selection.
yeah.
Do not make a selection. Email every single one of them, and most of them are going to ignore you or they're going to say no. They'll forget about you in 5 days. Hell, they'll forget about you in 15 minutes. They're going to look at the thing and they're going to like, fuck this. This is not our shit, right?
Yeah.
This is not our genre. This is not our market. Every now and then, you'll get a publisher who isn't your genre, but they're going into your genre. They're not doing your type of game, but they're going into your type of game. I've signed 10, 20, 30 indie developers in the last 2 years, emailing publishers that do not do their kind of work. Just let them say no, right? And yeah, you're going to waste somebody's time for like 2.5 minutes.
Because plus you get free feedback. I mean, normally they come.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
sometimes
if they're
the
a good
feedback
publisher,
is
they
just
feedback
like-
on the game, so you get free feedback on your game.
I mean, hell, I would say start with the publishers you like least.
Yeah.
With the ones you don't want to work with. And then just see how they respond. Because then you can learn and be better when you get to the publishers that you do want to work with, right? But here's the thing. The world is unfair, and it's mostly stacked against y'all, right?
Yep.
So might as well use their time. Fuck them. Use their time, send them an email, and then worst case scenario, they're just going to ignore you. So what, right? Like, so from where I'm sitting, just do it. Just email, but obviously don't email a mobile publisher with a PC console game.
So you have to filter.
Only platform.
So you
Only
do have to
platform.
filter.
Only platform. Do only filter platform. Nothing else. Not whether you like them, not whether they've only done games that are blue and your game is green. I literally don't give a shit. But yeah, platform. That's fair. Filter on platform.
There are some
Right, so-
filters that can
Yeah,
be,
but might as well
but
let
it's
them
a
say
good
no.
starting point. No, I like that. I like that. You know, first go for the ones that you are easily, you know, forgetting about, because for a good chance you will get feedback. I like that because it is true. You want to be perfect by the time that you get to the one you want to be with.
And then
Yeah, absolutely.
know your ask. You know, I mean, I think we talked about this, but
Yeah.
know what you're asking for, what you want.
Budget, timeline.
Budget again, what kind of deal you want. But I mean, that's likely a whole different session because we have a few additional questions and we're drifting away a little bit. But
A lot.
It's fine, it's fine. You guys are talking a lot and giving a lot of, you know, clues, you know, to maybe make this adventure like better and not a nightmare, basically. But I was actually, I wanted to ask you about, you know, the, for example, maybe that wants to embark alone, you know, and create a studio by themselves, which I know Rami thinks is a horrible idea. But maybe if you want to look for a partner, how would you do that? How would you you gave a very nice idea before, but
Honestly, the way I found my partner developing games, my co-founder, was just I hated this guy at school. And then I hated school more than I hated that guy. So when we dropped out, I started working with him. Like, I think the thing with like meeting partners is just you just meet people.
Yeah.
There's not really, you can't really like put a search out for a partner. You meet people, and then.
But also,
sometimes
you can also not
connect.
decide for a game you want to make and then search for a partner for that. I think it has to be like a trifecta. It has to be somebody that is, you talk with a person about your idea and that person is fully into it, and you suddenly create it together in your minds, and then you can start from that.
Or even better, if you're going to set up a company, think about what you want to do as a company, because a company is supposed to live beyond that first game. So be very mindful that one thing is to do a game, and another thing is to do a company. And if you're going out to set up a company, you have to find the partner for the company. Because if you need resources to do a game, just hire them. It's always going to be cheaper, efficient, because they're going to do whatever you pay them, well, hopefully, whatever you pay them to do.
I agree with you, but I just feel most people, when they started out, they have an idea about one game. And,
Yeah, it's true, but it's a mistake.
Yeah, it's the mistake. I agree with you. And I mean,
Yeah.
everybody said it to us also when we set up Playdead. You know, to think it's next game, we're like, what the fuck, we need this game out first. I mean, it is really hard. I agree with you. It's a good idea to think about the company, and we got it, like everybody said it to us, we didn't do it before. You know, before you had 2 games, and then you slowly start to say, oh, this is the type of studio we are.
So was a narrative for you important with Playdead, for example, or came that later with your new ventures? Because I normally think having a narrative around your studio is super important, you know? You sell stuff by having a narrative. It gives it more character, identity, DNA, etc.
Like the studio, giving a studio narrative.
Yeah, the studio narrative, but also what type of games you want to make. I mean, is there something you believed in back then, or anything that defined your studio?
Yeah, so I think we started just with the first game, and that was it. And then we slowly, as we got through that and launched that, like invented the narrative around that, I think.
Yeah, I will say one of the most common consultancy calls I get, because I do consultancy for indie studios, one of the most common ones I have that I really hate being stuck in is we accidentally started a studio, we shipped our first game, it's a hit, and we can't agree on shit anymore. Because the only thing the team agreed on was that first game, right? And then when they get to the second game, it turns out they have different goals, different directions, different attitudes. They don't want to make the same games. They only align on that one game. And it's really painful because it usually ends up with a fight or like with the disintegration of the studio. Nobody gets to keep the IP.
Is it also where there's a lot of founders?
Sorry?
Is it also where there's a lot of founders?
The more founders, the harder it is, right?
Yeah.
But I've seen it with 2, but usually teams with 6, that definitely happens just consistently, right? So I think you're totally right. Like, we had the benefit when we started our studios of not having to think about that because our competitors weren't thinking about that, right? Indies were just making a game. So studio culture wasn't a topic yet. It's just, you just make some fucking video games, right? Now everybody is thinking about the sort of like the long term of the studio, the where are we going, what is the next game, what is our narrative, what is the story, and I think Vlambeer had a strong story, but it was also, we were making games in like 3 months.
Exactly.
So we were really fast at just, you were working on a game for 2 years.
Right? It was like, yeah. Yep.
So I think it just kind of happens as you make stuff, but also it would be good to have a conversation about it, to be aligned, and at least make sure that you don't have completely different goals beside this one game.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I was going to say that it's like when you find a partner for your life, I mean, you just don't randomly do that. You have to, you know, share thoughts and vision, and you know, life has a way of sometimes giving you success, sometimes giving you failure. But through those 2, you have to continue marching on. And the people that you're set up to do that has to be aligned on how to do both. Because it's challenging the 2 things. Success has its own challenges and also failure. Because, of course, it seems like when you're failing, it's like, oh my God, so I would like to fail by success, right? But it is something that we say, it's good that we have success now that we've been so many years after, because we're more level-headed. If, you know, when big success comes, we know what we're doing. We're not splundering. We're not, you know, we're already, we know what we're doing, right? Yep. But just have a conversation. It's every week, every day with your partners. That's so important.
And another thing to keep in mind is you're not stuck with them forever. Right, like Vlambeer stopped in 2020. But one of the things I will say is if you're going to have a partnership with somebody, a company with somebody, just make sure the legal part is filled out properly. Like just you know, have a contract with like termination clauses. If we quit, this is what happened. This person gets this person gets that. IP goes this way, that goes that way. It sounds really boring, but it's probably the best, like 700.
And always think from a bad scenario perspective.
Yeah,
right?
just make contracts while you're friends. That's the rule, right? Because you're not going to be able to figure it out when you're no longer friends. So just When you're starting the company, you're hopefully friends, or at least you like each other, or you might be partners.
You're okay talking to each other.
Yeah, you might be school friends, you might be lovers, whatever it is. Just write the fucking contract then, and make sure it's just in place.
So Karen.
Hi everyone. So there exists the common misconception that as an indie developer, you need to create a company. So is this really necessary, or is there an alternative way to come
As an indie developer?
Yes.
You can do it solo. You don't have to be a company.
No, but
or what do you mean?
You need to have an entity, you know? I mean, have an entity, make sure the legal stuff is in place, as you mentioned. Make sure you have a liability insurance. I mean, these are things I would highly advise for any indie developer to have.
Just from a purely legal perspective, a lot of platforms won't do business with you unless you are a legal entity, but a legal entity can also be a sole proprietorship. So it doesn't have to be a company. It can be that you as a person are registered as entrepreneur, and as entrepreneur you do business, right? That's agreeable. You can do it alone. It doesn't have to be a company. It doesn't have to be a team. You can do it alone.
And I think also learning from the movie industry, you could also technically, so I've seen some people do it, set up a studio around one thing, just hire in consultancy. I don't think it would work for like a 80-man thing, but for a smaller thing, just hire in people for the time you need them, and do that thing. I've seen people do it.
Production house.
Yeah. Movies does it all the time. There's structure around that, right?
It's kind of a complicated question because it's two questions at once, right? Do you need a team? No. Is it beneficial?
But you can hire. That's the point. I mean,
you can.
And there are Spanish developers that are very successful, that are indie developers, and they hire the talent, or they make pacts where they will share royalties with.
It's awesome.
Yeah. But they're very recognizable developers, Spanish developers that work and function like that. And again, if you are not comfortable with the partnership, you can hire. It's always going to be more efficient to pay or to, share that project profits, right?
But I would say, I think if you ever want to...
And I can give two examples.
Yeah, but if you sell the business, I would argue that every investor looks at the business, the team is a know-how, experience, and the value of the company.
Yeah.
If you have been outsourcing for
absolutely,
years,
absolutely. But it's a different positioning.
That's maybe not the
but
goal.
also,
It's
this
a
is why
different
the question
positioning.
this is why the question is complicated, because do you need a team? If you can make a game alone, you can make a game alone. That's fine. Do it. If you want a team, there's 100 different ways that we're touching on right now that you can have a team. If you want to do business in the games industry, you're going to need a legal entity, whatever way, shape, or form it takes. It can be 1 person out of 8 that has a legal entity. It can be 8 people that all have a legal entity together. It doesn't matter. Just there has to be a legal entity for Valve or Xbox or Sony to do business with you. Otherwise, they will just not, right? You can't fill out I forgot the form.
The
Ben. You can't fill out the form that you need for the taxes if you don't have a legal entity. It's just how it is. So set up anything and then figure it out from there, but have your legal shit in order. That's it.
So we just ran out of time.
Yeah, for
it's
while.
fine. You gave a lot of advices and and tools for people to use when you leave the room. So thank you so much all for.
Thank you.
If
people want to add us on LinkedIn and ask questions, I mean, you can totally add
Twitter
me on
for me.
LinkedIn and ask me stuff about
Twitter
contracts,
doesn't
publishing,
exist
whatever.
anymore.
More than happy to answer these
Please
questions.
don't add me on LinkedIn. I never check my LinkedIn. I have not seen it in 6 years. Find me on Twitter or book me via my website. One of those two.
Okay,
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
there goes the biggest collection of talent that we've put ever together in the video game industry in Tenerife. So thank you so much, guys. See you afterwards. Bueno, vuelvo al español. Empecé en español, pasé al inglés. Mi voz sigue cada vez peor. O sea que, bueno, ¿qué les voy a contar? Esto ha sido Gamelab este año, ¿vale? Muchísimas gracias por asistir. De verdad que ha sido un auténtico honor poder empezar algo así. Esperemos que llegue lo lejos que creo que todos los que estamos en esta habitación queremos que llegue. Y bueno, desde quién mejor para cerrar esto, pues por un lado nuestro máximo impulsor dentro de Tenerife y la mente detrás de toda esta colección de genios, la mente que el hombre que consigue que vengan y que vean, hayan abierto los ojos a nuestra isla, ¿vale? Así que, sin más, Iván, gracias por estar aquí, ha sido un honor estar contigo y, tío, todo bien.
Pues lo mismo, un honor trabajar contigo, Antonio. Nada, pues desear que os haya parecido una buena experiencia, que os llevéis alguna idea inspiradora, que sea el inicio de algo en vuestras vidas, en vuestras carreras, que nos ayudéis en futuras ediciones a mejorar, que ojalá en alguna de ellas podáis participar alguna o alguno de los que estáis aquí ahora mismo como protagonistas o más protagonistas o de distinta forma en el evento. Y que bueno, que creo que la apuesta de, como lo he dicho en los días anteriores, la apuesta de HDG, de Hiperdino y sobre todo el Cabildo de Tenerife por el desarrollar este sector en Canarias es una apuesta segura, pero hay que hacerla. Así que enhorabuena a ambas entidades, a ambas organizaciones por haberla hecho y espero que con el tiempo, bueno, pues provoque lo que estoy seguro que va a provocar, que son oportunidades en la isla. Un placer trabajar con vosotros. Muchas gracias y espero que nos veamos muy pronto.
Hablo con esto. Bueno, pues yo lo mismo, agradecer. Han visto que estamos los tres con la voz igual. O sea, que ha sido un fin de semana bastante intenso. No, yo creo que la verdad que termina esto hoy, es el principio de todo lo que viene en los años siguientes. La verdad que yo creo que vamos a recordar a lo largo del año lo que hemos vivido aquí, quién ha estado aquí, lo que hemos conseguido reunir en nuestra isla, pero no solo por nosotros, sino también por los que han venido aquí, que se han sentido muy cómodos y sobre todo muchos de ellos, viendo las publicaciones que han puesto en sus redes, quieren volver el año que viene aquí. Yo creo que eso es importante. Independientemente de que podamos o no desarrollar más la industria, que eso es un tema que va por otro lado, pero yo creo que a partir de este momento Tenerife se va a convertir en el referente de todas las grandes cabezas pensantes del mundo del videojuego, inversores, desarrolladores, creativos. Todos van a pensar en el año que viene venir aquí a Tenerife y sobre todo también van a venir aquí a trasladar, como hemos visto hoy, que ha sido fantástico, con las dos zonas, tanto la sala de cámara como la parte de fuera del hall. Trasladar todas esas experiencias y ver cómo todos los que han asistido pues han disfrutado y han aprendido muchísimo, ¿no? Esperemos, como decían tanto Antonio como Iván, que algún día sean ustedes los que estén aquí porque han puesto en marcha un proyecto o han empezado a trabajar en grandes empresas del sector de videojuegos, que es lo que buscamos también aquí, ¿no? Crear industria y sobre todo el talento que esté en Tenerife que pueda desarrollarse. Y nada más, la gran suerte que hemos tenido, sinceramente, de unir fuerzas, las ganas del Cabildo de Tenerife, pero sobre todo, como dice, la cabeza pensante que ha aglutinado a todas estas estrellas, que es Iván, y la capacidad organizativa de Antonio también y del grupo Hiperdino, que uniendo esas tres piezas pues hemos conseguido lo que ha sucedido estos días aquí.
Una cosa, si me permites, gracias al equipo, a Karen, a Jota, a David, a Andreu, a todos y cada uno de los que habéis participado en distintas partes de la producción. Gracias, porque sin vosotros no hubiese sido posible y habéis hecho un gran trabajo. A Teresa también en prensa, a toda la gente que ha estado involucrada, sabe quién es. Aunque no estén la mayoría aquí, quiero dejar constancia de que han hecho un enorme trabajo para hacer esto posible.
Esto ha sido un trabajo de casi, bueno, más de 40 personas entre 101 Games, HDG, Cabildo, el plan de dirección de innovación. Ha sido un trabajo conjunto entre todos y ha costado mucho, ¿vale? Se ve esto, hay cosas que no se han visto que han sido fantásticas para la isla, pero es que ha costado y sabemos lo que es. Y la gente, prácticamente todos los eslabones se han dejado la vida en esto y estamos muy orgullosos de que ustedes hayan podido estar aquí. Espero que estén igual.
Y Iván, viene, ¿no? De para acá, mano los tres, todos a una. Nos vemos el año que viene.